87. Interpretation of Dreams. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 111. Narrated, Aisha. The commencement of the divine inspiration to Allah's apostle was in the form of good righteous, true, dreams in his sleep. He never had a dream but that it came true like bright daylight. He used to go in seclusion, the cave of Hira, where he used to worship Allah alone, continuously for many days, nights. He used to take with him the journey food for that stay, and then come back to his wife, Khadijah, to take his food likewise again for another period to stay, till suddenly the truth descended upon him while he was in the cave of Hira. The angel came to him in it and asked him to read. The Prophet replied, I do not know how to read. The Prophet added, the angel caught me, forcefully, and pressed me so hard that I could not bear it any more. He then released me and again asked me to read, and I replied, I do not know how to read, whereupon he caught me again and pressed me a second time till I could not bear it any more. He then released me and asked me again to read, but again I replied, I do not know how to read, or, what shall I read? Thereupon he caught me for the third time and pressed me and then released me and said, Read, in the name of your Lord, who has created all that exists. Has created man from a clot. Read, and your Lord is most generous, up to that which he knew not. 96.15. Then Allah's apostle returned with the inspiration, his neck muscles twitching with terror till he entered upon Khadijah and said, Cover me. Cover me. They covered him till his fear was over, and then he said, O Khadijah, what is wrong with me? Then he told her everything that had happened and said, I fear that something may happen to me. Khadijah said, Never. But have the glad tidings, for by Allah, Allah will never disgrace you as you keep good reactions with your kith and kin, speak the truth, help the poor and the destitute, serve your guests generously and assist the deserving. Calamity-afflicted ones. Khadijah then accompanied him to her cousin, Waraka bin Nawfal bin Asad bin Abdul Uzza bin Susai. Waraka was the son of her paternal uncle, i.e. her father's brother, who during the pre-Islamic period became a Christian and used to write the Arabic writing and used to write of the Gospels in Arabic as much as Allah wished him to write. He was an old man and had lost his eyesight. Khadijah said to him, O my cousin, listen to the story of your nephew. Waraka asked, O my nephew, what have you seen? The Prophet described whatever he had seen. Waraka said, This is the same Namus, i.e. Gabriel, the angel who keeps the secrets, whom Allah had sent to Moses. I wish I were young and could live up to the time when your people would turn you out. Allah's apostle asked, Will they turn me out? Waraka replied in the affirmative and said, Never did a man come with something similar to what you have brought but was treated with hostility. If I should remain alive till the day when you will be turned out, then I would support you strongly. But after a few days Waraka died and the divine inspiration was also paused for a while, and the Prophet became so sad as we have heard that he intended several times to throw himself from the tops of high mountains, and every time he went up the top of a mountain in order to throw himself down, Gabriel would appear before him and say, O Muhammad, you are indeed Allah's apostle in truth, whereupon his heart would become quiet and he would calm down and would return home. And whenever the period of the coming of the inspiration used to become long, he would do as before, but when he used to reach the top of a mountain, Gabriel would appear before him and say to him what he had said before. Ibn Abbas said regarding the meaning of, He it is that cleaves the daybreak, from the darkness, 6.96, that al-Asba means the light of the sun during the day and the light of the moon at night. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 112. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's apostle said, A good dream, that comes true, of a righteous man is one of 46 parts of prophetism. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 113. Narrated Abu Qatada. The Prophet said, A true good dream is from Allah, and a bad dream is from Satan. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 114. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, If any one of you sees a dream that he likes, then it is from Allah, and he should thank Allah for it and narrate it to others, but if he sees something else, i.e., a dream that he dislikes, then it is from Satan, and he should seek refuge with Allah from its evil, and he should not mention it to anybody, for it will not harm him. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 115. Narrated Abu Qatada. The Prophet said, a good dream that comes true is from Allah, and a bad dream is from Satan, so if any one of you sees a bad dream, he should seek refuge with Allah from Satan and should spit on the left, for the bad dream will not harm him. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 116. Narrated Ubadah bin as-Samit. The Prophet said, the good dreams of a faithful believer is a part of the 46 parts of prophetism. Volume 9, Book 87. Number 117. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, the good dream of a faithful believer is a part of the 46 parts of prophetism. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 118. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, a good dream is a part of the 46 parts of prophetism. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 119. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, nothing is left of the prophetism except al-Mubasharat. They asked, what are al-Mubasharat? He replied, the true good dreams, that conveys glad tidings. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 120. Narrated Ibn Umar. Some people were shown the night of Qadr as being in the last 7 days of the month of Ramadan. The Prophet said, seek it in the last 7 days of Ramadan. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 121. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, if I stayed in prison as long as Joseph stayed and then the messenger came, I would respond to his call, to go out of the prison. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 122. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard the Prophet saying, whoever sees me in a dream will see me in his wakefulness, and Satan cannot imitate me in shape. Abu Abdullah said, Ibn Sirin said, only if he sees the Prophet in his real shape. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 123. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, whoever has seen me in a dream, then no doubt, he has seen me, for Satan cannot imitate my shape. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 124. Narrated Abu Qatada. The Prophet said, a good dream is from Allah, and a bad dream is from Satan. So whoever has seen, in a dream, something he disliked, then he should spit without saliva, thrice on his left and seek refuge with Allah from Satan, for it will not harm him, and Satan cannot appear in my shape. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 125. Narrated Abu Qatada. The Prophet said, whoever sees me, in a dream, then he indeed has seen the truth. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 126. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, whoever sees me, in a dream, then he indeed has seen the truth, as Satan cannot appear in my shape. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 127. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, I have been given the keys of eloquent speech and given victory with awe, cast into the hearts of the enemy, and while I was sleeping last night. The keys of the treasures of the earth were brought to me till they were put in my hand. Abu Huraira added, Allah's Apostle left this world, and now you people are carrying those treasures from place to place. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 128. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, I saw myself, in a dream, near the Kaaba last night, and I saw a man with whitish-red complexion. The best you may see amongst men of that complexion having long hair reaching his earlobes, which was the best hair of its sort, and he had combed his hair and water was dropping from it. And he was performing the tawaf around the Kaaba while he was leaning on 2 men or on the shoulders of 2 men. I asked, who is this man? Somebody replied, he is Messiah, son of Mary. Then I saw another man with very curly hair, blind in the right eye which looked like a protruding out grape. I asked, "Who is this?" Somebody replied, "He is, Messiah, ad-Dajjal." Volume 9, Book 87, number 129. Narrated Ibn Abbas. About a man who came to Allah's Apostle and said, "I was shown in a dream last night." Then Ibn Abbas mentioned the narration. Volume 9, Book 87, number 130. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle used to visit Haram bint Milhan. She was the wife of Ubadah bin as-Samit. One day the Prophet visited her and she provided him with food and started looking for lice in his head. Then Allah's Apostle slept and afterwards woke up smiling. Haram asked, "What makes you smile, O Allah's Apostle?" He said, "Some of my followers were presented before me in my dream as fighters in Allah's cause, sailing in the middle of the seas like kings on the thrones or like kings sitting on their thrones." The narrator Ishaq is not sure as to which expression was correct. Haram added, "I said, O Allah's Apostle, invoke Allah, to make me one of them." So Allah's Apostle invoked Allah for her and then laid his head down, and slept. Then he woke up smiling, again. Haram added, "I said, what makes you smile, O Allah's Apostle?" He said, "Some people of my followers were presented before me, in a dream, as fighters in Allah's cause." He said the same as he had said before. I said, "O Allah's Apostle, invoke Allah to make me from them." He said, "You are among the first ones." Then Haram sailed over the sea during the caliphate of Muawiyah bin Abu Sufyan, and she fell down from her riding animal after coming ashore, and died. Volume 9, Book 87, number 131. Narrated Kharija bin Zaid bin Thabit. Al-Allah, an Ansari woman who had given a pledge of allegiance to Allah's Apostle, told me, "The muhajirun, emigrants, were distributed amongst us by drawing lots. And we got Uthman bin Mazun in our share. We made him stay with us in our house. Then he suffered from a disease which proved fatal. When he died and was given a bath and was shrouded in his clothes. Allah's Apostle came," I said, addressing the dead body, "O Abas-Sa'ib. May Allah be merciful to you. I testify that Allah has honored you." Allah's Apostle said, "How do you know that Allah has honored him?" I replied, "Let my father be sacrificed for you, O Allah's Apostle. On whom else shall Allah bestow his honor?" Allah's Apostle said, "As for him, by Allah, death has come to him. By Allah, I wish him all good, from Allah. By Allah, in spite of the fact that I am Allah's Apostle, I do not know what Allah will do to me." Allah added, "By Allah, I will never attest the righteousness of anybody after that." Volume 9, Book 87, number 132. Narrated Az-Zuri. Regarding the above narration, the Prophet said, "I do not know what Allah will do to him, Uthman bin Mazun." Allah said, "I felt very sorry for that, and then I slept and saw in a dream a flowing spring for Uthman bin Mazun, and told Allah's Apostle of that, and he said, that flowing spring symbolizes his good deeds." Volume 9, Book 87, number 133. Narrated Abu Qatada al-Ansari. A companion of the Prophet and one of his cavalry men, I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "A good dream is from Allah, and a bad dream is from Satan. So, if any one of you had a bad dream which he disliked, then he should spit on his left and seek refuge with Allah from it, for it will not harm him." Volume 9, Book 87, number 134. Narrated Ibn Umar. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "While I was sleeping, I was given a bowl full of milk, in a dream, and I drank of it to my fill until I noticed its wetness coming out of my nails. And then I gave the rest of it to Umar." They, the people, asked, "What have you interpreted, about the dream, O Allah's Apostle?" He said, "It is religious knowledge." Volume 9, Book 87, number 135. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, "While I was sleeping, I was given a bowl full of milk, in the dream, and I drank from it, to my fill, till I noticed its wetness coming out of my limbs. Then I gave the rest of it to Umar bin al-Khattab. The persons sitting around him asked, "What have you interpreted about the dream, O Allah's Apostle?" He said, "It is religious knowledge." Volume 9, Book 87, number 136. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, "While I was sleeping, some people were displayed before me, in a dream. They were wearing shirts, some of which were merely covering their breasts, and some a bit longer. Then there passed before me, Umar bin al-Khattab wearing a shirt, he was dragging it, on the ground behind him. They, the people, asked, "What have you interpreted about the dream, O Allah's Apostle?" He said, "The religion." Volume 9, Book 87, number 137. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "While I was sleeping, I saw, in a dream, the people being displayed before me, wearing shirts. Some of which were so short that it reached as far as their breasts, and some reached below that. Then Umar bin al-Khattab was shown to me, and he was wearing a shirt which he was dragging, behind him. They asked, "What have you interpreted about the dream, O Allah's Apostle?" He said, "The religion." Volume 9, Book 87, number 138. Narrated Qays bin Ubadah. I was sitting in a gathering in which there was Sa'd bin Malik and Ibn Umar. Abdullah bin Salam passed in front of them, and they said, "This man is from the people of paradise." I said to Abdullah bin Salam, "They said so and so." He replied, "Subhan Allah. They ought not to have said things of which they have no knowledge, but I saw, in a dream, that a post was fixed in a green garden. At the top of the post there was a handhold, and below it there was a servant. I was asked to climb the post. So I climbed it till I got hold of the handhold. Then I narrated this dream to Allah's Apostle. Allah's Apostle said, "Abdullah will die while still holding the firm reliable handhold, i.e., Islam." Volume 9, Book 87, number 139. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle said, "To me, you were shown to me twice in my dream. Behold, a man was carrying you in a silken piece of cloth and said to me, 'She is your wife, so uncover her,' and behold, it was you. I would then say, to myself, 'If this is from Allah, then it must happen.'" Volume 9, Book 87, number 140. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle said to me, "You were shown to me twice, in my dream, before I married you. I saw an angel carrying you in a silken piece of cloth, and I said to him, 'Uncover her,' and behold, it was you. I said, to myself, 'If this is from Allah, then it must happen.' Then you were shown to me, the angel carrying you in a silken piece of cloth, and I said, to him, 'Uncover her,' and behold, it was you. I said, to myself, 'If this is from Allah, then it must happen.'" Volume 9, Book 87, number 141. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "I have been sent with Jawami al-Kalam, i.e., the shortest expression carrying the widest meanings, and I was made victorious with awe, cast into the hearts of the enemy, and while I was sleeping, the keys of the treasures of the earth were brought to me and were put in my hand." Muhammad said, Jawami al-Kalam means that Allah expresses in one or two statements or thereabouts the numerous matters that used to be written in the books revealed before the coming of the Prophet. Volume 9, Book 87, number 142. Narrated Abdullah bin Salam. In a dream, I saw myself in a garden, and there was a pillar in the middle of the garden, and there was a handhold at the top of the pillar. I was asked to climb it. I said, "I cannot." Then a servant came and lifted up my clothes, and I climbed the pillar, and then got hold of the handhold, and I woke up while still holding it. I narrated that to the Prophet, who said, "The garden symbolizes the garden of Islam, and the handhold is the firm Islamic handhold which indicates that you will be adhering firmly to Islam until you die." Volume 9, Book 87, number 143. Narrated Ibn Umar. I saw in a dream a piece of silken cloth in my hand, and in whatever direction in paradise I waved it, it flew, carrying me there. I narrated this dream to my sister, Hafsa, and she told it to the Prophet, who said to Hafsa, "Indeed, your brother is a righteous man," or, "Indeed, Abdullah is a righteous man." Volume 9, Book 87, number 144. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, when the day of resurrection approaches, the dreams of a believer will hardly fail to come true, and a dream of a believer is one of 46 parts of prophetism. And whatever belongs to prophetism can never be false. Muhammad bin Sirin said, "But I say this." He said, "It used to be said, there are 3 types of dreams: the reflection of one's thoughts and experiences one has during wakefulness, what is suggested by Satan to frighten the dreamer, or glad tidings from Allah. So, if someone has a dream which he dislikes, he should not tell it to others, but get up and offer a prayer." He added, he, Abu Huraira, hated to see a gull, i.e. iron collar around his neck in a dream, and people liked to see fetters on their feet in a dream. The fetters on the feet symbolizes one's constant and firm adherence to religion. And Abu Abdullah said, "Gulls, iron collars, are used only for necks." Volume 9, Book 87, number 145. Narrated Kharija bin Zaid bin Thabit. Al-Allah, an Ansari woman who had given the pledge of allegiance to Allah's Apostle, said, Uthman bin Mazun came in our share when the Ansars drew lots to distribute the emigrants, to dwell among themselves. He became sick and we looked after, nursed him till he died. Then we shrouded him in his clothes. Allah's Apostle came to us, addressing the dead body, said, "May Allah's mercy be on you, O Abas-Sa'ib. I testify that Allah has honored you." The Prophet said, "How do you know that?" I replied, "I do not know, by Allah." He said, "As for him, death has come to him and I wish him all good from Allah. By Allah, though I am Allah's Apostle, I neither know what will happen to me, nor to you." Allah said, "By Allah, I will never attest the righteousness of anybody after that." She added, "Later I saw in a dream, a flowing spring for Uthman. So I went to Allah's Apostle and mentioned that to him. He said, that is, the symbol of his good deeds, the reward for, which is going on for him." Volume 9, Book 87, number 146. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, "I saw in a dream that, while I was standing at a well and drawing water therefrom, suddenly Abu Bakr and Umar came to me. Abu Bakr took the bucket and drew 1 or 2 buckets, full of water, but there was weakness in his pulling, but Allah forgave him. Then Ibn al-Khattab took the bucket from Abu Bakr's hand and the bucket turned into a very large one in his hand. I have never seen any strong man among the people doing such a hard job as Umar did, till the people drank to their satisfaction, and water their camels to their fill, and they sat near the water." Volume 9, Book 87, number 147. Narrated Salim's father. About the Prophet's dream in which he has seen Abu Bakr and Umar, the Prophet said, "I saw, in a dream, that the people had gathered. Then Abu Bakr stood up and pulled out 1 or 2 buckets full of water, from a well, and there was weakness in his pulling, may Allah forgive him. Then Ibn al-Khattab stood up, and the bucket turned into a very large one, and I have never seen any strong man among the people doing such a hard job. He pulled out so much water that the people drank to their satisfaction, and watered their camels to their fill, and then after quenching their thirst, they sat beside the water." Volume 9, Book 87, number 148. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "While I was sleeping, I saw myself standing at a well over which there was a bucket. I pulled out from it as many buckets of water as Allah wished, and then Ibn Abi Quafa, Abu Bakr, took the bucket from me and pulled out 1 or 2 full buckets, and there was weakness in his pull, may Allah forgive him. Then the bucket turned into a very large one and Umar bin al-Khattab took it. I have never seen any strong man among the people, drawing water with such strength as Umar did, till the people drank to their satisfaction and watered their camels to their fill, whereupon the camels sat beside the water." Volume 9, Book 87, Number 149. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, while I was sleeping, I saw myself standing over a tank, well, giving water to the people to drink. Then Abu Bakr came to me and took the bucket from me in order to relieve me, and he pulled out 1 or 2 full buckets, and there was weakness in his pulling, may Allah forgive him. Then Ibn al-Khattab took it from him and went on drawing water till the people left, after being satisfied, while the tank was overflowing with water. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 150. Narrated Abu Huraira. We were sitting with Allah's Apostle, he said, while I was sleeping, I saw myself in paradise. Suddenly I saw a woman performing ablution beside a palace. I asked, for whom is this palace? They, the angels, replied, it is for Umar bin al-Khattab. Then I remembered Umar's gaira and went back hurriedly. On hearing that, Umar started weeping and said, let my father and mother be sacrificed for you. O Allah's Apostle! How dare I think of my gaira being offended by you? Volume 9, Book 87, Number 151. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's Apostle said, I saw in a dream that, I entered paradise, and behold, there was a palace built of gold. I asked, for whom is this palace? They, the angels, replied, for a man from the Quraysh. The Prophet added, O Ibn al-Khattab! Nothing stopped me from entering it except your gaira. Umar said, how dare I think of my gaira being offended by you, O Allah's Apostle? Volume 9, Book 87, Number 152. Narrated Abu Huraira. We were sitting with Allah's Apostle, he said, while I was sleeping, I saw myself in paradise, and behold, a woman was performing ablution by the side of a palace. I asked, for whom is this palace? They replied, for Umar. Then I remembered the gaira of Umar and returned immediately. Umar wept, on hearing that, and said, let my father and mother be sacrificed for you, O Allah's Apostle. How dare I think of my gaira being offended by you? Volume 9, Book 87, Number 153. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, while I was sleeping, I saw myself performing the tawaf of the Kaaba. Behold, there I saw a whitish-red lank-haired man, holding himself, between 2 men with water dropping from his hair. I asked, who is this? The people replied, he is the son of Mary. Then I turned my face to see another man with red complexion, big body, curly hair, and blind in the right eye which looked like a protruding out grape. I asked, who is he? They replied, he is Ad-Dajjal. Ibn Qattan resembles him more than anybody else among the people, and Ibn Qattan was a man from Bani al-Mustalik from Khuzai. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 154. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, while I was sleeping, I saw a bowl full of milk was brought to me and I drank of it, to my fill, till I noticed its wetness flowing, in my body. Then I gave the remaining of it to Umar. They asked, O Allah's Apostle, what have you interpreted, about the dream? He said, it is religious, knowledge. See Hadith No. 134. Volume 9, Book 87, Number 155. Narrated Ibn Umar. Men from the companions of Allah's Apostle used to see dreams during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, and they used to narrate those dreams to Allah's Apostle. Allah's Apostle would interpret them as Allah wished. I was a young man and used to stay in the mosque before my wedlock. I said to myself, if there were any good in myself, I too would see what these people see. So when I went to bed one night, I said, O Allah! If you see any good in me, show me a good dream. So while I was in that state, there came to me, in a dream, 2 angels. In the hand of each of them, there was a mace of iron, and both of them were taking me to hell, and I was between them, invoking Allah, O Allah! I seek refuge with you from hell. Then I saw myself being confronted by another angel holding a mace of iron in his hand. He said to me, do not be afraid, you will be an excellent man if you only pray more often. So they took me till they stopped me at the edge of hell, and behold, it was built inside like a well, and it had side posts like those of a well, and beside each post there was an angel carrying an iron mace. I saw therein many people hanging upside down with iron chains, and I recognized therein some men from the Quraysh. Then, the angels, took me to the right side. I narrated this dream to my sister, Hafsa, and she told it to Allah's apostle. Allah's apostle said, "No doubt, Abdullah is a good man." Nafi said, "Since then, Abdullah bin Umar used to pray much." Volume 9, Book 87, number 156. Narrated Ibn Umar. I was a young unmarried man during the lifetime of the Prophet. I used to sleep in the mosque. Anyone who had a dream, would narrate it to the Prophet. I said, "O Allah! If there is any good for me with you, then show me a dream so that Allah's apostle may interpret it for me." So I slept and saw, in a dream, 2 angels came to me and took me along with them, and they met another angel who said to me, "Don't be afraid, you are a good man." They took me towards the fire, and behold, it was built inside like a well, and therein I saw people some of whom I recognized, and then the angels took me to the right side. In the morning, I mentioned that dream to Hafsa. Hafsa told me that she had mentioned it to the Prophet, and he said, "Abdullah is a righteous man if he only prays more at night." Az-Zuri said, after that, Abdullah used to pray more at night. Volume 9, Book 87, number 157. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. I heard Allah's apostle saying, while I was sleeping, I saw that a cup full of milk was brought to me, and I drank of it and gave the remaining of it to Umar bin al-Khattab. They asked, "What have you interpreted, about the dream?" O Allah's apostle. The Prophet said, "It is religious knowledge." Volume 9, Book 87, number 158. Narrated, Abdullah bin Abbas. Allah's apostle said, while I was sleeping, 2 golden bangles were put in my 2 hands, so I got scared, frightened, and disliked it, but I was given permission to blow them off. And they flew away. I interpret it as a symbol of 2 liars who will appear. Ubaidullah said, one of them was Al-Ansi, who was killed by Faraz at Yemen, and the other was Musaylama, at Najd. Volume 9, Book 87, number 159. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, I saw in a dream that I was migrating from Mecca to a land where there were date palm trees. I thought that it might be the land of Al-Yamama or Hajar, but behold, it turned out to be Yathrib, i.e. Medina. And I saw cows, being slaughtered, there, but the reward given by Allah is better, than worldly benefits. Behold, those cows proved to symbolize the believers, who were killed, on the day, of the battle, of Uhud, and the good, which I saw in the dream, was the good and the reward and the truth which Allah bestowed upon us after the Badr battle. Or the battle of Uhud, and that was the victory bestowed by Allah in the battle of Khaybar and the conquest of Mecca. Volume 9, Book 87, number 160. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, we, Muslims, are the last, to come, but, will be, the foremost, on the day of resurrection. Allah's apostle further said, while sleeping, I was given the treasures of the world and 2 golden bangles were put in my hands, but I felt much annoyed, and those 2 bangles distressed me very much. But I was inspired that I should blow them off, so I blew them and they flew away. Then I interpreted that those 2 bangles were the liars between whom I was, i.e., the one of Sana'a and the one of Yamama. Volume 9, Book 87, number 161. Narrated, Abdullah. The Prophet said, I saw, in a dream, a black woman with unkempt hair going out of Medina and settling at Mahayy, i.e., Al-Jufa. I interpreted that as a symbol of epidemic of Medina being transferred to that place, Al-Jufa. Volume 9, Book 87, number 162. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. Concerning the dream of the Prophet in Medina, the Prophet said, I saw, in a dream, a black woman with unkempt hair going out of Medina and settling at Mahayy. I interpreted that as, a symbol of, the epidemic of Medina being transferred to Mahayy, namely, al-Jufa. Volume 9, Book 87, number 163. Narrated Salim's father. The Prophet said, I saw, in a dream, a black woman with unkempt hair going out of Medina and settling in Mahayy. I interpreted that as a symbol of epidemic of Medina being transferred to Mahayy, namely, al-Jufa. Volume 9, Book 87, number 164. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, I saw in a dream that I waved a sword and it broke in the middle, and behold, that symbolized the casualties the believers suffered on the day of the battle of Uhud. Then I waved the sword again, and it became better than it had ever been before, and behold, that symbolized the conquest of Mecca, which Allah brought about and the gathering of the believers. Volume 9, Book 87, number 165. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, whoever claims to have seen a dream which he did not see, will be ordered to make a knot between two barley grains which he will not be able to do. And if somebody listens to the talk of some people who do not like him, to listen, or they run away from him, then molten lead will be poured into his ears on the day of resurrection. And whoever makes a picture, will be punished on the day of resurrection and will be ordered to put a soul in that picture, which he will not be able to do. Volume 9, Book 87, number 166. Narrated Ibn Abbas. As above, 165. Volume 9, Book 87, number 167. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, the worst lie is that a person claims to have seen a dream which he has not seen. Volume 9, Book 87, number 168. Narrated Abu Salama. I used to see a dream which would make me sick till I heard Abu Qatada saying, I too, used to see a dream which would make me sick till I heard the Prophet saying, a good dream is from Allah, so if any one of you saw a dream which he liked, he should not tell it to anybody except to the one whom he loves, and if he saw a dream which he disliked, then he should seek refuge with Allah from its evil and from the evil of Satan, and spit 3 times, on his left, and should not tell it to anybody, for it will not harm him. Volume 9, Book 87, number 169. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, if any one of you saw a dream which he liked, then that was from Allah, and he should thank Allah for it and tell it to others. But if he saw something else, i.e., a dream which he did not like, then that is from Satan and he should seek refuge with Allah from it and should not tell it to anybody for it will not harm him. Volume 9, Book 87, number 170. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A man came to Allah's Apostle and said, I saw in a dream, a cloud having shade. Butter and honey were dropping from it and I saw the people gathering it in their hands, some gathering much and some a little. And behold, there was a rope extending from the earth to the sky, and I saw that you, the Prophet, held it and went up, and then another man held it and went up and, after that, another, third, held it and went up. And then after another, fourth, man held it, but it broke and then got connected again. Abu Bakr said, O Allah's Apostle, let my father be sacrificed for you. Allow me to interpret this dream. The Prophet said to him, interpret it. Abu Bakr said, the cloud with shade symbolizes Islam, and the butter and honey dropping from it, symbolizes the Qur'an, its sweetness dropping in some people learning much of the Qur'an and some a little. The rope which is extended from the sky to the earth is the truth which you, the Prophet, are following. You follow it and Allah will raise you high with it. And then another man will follow it and will rise up with it and another person will follow it and then another man will follow it but it will break and then it will be connected for him and he will rise up with it. O Allah's Apostle, let my father be sacrificed for you. Am I right or wrong? The Prophet replied, you are right in some of it and wrong in some. Abu Bakr said, O Allah's Prophet, by Allah, you must tell me in what I was wrong. The Prophet said, do not swear. Volume 9, Book 87, number 171. Narrated Samura bin Jundub. Allah's Apostle very often used to ask his companions, did any one of you see a dream? So dreams would be narrated to him by those whom Allah wished to tell. One morning the Prophet said, last night 2 persons came to me, in a dream, and woke me up and said to me, proceed. I set out with them and we came across a man lying down, and behold, another man was standing over his head, holding a big rock. Behold, he was throwing the rock at the man's head, injuring it. The rock rolled away and the thrower followed it and took it back. By the time he reached the man, his head returned to the normal state. The thrower then did the same as he had done before. I said to my 2 companions, Subhanallah. Who are these 2 persons? They said, proceed. So we proceeded and came to a man lying flat on his back and another man standing over his head with an iron hook, and behold. He would put the hook in one side of the man's mouth and tear off that side of his face to the back, of the neck, and similarly tear his nose from front to back and his eye from front to back. Then he turned to the other side of the man's face and did just as he had done with the other side. He hardly completed this side when the other side returned to its normal state. Then he returned to it to repeat what he had done before. I said to my 2 companions, Subhanallah. Who are these 2 persons? They said to me, proceed. So we proceeded and came across something like a tanner, a kind of baking oven, a pit usually clay-lined for baking bread. I think the Prophet said, in that oven here was much noise and voices. The Prophet added, we looked into it and found naked men and women, and behold, a flame of fire was reaching to them from underneath, and when it reached them, they cried loudly. I asked them, who are these? They said to me, proceed. And so we proceeded and came across a river. I think he said, red like blood. The Prophet added, and behold, in the river there was a man swimming, and on the bank there was a man who had collected many stones. Behold. While the other man was swimming, he went near him. The former opened his mouth and the latter, on the bank, threw a stone into his mouth whereupon he went swimming again. He returned and every time the performance was repeated, I asked my 2 companions, who are these 2 persons? They replied, proceed. Proceed. And we proceeded till we came to a man with a repulsive appearance, the most repulsive appearance you ever saw a man having. Beside him there was a fire and he was kindling it and running around it. I asked my companions, who is this man? They said to me, proceed. Proceed. So we proceeded till we reached a garden of deep green dense vegetation, having all sorts of spring colors. In the midst of the garden there was a very tall man and I could hardly see his head because of his great height, and around him there were children in such a large number as I have never seen. I said to my companions, who is this? They replied, proceed. Proceed. So we proceeded till we came to a majestic huge garden, greater and better than I have ever seen. My 2 companions said to me, go up, and I went up, the Prophet added, so we ascended till we reached a city built of gold and silver bricks and we went to its gate and asked, the gatekeeper, to open the gate. And it was opened and we entered the city and found in it, men with one side of their bodies as handsome as the handsomest person you have ever seen, and the other side as ugly as the ugliest person you have ever seen. My 2 companions ordered those men to throw themselves into the river. Behold, there was a river flowing across the city, and its water was like milk in whiteness. Those men went and threw themselves in it and then returned to us after the ugliness of their bodies had disappeared and they became in the best shape. The Prophet further added, my 2 companions, angels, said to me, this place is the Eden paradise, and that is your place. I raised up my sight, and behold, there I saw a palace like a white cloud. My 2 companions said to me, that palace is your place. I said to them, may Allah bless you both. Let me enter it. They replied, as for now, you will not enter it, but you shall enter it. One day, I said to them, I have seen many wonders tonight. What does all that mean which I have seen? They replied, we will inform you. As for the first man you came upon whose head was being injured with the rock, he is the symbol of the one who studies the Qur'an and then neither recites it nor acts on its orders, and sleeps, neglecting the enjoined prayers. As for the man you came upon whose sides of mouth, nostrils and eyes were torn off from front to back, he is the symbol of the man who goes out of his house in the morning and tells so many lies that it spreads all over the world. And those naked men and women whom you saw in a construction resembling an oven, they are the adulterers and the adulteresses. And the man whom you saw swimming in the river and given a stone to swallow, is the eater of usury, riba, and the bad-looking man whom you saw near the fire kindling it and going round it, is Malik. The gatekeeper of hell and the tall man whom you saw in the garden, is Abraham, and the children around him are those children who die with al-Fitra, the Islamic faith. The narrator added, some Muslims asked the Prophet, O Allah's Apostle, what about the children of pagans? The Prophet replied, and also the children of pagans. The Prophet added, my two companions added, the men you saw half handsome and half ugly were those persons who had mixed an act that was good with another that was bad, but Allah forgave them. 88, Afflictions and the End of the World. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 172. Narrated Asma. The Prophet said, I will be at my lake fount, Kawthar, waiting for whoever will come to me. Then some people will be taken away from me whereupon I will say, my followers. It will be said, you do not know they turned apostates as renegades, deserted their religion. Ibn Abi Mulaika said, Allah, we seek refuge with you from turning on our heels from the Islamic religion and from being put to trial. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 173. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet said, I am your predecessor at the lake fount, Kawthar, and some men amongst you will be brought to me, and when I will try to hand them some water, they will be pulled away from me by force whereupon I will say, O Lord, my companions. Then the Almighty will say, you do not know what they did after you left, they introduced new things into the religion after you. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 174. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. I heard the Prophet saying, I am your predecessor at the lake fount, Kawthar, and whoever will come to it, will drink from it, and whoever will drink from it will never become thirsty after that. There will come to me some people whom I know and they know me, and then a barrier will be set up between me and them. Abu Sa'id al-Khudri added that the Prophet further said, I will say those people are from me. It will be said, you do not know what changes and new things they did after you. Then I will say, far removed, from mercy, far removed, from mercy, those who changed, the religion, after me. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 175. Narrated Abdullah. Allah's Apostle said to us, you will see after me, selfishness, on the part of other people, and other matters that you will disapprove of. They asked, what do you order us to do, O Allah's Apostle? Under such circumstances, he said, pay their rights to them, to the rulers, and ask your right from Allah. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 176. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, whoever disapproves of something done by his ruler then he should be patient. For whoever disobeys the ruler even a little, little equals a span, will die as those who died in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, i.e. as rebellious sinners. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 177. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, whoever notices something which he dislikes done by his ruler, then he should be patient. For whoever becomes separate from the company of the Muslims even for a span and then dies, he will die as those who died in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, as rebellious sinners. Fatih al-Bari page 112, Volume 16. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 178. Narrated Junaydah bin Abi Umayyah. We entered upon Ubadah bin Az-Samit while he was sick. We said, may Allah make you healthy. Will you tell us a hadith you heard from the Prophet and by which Allah may make you benefit? He said, the Prophet called us and we gave him the pledge of allegiance for Islam, and among the conditions on which he took the pledge from us was that we were to listen and obey the orders both at the time when we were active and at the time when we were tired. And at our difficult time and at our ease, and to be obedient to the ruler and give him his right even if he did not give us our right. And not to fight against him unless we noticed him having open kufr, disbelief, for which we would have a proof with us from Allah. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 179. Narrated Usaid bin Hudayr. A man came to the Prophet and said, O Allah's Apostle! You appointed such and such person and you did not appoint me. The Prophet said, After me you will see rulers not giving you your right, but you should give them their right, and be patient till you meet me. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 180. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard the truthful and trusted by Allah, i.e., the Prophet, saying, The destruction of my followers will be through the hands of young men from Quraysh. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 181. Narrated Zainab bint Yash. The Prophet got up from his sleep with a flushed red face and said, None has the right to be worshipped but Allah. Woe to the Arabs from the great evil that is nearly approaching them. Today a gap has been made in the wall of Gog and Magog like this. Sufyan illustrated by this forming the number 90 or 100 with his fingers. It was asked, Shall we be destroyed though there are righteous people among us? The Prophet said, Yes, if evil increased. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 182. Narrated Usama bin Zaid. Once the Prophet stood over one of the high buildings of Medina and then said, to the people, Do you see what I see? They said, No. He said, I see afflictions falling among your houses as raindrops fall. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 183. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Time will pass rapidly, good deeds will decrease, miserliness will be thrown, in the hearts of the people, afflictions will appear and there will be much al-Hajj. They said, O Allah's Apostle! What is al-Hajj? He said, Killing. Killing. See Hadith number 63, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 184. Narrated Abdullah and Abu Musa. The Prophet said, Near the establishment of the hour there will be days during which religious ignorance will spread. Knowledge will be taken away, vanish, and there will be much al-Hajj, and al-Hajj means killing. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 185. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, Near the establishment of the hour there will be days during which, religious, knowledge will be taken away, vanish, and general ignorance will spread. And there will be al-Hajj in abundance, and al-Hajj means killing. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 186. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, As above, 185. And Hajj, in the Ethiopian language, means killing. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 187. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet said, Near the establishment of the hour, there will be the days of al-Hajj, and the religious knowledge will be taken away, vanish i.e. by the death of religious scholars, and general ignorance will spread. Abu Musa said, Al-Hajj, in the Ethiopian language, means killing. Ibn Mas'ud added, I heard Allah's Apostle saying, It will be, from among the most wicked people who will be living at the time when the hour will be established. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 188. Narrated Zubair bin Adi. We went to Anas bin Malik and complained about the wrong we were suffering at the hand of al-Hajjaj. Anas bin Malik said, Be patient till you meet your Lord, for no time will come upon you but the time following it will be worse than it. I heard that from the Prophet. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 189. Narrated Salama. The wife of the Prophet, Allah's Apostle, woke up one night in a state of terror and said, Subhanallah, how many treasures Allah has sent down. And how many afflictions have been sent down. Who will go and wake the lady dwellers, wives of the Prophet, up of these rooms, for prayers? He meant his wives, so that they might pray. He added, A well-dressed soul, in this world may be naked in the hereafter. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 190. Narrated. The statement of the Prophet, "Whoever takes up arms against us, is not from us." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 191. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, "Whoever takes up arms against us, is not from us." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 192. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, "Whoever takes up arms against us, is not from us." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 193. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "None of you should point out towards his Muslim brother with a weapon, for he does not know. Satan may tempt him to hit him and thus he would fall into a pit of fire, hell." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 194. Narrated Sufyan. I said to Amr, "O Abu Muhammad, did you hear Jabir bin Abdullah saying, 'A man carrying arrows passed through the mosque and Allah's Apostle said to him, hold the arrows by their heads?'" Amr replied, "Yes." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 195. Narrated Jabir. A man passed through the mosque and he was carrying arrows, the heads of which were exposed, protruding. The man was ordered, by the Prophet, to hold the iron head so that it might not scratch, injure, any Muslim. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 196. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, "If any one of you passed through our mosque or through our market while carrying arrows, he should hold the iron heads," or said, "He should hold their heads firmly with his hand lest he should injure one of the Muslims with it." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 197. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet said, "Abusing a Muslim is fusuk, evil-doing, and killing him is kufr, disbelief." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 198. Narrated Ibn Umar. I heard the Prophet saying, "Do not revert to disbelief after me by striking, cutting, the necks of one another." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 199. Narrated Abu Bakr. Allah's Apostle addressed the people saying, "Don't you know what is the day today?" They replied, "Allah and his Apostle know better. We thought that he might give that day another name." The Prophet said, "Isn't it the day of An-Nar?" We replied, "Yes." "O Allah's Apostle." He then said, "What town is this? Isn't it the forbidden, sacred, town, Mecca?" We replied, "Yes, O Allah's Apostle." He then said, "Your blood, your properties, your honors and your skins, i.e., bodies, are as sacred to one another like the sanctity of this day of yours in this month of yours in this town of yours. Listen, haven't I conveyed Allah's message to you?" We replied, "Yes." He said, "O Allah, be witness for it. So it is incumbent upon those who are present to convey it, this message of mine, to those who are absent because the informed one might comprehend what I have said better than the present audience who will convey it to him." The narrator added, "In fact, it was like that." The Prophet added, "Beware. Do not renegade as disbelievers after me by striking, cutting, the necks of one another." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 200. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, "Beware. Do not renegade as disbelievers after me by striking, cutting, the necks of one another." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 201. Narrated Jarir. The Prophet said to me during Hajjat al-Wada, "Let the people keep quiet and listen." Then he said, addressing the people, "Beware. Do not renegade as disbelievers after me by striking, cutting, the necks of one another." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 202. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "There will be afflictions, in the near future, during which a sitting person will be better than a standing one. And the standing one will be better than the walking one, and the walking one will be better than the running one, and whoever will expose himself to these afflictions, they will destroy him. So whoever can find a place of protection or refuge from them, should take shelter in it." Volume 9, Book 88, number 203. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, there will be afflictions, in the near future, during which a sitting person will be better than a standing one. And the standing one will be better than a walking one, and the walking one will be better than a running one, and whoever will expose himself to these afflictions, they will destroy him. So whoever can find a place of protection or refuge from them, should take shelter in it. Volume 9, Book 88, number 204. Narrated Al-Hasan. Al-Anaf said, I went out carrying my arms during the nights of the affliction, i.e. the war between Ali and Aisha, and Abu Bakr met me and asked, where are you going? I replied, I intend to help the cousin of Allah's Apostle, i.e., Ali. Abu Bakr said, Allah's Apostle said, if two Muslims take out their swords to fight each other, then both of them will be from amongst the people of the hellfire. It was said to the Prophet, it is all right for the killer, but what about the killed one? He replied, the killed one had the intention to kill his opponent. See Hadith number 30, Volume 1. Volume 9, Book 88, number 205. Narrated Al-Anaf. Abu Bakr said, the Prophet said, as above, 204. Volume 9, Book 88, number 206. Narrated Hudhaifa bin al-Yaman. The people used to ask Allah's Apostle about the good, but I used to ask him about the evil lest I should be overtaken by them. So I said, O Allah's Apostle, we were living in ignorance and in an extremely worst atmosphere, then Allah brought to us this good, i.e., Islam, will there be any evil after this good? He said, yes. I said, will there be any good after that evil? He replied, yes, but it will be tainted, not pure. I asked, what will be its taint? He replied, there will be some people who will guide others not according to my tradition. You will approve of some of their deeds and disapprove of some others. I asked, will there be any evil after that good? He replied, yes, there will be some people calling at the gates of the hell fire, and whoever will respond to their call, will be thrown by them into the hell fire. I said, O Allah's Apostle, will you describe them to us? He said, they will be from our own people and will speak our language. I said, what do you order me to do if such a state should take place in my life? He said, stick to the group of Muslims and their imam, ruler. I said, if there is neither a group of Muslims nor an imam, ruler? He said, then turn away from all those sects even if you were to bite, eat, the roots of a tree till death overtakes you while you are in that state. Volume 9, Book 88, number 207. Narrated Abu al-Aswad. An army unit was being recruited from the people of Medina and my name was written among them. Then I met Ikrimah, and when I informed him about it, he discouraged me very strongly and said, Ibn Abbas told me that there were some Muslims who were with the pagans to increase their number against Allah's Apostle, and the Muslim army, so arrows, from the Muslim army, would hit one of them and kill him, or a Muslim would strike him, with his sword, and kill him. So Allah revealed, verily, as for those whom the angels take, in death, while they are wronging themselves, by staying among the disbelievers. 4. 97. Volume 9, Book 88, number 208. Narrated Hudhaifa. Allah's Apostle related to us, two prophetic narrations, one of which I have seen fulfilled and I am waiting for the fulfillment of the other. The Prophet told us that the virtue of honesty descended in the roots of men's hearts, from Allah, and then they learned it from the Qur'an and then they learned it from the Sunnah, the Prophet's traditions. The Prophet further told us how that honesty will be taken away. He said, man will go to sleep during which honesty will be taken away from his heart and only its trace will remain in his heart like the trace of a dark spot. Then man will go to sleep, during which honesty will decrease further still, so that its trace will resemble the trace of blister as when an ember is dropped on one's foot which would make it swell. And one would see it swollen but there would be nothing inside. People would be carrying out their trade but hardly will there be a trustworthy person. It will be said, "In such and such tribe there is an honest man," and later it will be said about some man, "What a wise, polite and strong man he is. Though he will not have faith equal even to a mustard seed in his heart." No doubt, there came upon me a time when I did not mind bargaining, with any one of you, for if he was a Muslim his Islam would compel him to pay me what is due to me, and if he was a Christian, the Muslim official would compel him to pay me what is due to me, but today I do not deal except with such and such person. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 209. Narrated Salama bin al-Aqwa. That he visited al-Hajjaj bin Yusuf. Al-Hajjaj said, "O son of al-Aqwa, you have turned on your heels, i.e., deserted Islam, by staying, in the desert, with the Bedouins." Salama replied, "No, but Allah's Apostle allowed me to stay with the Bedouin in the desert." Narrated Yazid bin Abi Ubaid, when Uthman bin Affan was killed, martyred, Salama bin al-Aqwa went out to a place called Ar-Rabada and married there and begot children. And he stayed there till a few nights before his death when he came to Medina. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 210. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, "There will come a time when the best property of a Muslim will be sheep which he will take to the tops of mountains and the places of rainfall so as to flee with his religion from the afflictions." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 211. Narrated Anas. The people started asking the Prophet too many questions importunately. So one day he ascended the pulpit and said, "You will not ask me any question but I will explain it to you." I looked right and left, and behold, every man was covering his head with his garment and weeping. Then got up a man who, whenever quarreling with somebody, used to be accused of not being the son of his father. He said, "O Allah's Apostle, who is my father?" The Prophet replied, "Your father is Hudhaifa." Then Umar got up and said, "We accept Allah as our Lord, Islam as our religion and Muhammad as our apostle, and we seek refuge with Allah from the evil of afflictions." The Prophet said, "I have never seen the good and bad like on this day. No doubt, paradise and hell was displayed in front of me till I saw them in front of that wall." Qatada said, "This hadith used to be mentioned as an explanation of this verse, O you who believe. Ask not questions about things which, if made plain to you, may cause you trouble." 5. 101. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 212. Narrated Salim's father. The Prophet stood up beside the pulpit and pointed with his finger towards the east, and said, "Afflictions are there. Afflictions are there, from where the side of the head of Satan comes out," or said, "the side of the sun." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 213. Narrated Ibn Umar. I heard Allah's Apostle while he was facing the east, saying, "Verily, afflictions are there, from where the side of the head of Satan comes out." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 214. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "O Allah, bestow your blessings on our Sham. O Allah, bestow your blessings on our Yemen." The people said, "And also on our Najd." He said, "O Allah, bestow your blessings on our Sham, north. O Allah, bestow your blessings on our Yemen." The people said, "O Allah's Apostle, and also on our Najd." I think the third time the Prophet said, "There, in Najd, is the place of earthquakes and afflictions, and from there comes out the side of the head of Satan." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 215. Narrated Sa'id bin Jubair. Abdullah bin Umar came to us and we hoped that he would narrate to us a good hadith. But before we asked him, a man got up and said to him, "O Abu Abdurrahman, narrate to us about the battles during the time of the afflictions, as Allah says. And fight them until there is no more afflictions, i.e. no more worshipping of others besides Allah." 2. 193, Ibn Umar said, to the man, "Do you know what is meant by afflictions? Let your mother bereave you." Muhammad used to fight against the pagans, for a Muslim was put to trial in his religion, the pagans will either kill him or chain him as a captive. His fighting was not like your fighting which is carried on for the sake of ruling. Volume 9, Book 88, number 216. Narrated Shakik. I heard Hudhaifa saying, while we were sitting with Umar, he said, who among you remembers the statement of the Prophet about the afflictions? Hudhaifa said, the affliction of a man in his family, his property, his children and his neighbors are expiated by his prayers, zakat, and alms, and enjoining good and forbidding evil. Umar said, I do not ask you about these afflictions, but about those afflictions which will move like the waves of the sea. Hudhaifa said, don't worry about it, O chief of the believers, for there is a closed door between you and them. Umar said, will that door be broken or opened? I said, no, it will be broken. Umar said, then it will never be closed. I said, yes. We asked Hudhaifa, did Umar know what that door meant? He replied, yes, as I know that there will be night before tomorrow morning, that is because I narrated to him a true narration free from errors. We dared not ask Hudhaifa as to whom the door represented, so we ordered Masrik to ask him what does the door stand for. He replied, Umar. Volume 9, Book 88, number 217. Narrated Abu Musa al-Ash'ari. The Prophet went out to one of the gardens of Medina for some business and I went out to follow him. When he entered the garden, I sat at its gate and said to myself, today I will be the gatekeeper of the Prophet though he has not ordered me. The Prophet went and finished his need and went to sit on the constructed edge of the well and uncovered his legs and hung them in the well. In the meantime Abu Bakr came and asked permission to enter. I said, to him, wait till I get you permission. Abu Bakr waited outside and I went to the Prophet and said, O Allah's Prophet. Abu Bakr asks your permission to enter. He said, admit him, and give him the glad tidings of entering paradise. So Abu Bakr entered and sat on the right side of the Prophet and uncovered his legs and hung them in the well. Then Umar came and I said, to him, wait till I get you permission. The Prophet said, admit him and give him the glad tidings of entering paradise. So Umar entered and sat on the left side of the Prophet and uncovered his legs and hung them in the well so that one side of the well became fully occupied and there remained no place for anyone to sit. Then Uthman came and I said, to him, wait till I get permission for you. The Prophet said, admit him and give him the glad tidings of entering paradise with a calamity which will befall him. When he entered, he could not find any place to sit with them so he went to the other edge of the well opposite them and uncovered his legs and hung them in the well. I wished that a brother of mine would come, so I invoked Allah for his coming. Ibn al-Musayyib said, I interpreted that narration as indicating their graves. The first three are together and the grave of Uthman is separate from theirs. Volume 9, Book 88, number 218. Narrated Abu Wa'il. Someone said to Usama, will you not talk to this, Uthman? Usama said, I talked to him, secretly, without being the first man to open an evil door. I will never tell a ruler who rules over two men or more that he is good after I heard Allah's apostle saying. A man will be brought and put in hell, fire, and he will circumambulate, go around and round, in hell, fire, like a donkey of a flour, grinding mill, and all the people of hell, fire, will gather around him and will say to him, O so-and-so. Didn't you use to order others for good and forbid them from evil? That man will say, I used to order others to do good but I myself never used to do it, and I used to forbid others from evil while I myself used to do evil. Volume 9, Book 88, number 219. Narrated Abu Bakr. During the Battle of Al-Jamal, Allah benefited me with a word, I heard from the Prophet. When the Prophet heard the news that the people of the Persia had made the daughter of Khosra their queen, ruler, he said, never will succeed such a nation as makes a woman their ruler. Volume 9, Book 88, number 220. Narrated Abu Maryam Abdullah bin Ziyad al-Asadi. When Talha, Zubair and Aisha moved to Basra, Ali sent Ammar bin Yasir and Hassan bin Ali who came to us at Kufa and ascended the pulpit. Al-Hassan bin Ali was at the top of the pulpit and Ammar was below Al-Hassan. We all gathered before him. I heard Ammar saying, Aisha has moved to al-Basra. By Allah! She is the wife of your Prophet in this world and in the hereafter. But Allah has put you to test whether you obey him, Allah, or her, Aisha. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 221. Narrated Abu Wail. Ammar stood on the pulpit at Kufa and mentioned Aisha and her coming to Basra, and said, She is the wife of your Prophet in this world and in the hereafter. But you people are being put to test in this issue. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 222. Narrated Abu Wail. Abu Musa and Abi Mas'udi went to Ammar when Ali had sent him to Kufa to exhort them to fight, on Ali's side. They said to him, Since you have become a Muslim, we have never seen you doing a deed more criticizable to us than your haste in this matter. Ammar said, Since you, both, became Muslims, I have never seen you doing a deed more criticizable to me than your keeping away from this matter. Then Abu Mas'udi provided Ammar and Abu Musa with two-piece outfits to wear, and one of them went to the Mosque of Kufa. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 223. Narrated Shakik bin Salama. I was sitting with Abu Mas'udi and Abu Musa and Ammar. Abu Mas'udi said, to Ammar, There is none of your companions but, if I wish, I could find fault with him except with you. Since you joined the company of the Prophet I have never seen anything done by you more criticizable by me than your haste in this issue. Ammar said, O Abu Mas'udi! I have never seen anything done by you or by this companion of yours, i.e. Abu Musa, more criticizable by me than your keeping away from this issue since the time you both joined the company of the Prophet. Then Abu Mas'udi, who was a rich man, said, to his servant, O boy! Bring 2 suits. Then he gave one to Abu Musa and the other to Ammar and said, to them, Put on these suits before going for the Friday prayer. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 224. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, If Allah sends punishment upon a nation then it befalls upon the whole population indiscriminately and then they will be resurrected, and judged, according to their deeds. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 225. Narrated Al-Hasan al-Basri. When Al-Hasan bin Ali moved with army units against Muawiyah, Ammar bin Al-As said to Muawiyah, I see an army that will not retreat unless and until the opposing army retreats. Muawiyah said, If the Muslims are killed, who will look after their children? Ammar bin Al-As said, I will look after them. On that, Abdullah bin Amir and Abdurrahman bin Samura said, Let us meet Muawiyah and suggest peace. Al-Hasan al-Basri added, No doubt, I heard that Abu Bakr said, once while the Prophet was addressing the people, Al-Hasan bin Ali came and the Prophet said, This son of mine is a chief. And Allah may make peace between 2 groups of Muslims through him. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 226. Narrated Harmala. Usama's Mawla, Usama bin Zaid, sent me to Ali, at Kufa, and said, Ali will ask you, what has prevented your companion from joining me? You then should say to him, if you, Ali, were in the mouth of a lion, I would like to be with you, but in this matter I won't take any part. Harmala added, Ali didn't give me anything, when I conveyed the message to him, so I went to Hassan, Hussein and Ibn Jafar and they loaded my camels with much wealth. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 227. Narrated Nafi. When the people of Medina dethroned Yazid bin Muawiyah, Ibn Umar gathered his special friends and children and said, I heard the Prophet saying, A flag will be fixed for every betrayer on the day of resurrection. And we have given the oath of allegiance to this person, Yazid, in accordance with the conditions enjoined by Allah and His Apostle, and I do not know of anything more faithless than fighting a person who has been given the oath of allegiance in accordance with the conditions enjoined by Allah and His Apostle. And if ever I learn that any person among you has agreed to dethrone Yazid, by giving the oath of allegiance, to somebody else, then there will be separation between him and me. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 228. Narrated Abu al-Minhal. When Ibn Ziyad and Marwan were in Sham and Ibn Zubayr took over the authority in Mecca and Qurra, the Kharijites, revolted in Basra. I went out with my father to Abu Barza al-Aslami till we entered upon him in his house while he was sitting in the shade of a room built of cane. So we sat with him and my father started talking to him saying, "O Abu Barza! Don't you see in what dilemma the people has fallen?" The first thing heard him saying, "I seek reward from Allah for myself because of being angry and scornful at the Quraysh tribe. O you Arabs! You know very well that you were in misery and were few in number and misguided, and that Allah has brought you out of all that with Islam and with Muhammad till he brought you to this state, of prosperity and happiness, which you see now. And it is this worldly wealth and pleasures which has caused mischief to appear among you. The one who is in Sham, i.e. Marwan, by Allah, is not fighting except for the sake of worldly gain, and those who are among you, by Allah, are not fighting except for the sake of worldly gain, and that one who is in Mecca, i.e. Ibn Zubayr, by Allah, is not fighting except for the sake of worldly gain." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 229. Narrated Abi Way. Hudhaifa bin al-Yaman said, "The hypocrites of today are worse than those of the lifetime of the Prophet. Because in those days they used to do evil deeds secretly but today they do such deeds openly." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 230. Narrated Abi Asha Shah. Hudhaifa said, "In fact, it was hypocrisy that existed in the lifetime of the Prophet but today it is kufr, disbelief, after belief." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 231. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "The hour will not be established till a man passes by a grave of somebody and says, 'Would that I were in his place.'" Volume 9, Book 88, Number 232. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "The hour will not be established till the buttocks of the women of the tribe of Daws move while going round Diyal-Khalasa." Diyal-Khalasa was the idol of the Daws tribe which they used to worship in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 233. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "The hour will not be established till a man from cotton appears, driving the people with his stick." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 234. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "The hour will not be established till a fire will come out of the land of Hijaz, and it will throw light on the necks of the camels at Basra." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 235. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "Soon the river, Euphrates, will disclose the treasure, the mountain, of gold, so whoever will be present at that time should not take anything of it." Al-Iraj narrated from Abi Huraira that the Prophet said the same but he said, "It, Euphrates, will uncover a mountain of gold, under it." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 236. Narrated Harida bin Wahb. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "Give in charity because there will come a time on the people when a person will go out with his alms from place to place but will not find anybody to accept it." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 237. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "The hour will not be established, 1, till two big groups fight each other whereupon there will be a great number of casualties on both sides and they will be following one and the same religious doctrine. 2, till about 30 Dajjals, liars, appear, and each one of them will claim that he is Allah's Apostle. 3, till the religious knowledge is taken away, by the death of religious scholars. 4, earthquakes will increase in number. 5, time will pass quickly. 6, afflictions will appear. 7, al-Hajj, i.e. killing, will increase. 8, till wealth will be in abundance, so abundant that a wealthy person will worry lest nobody should accept his zakat, and whenever he will present it to someone, that person, to whom it will be offered, will say, 'I am not in need of it.' 9, till the people compete with one another in constructing high buildings. 10, till a man when passing by a grave of someone will say, 'Would that I were in his place.' 11, until the sun rises from the west. So when the sun will rise and the people will see it, rising from the west, they will all believe, embrace Islam, but that will be the time when, as Allah said, no good will it do to a soul to believe then, if it believed not before. Nor earned good, by deeds of righteousness, through its faith. 6.158, and the hour will be established while two men spreading a garment in front of them but they will not be able to sell it, nor fold it up. And the hour will be established when a man has milked his she-camel and has taken away the milk but he will not be able to drink it. And the hour will be established before a man repairing a tank, for his livestock, is able to water, his animals, in it, and the hour will be established when a person has raised a morsel, of food, to his mouth but will not be able to eat it. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 238. Narrated al-Mughira bin Shubi'ah. Nobody asked the Prophet as many questions as I asked regarding Ad-Dajjal. The Prophet said to me, "What worries you about him?" I said, "Because the people say that he will have a mountain of bread and a river of water with him, i.e., he will have abundance of food and water." The Prophet said, "Nay, he is too mean to be allowed such a thing by Allah, but it is only to test mankind whether they believe in Allah or in Ad-Dajjal." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 239. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, Ad-Dajjal will come and encamp at a place close to Medina, and then Medina will shake thrice, whereupon every kafir, disbeliever, and hypocrite will go out, of Medina, towards him. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 240. Narrated Abu Bakr. The Prophet said, "The terror caused by al-Masih Ad-Dajjal will not enter Medina, and at that time Medina will have 7 gates and there will be 2 angels at each gate, guarding them." Volume 9, Book 88, Number 241. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's apostle stood up amongst the people and then praised and glorified Allah as he deserved, and then he mentioned Ad-Dajjal, saying, "I warn you of him." And there was no prophet but warned his followers of him. But I will tell you something about him which no prophet has told his followers. Ad-Dajjal is one-eyed whereas Allah is not. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 242. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's apostle said, "While I was sleeping, I saw myself, in a dream, performing tawaf around the Kaaba. Behold, I saw a reddish-white man with lank hair, and water was dropping from his head. I asked, 'Who is this?' They replied, 'The son of Mary.' Then I turned my face to see another man with a huge body, red complexion and curly hair and blind in one eye. His eye looked like a protruding out grape. They said, to me, 'He is Ad-Dajjal.' The Prophet added, 'The man he resembled most is Ibn Qatan, a man from the tribe of Khuzai.' Volume 9, Book 88, Number 243. Narrated Aisha. I heard Allah's apostle in his prayer, seeking refuge with Allah from the afflictions of Ad-Dajjal. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 244. Narrated Hudhaifa. The Prophet said about Ad-Dajjal that he would have water and fire with him. What would seem to be fire would be cold water, and what would seem to be water would be fire. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 245. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "No prophet was sent but that he warned his followers against the one-eyed liar, Ad-Dajjal. Beware. He is blind in one eye, and your Lord is not so, and there will be written between his, Ad-Dajjal's, eyes, the word, kafir, i.e., disbeliever." This hadith is also quoted by Abu Huraira and Ibn Abbas. Volume 9, Book 88, Number 246. Narrated Abu Sa'idi. One day Allah's apostle narrated to us a long narration about Ad-Dajjal, and among the things he narrated to us, was, Ad-Dajjal will come. And he will be forbidden to enter the mountain passes of Medina. He will encamp in one of the salt areas neighboring Medina, and there will appear to him a man who will be the best or one of the best of the people. He will say, "I testify that you are Ad-Dajjal, whose story Allah's apostle has told us." Ad-Dajjal will say, to his audience, "Look, if I kill this man and then give him life, will you have any doubt about my claim?" They will reply, "No, then Ad-Dajjal will kill that man and then will make him alive. The man will say, by Allah, now I recognize you more than ever. Ad-Dajjal will then try to kill him, again, but he will not be given the power to do so. Volume 9, Book 88, number 247. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, there are angels at the mountain passes of Medina, so that, neither plague nor Ad-Dajjal can enter it. Volume 9, Book 88, number 248. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, Ad-Dajjal will come to Medina and find the angels guarding it. So Allah willing, neither Ad-Dajjal, nor plague will be able to come near it. Volume 9, Book 88, number 249. Narrated Zainab bint Yash. That one day Allah's Apostle entered upon her in a state of fear and said, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah. Woe to the Arabs from the great evil that has approached them. Today a hole has been opened in the dam of Gog and Magog like this. The Prophet made a circle with his index finger and thumb. Zainab bint Yash added, I said, O Allah's Apostle, shall we be destroyed though there will be righteous people among us? The Prophet said, yes, if the number of evil persons increased. Volume 9, Book 88, number 250. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, a hole has been opened in the dam of Gog and Magog. Wahib, the sub-narrator, made the number 90, with his index finger and thumb. 89. Judgments, Ahkam. Volume 9, Book 89, number 251. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, whoever obeys me, obeys Allah, and whoever disobeys me, disobeys Allah, and whoever obeys the ruler I appoint, obeys me, and whoever disobeys him, disobeys me. Volume 9, Book 89, number 252. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, surely, every one of you is a guardian and is responsible for his charges, the Imam, ruler, of the people is a guardian and is responsible for his subjects. A man is the guardian of his family, household, and is responsible for his subjects. A woman is the guardian of her husband's home and of his children and is responsible for them. And the slave of a man is a guardian of his master's property and is responsible for it. Surely, every one of you is a guardian and responsible for his charges. Volume 9, Book 89, number 253. Narrated Muhammad bin Jubair bin Mut'im. That while he was included in a delegation of Quraysh staying with Muawiyah heard that Abdullah bin Amr had said that there would be a king from Cotton tribe. Whereupon he became very angry. He stood up, and after glorifying and praising Allah as he deserved, said, to proceed, I have come to know that some of you men are narrating things which are neither in Allah's book, nor has been mentioned by Allah's Apostle. Such people are the ignorant among you. Beware of such vain desires that mislead those who have them. I have heard Allah's Apostle saying, this matter, of the Caliphate, will remain with the Quraysh, and none will rebel against them. But Allah will throw him down on his face as long as they stick to the rules and regulations of the religion, Islam. Volume 9, Book 89, number 254. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, this matter, Caliphate, will remain with the Quraysh even if only 2 of them were still existing. Volume 9, Book 89, number 255. Narrated Abdullah. Allah's Apostle said, do not wish to be like anyone, except in 2 cases, 1, a man whom Allah has given wealth and he spends it righteously. 2, a man whom Allah has given wisdom, knowledge of the Qur'an and the Hadith, and he acts according to it and teaches it to others. Volume 9, Book 89, number 256. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle said, you should listen to and obey your ruler even if he was an Ethiopian, black, slave whose head looks like a raisin. Volume 9, Book 89, number 257. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, if somebody sees his Muslim ruler doing something he disapproves of, he should be patient. For whoever becomes separate from the Muslim group even for a span and then dies, he will die as those who died in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, as rebellious sinners. See Hadith No. 176 and 177. Volume 9, Book 89, number 258. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet said, a Muslim has to listen to and obey the order of his ruler, whether he likes it or not, as long as his orders involve not one in disobedience to Allah. But if an act of disobedience to Allah is imposed, one should not listen to it or obey it. See Hadith number 203, Volume 4. Volume 9, Book 89, number 259. Narrated Ali. The Prophet sent an army unit for some campaign, and appointed a man from the Ansar as its commander and ordered them, the soldiers, to obey him. During the campaign, he became angry with them and said, "Didn't the Prophet order you to obey me?" They said, "Yes." He said, "I order you to collect wood and make a fire and then throw yourselves into it." So they collected wood and made a fire, but when they were about to throw themselves into it they started looking at each other, and some of them said, "We followed the Prophet to escape from the fire. How should we enter it now?" So while they were in that state, the fire extinguished and their commander's anger abated. The event was mentioned to the Prophet and he said, if they had entered it, the fire, they would never have come out of it, for obedience is required only in what is good. See Hadith number 629. Volume 5. Volume 9, Book 89, number 260. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Samura. The Prophet said, O Abdurrahman, do not seek to be a ruler, for if you are given authority on your demand then you will be held responsible for it, but if you are given it without asking for it, then you will be helped by Allah in it. If you ever take an oath to do something and later on you find that something else is better, then you should expiate your oath and do what is better. Volume 9, Book 89, number 261. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Samura. Allah's Apostle said, O Abdurrahman bin Samura, do not seek to be a ruler, for if you are given authority on your demand, you will be held responsible for it, but if you are given it without asking for it, then you will be helped by Allah in it. If you ever take an oath to do something and later on you find that something else is better, then do what is better and make expiation for your oath. Volume 9, Book 89, number 262. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, you people will be keen to have the authority of ruling, which will be a thing of regret for you on the day of resurrection. What an excellent wet nurse it is, yet what a bad weaning one it is. Volume 9, Book 89, number 263. Narrated Abu Musa. 2 men from my tribe and I entered upon the Prophet. One of the 2 men said to the Prophet, O Allah's Apostle, appoint me as a governor, and so did the second. The Prophet said, we do not assign the authority of ruling to those who ask for it, nor to those who are keen to have it. Volume 9, Book 89, number 264. Narrated Maqil. I heard the Prophet saying, any man whom Allah has given the authority of ruling some people and he does not look after them in an honest manner, will never feel even the smell of paradise. Volume 9, Book 89, number 265. Narrated Maqil. Allah's Apostle said, if any ruler having the authority to rule Muslim subjects dies while he is deceiving them, Allah will forbid paradise for him. Volume 9, Book 89, number 266. Narrated Tarif Abi Tamima. I saw Safwan and Jundab and Safwan's companions when Jundab was advising. They said, did you hear something from Allah's Apostle? Jundab said, I heard him saying, whoever does a good deed in order to show off, Allah will expose his intentions on the day of resurrection, before the people, and whoever puts the people into difficulties, Allah will put him into difficulties on the day of resurrection. The people said, to Jundab, advise us. He said, the first thing of the human body to purify is the abdomen, so he who can eat nothing but good food, halal and earned lawfully, should do so. And he who does as much as he can that nothing intervene between him and paradise by not shedding even a handful of blood, i.e., murdering, should do so. Volume 9, Book 89, number 267. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Apostle. The Prophet said, "You will be with the one whom you love." Volume 9, Book 89, number 268. Narrated Thabit al-Bunani. Anas bin Malik said to a woman of his family, "Do you know such and such a woman?" She replied, "Yes." He said, "The Prophet passed by her while she was weeping over a grave, and he said to her, 'Be afraid of Allah and be patient.' The woman said, to the Prophet, 'Go away from me, for you do not know my calamity.' Anas added, the Prophet left her and proceeded. A man passed by her and asked her, 'What has Allah's apostle said to you?' She replied, 'I did not recognize him.' The man said, 'He was Allah's apostle.' Anas added, so that woman came to the gate of the Prophet and she did not find a gatekeeper there, and she said, 'O Allah's apostle! By Allah! I did not recognize you.' The Prophet said, 'No doubt, patience is at the first stroke of a calamity.' Volume 9, Book 89, number 269. Narrated Anas. Qays bin Sa'd was to the Prophet like a chief police officer to an emir, chief. Volume 9, Book 89, number 270. Narrated Abu Musa. That the Prophet sent him and sent Mu'adh after him, as rulers to Yemen. Volume 9, Book 89, number 271. Narrated Abu Musa. A man embraced Islam and then reverted back to Judaism. Mu'adh bin Jabal came and saw the man with Abu Musa. Mu'adh asked, "What is wrong with this man?" Abu Musa replied, "He embraced Islam and then reverted back to Judaism." Mu'adh said, "I will not sit down unless you kill him, as it is, the verdict of Allah and His Apostle." Volume 9, Book 89. Number 272. Narrated Abdur Rahman bin Abi Bakr. Abu Bakr wrote to his son who was in Sijistan, "Do not judge between two persons when you are angry, for I heard the Prophet saying, a judge should not judge between two persons while he is in an angry mood." Volume 9, Book 89, number 273. Narrated Abu Mas'ud al-Ansari. A man came to Allah's Apostle and said, "O Allah's Apostle! By Allah, I failed to attend the morning congregational prayer because so-and-so, i.e. Mu'adh bin Jabal, prolongs the prayer when he leads us for it." I had never seen the Prophet more furious in giving advice than he was on that day. He then said, "O people! Some of you make others dislike good deeds, i.e. prayers etc. So whoever among you leads the people in prayer, he should shorten it because among them there are the old, the weak and the busy, needy having some jobs to do." See Hadith number 90, Volume 1. Volume 9, Book 89, number 274. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. That he had divorced his wife during her menses. Umar mentioned that to the Prophet. Allah's Apostle became angry and said, he must take her back, his wife, and keep her with him till she becomes clean from her menses and then to wait till she gets her next period and becomes clean again from it and only then. If he wants to divorce her, he may do so. Volume 9, Book 89, number 275. Narrated Aisha. Hind bint Utbah bin Rabia came and said, "O Allah's Apostle! By Allah, there was no family on the surface of the earth, I like to see in degradation more than I did your family, but today there is no family on the surface of the earth whom I like to see honored more than yours." Hind added, "Abu Sufyan is a miser. Is it sinful of me to feed our children from his property?" The Prophet said, "There is no blame on you if you feed them, thereof, in a just and reasonable manner." Volume 9, Book 89, number 276. Narrated Anas bin Malik. When the Prophet intended to write to the Byzantines, the people said, "They do not read a letter unless it is sealed, stamped." Therefore the Prophet took a silver ring as if I am looking at its glitter now, and its engraving was, Muhammad, Apostle of Allah. Volume 9, Book 89. Number 277. Narrated Abdullah bin as-Sadi. That when he went to Umar during his caliphate, Umar said to him, "Haven't I been told that you do certain jobs for the people, but when you are given payment you refuse to take it?" Abdullah added, "I said, yes." Umar said, "Why do you do so?" I said, "I have horses and slaves and I am living in prosperity, and I wish that my payment should be kept as a charitable gift for the Muslims." Umar said, "Do not do so, for I intended to do the same as you do. Allah's apostles used to give me gifts and I used to say to him, 'Give it to a more needy one than me.' Once he gave me some money and I said, 'Give it to a more needy person than me,' whereupon the Prophet said, 'Take it and keep it in your possession and then give it in charity. Take whatever comes to you of this money if you are not keen to have it and not asking for it, otherwise, i.e., if it does not come to you, do not seek to have it yourself." Narrated Abdullah bin Umar, I have heard Umar saying, "The Prophet used to give me some money, grant, and I would say, to him, 'Give it to a more needy one than me.' Once he gave me some money and I said, 'Give it to a more needy one than me.' The Prophet said, to me, 'Take it and keep it in your possession and then give it in charity. Take whatever comes to you of this money while you are not keen to have it and not asking for it, take it, but you should not seek to have what you are not given." Volume 9, Book 89, Number 278. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. I witnessed a husband and a wife who were involved in a case of lien. Then, the judgment of divorce was passed. I was 15 years of age, at that time. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 279. Narrated Sahl. The brother of Bani Sa'ida, a man from the Ansar, came to the Prophet and said, "If a man finds another man sleeping with his wife, should he kill him?" That man and his wife then did lien in the mosque while I was present. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 280. Narrated Abu Huraira. A man came to Allah's Apostle while he was in the mosque, and called him, saying, "O Allah's Apostle, I have committed illegal sexual intercourse." The Prophet turned his face to the other side, but when the man gave 4 witnesses against himself, the Prophet said to him, "Are you mad?" The man said, "No." So the Prophet said, to his companions, "Take him away and stone him to death." Volume 9, Book 89, Number 281. Narrated Salama. Allah's Apostle said, "I am only a human being, and you people, opponents, come to me with your cases. And it may be that one of you can present his case eloquently in a more convincing way than the other, and I give my verdict according to what I hear. So if ever I judge, by error, and give the right of a brother to his other brother, then he, the latter, should not take it, for I am giving him only a piece of fire." See Hadith number 638, Volume 3. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 282. Narrated Abu Qatada. Allah's Apostle said on the day of the Battle of Hunain, "Whoever has killed an infidel and has a proof or a witness for it, then the salb, arms and belongings of that deceased, will be for him." I stood up to seek a witness to testify that I had killed an infidel, but I could not find any witness, and then sat down. Then I thought that I should mention the case to Allah's Apostle and when I did so, a man from those who were sitting with him said, "The arms of the killed person he has mentioned, are with me, so please satisfy him on my behalf." Abu Bakr said, "No, he will not give the arms to a bird of Quraysh and deprive one of Allah's lions of it who fights for the cause of Allah and his Apostle." Allah's Apostle I stood up and gave it to me, and I bought a garden with its price, and that was my first property which I owned through the war booty. The people of Hijaz said, "A judge should not pass a judgment according to his knowledge, whether he was a witness at the time he was the judge or before that, and if a litigant gives a confession in favor of his opponent in the court. In the opinion of some scholars, the judge should not pass a judgment against him till the latter calls 2 witnesses to witness his confession." And some people of Iraq said, "A judge can pass a judgment according to what he hears or witnesses, the litigant's confession, in the court itself, but if the confession takes place outside the court. He should not pass the judgment unless 2 witnesses witness the confession. Some of them said, a judge can pass a judgment depending on his knowledge of the case as he is trustworthy, and that a witness is required just to reveal the truth. The judge's knowledge is more than the witness. Some said, a judge can judge according to his knowledge only in cases involving property, but in other cases he cannot. Al-Qasim said, a judge ought not to pass a judgment depending on his knowledge if other people do not know what he knows. Although his knowledge is more than the witness of somebody else because he might expose himself to suspicion by the Muslims and cause the Muslims to have unreasonable doubt. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 283. Narrated, Ali bin Hussein. Safiya bint, daughter of, he came to the Prophet, in the mosque, and when she returned, home, the Prophet accompanied her. It happened that 2 men from the Ansar passed by them and the Prophet called them saying, she is Safiya. Those 2 men said, Subhanallah. The Prophet said, Satan circulates in the human body as blood does. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 284. Narrated Abu Burda. The Prophet sent my father and Mu'adh bin Jabal to Yemen and said, to them, make things easy for the people and do not put hurdles in their way, and give them glad tidings. And don't let them have aversion, i.e., to make people to hate good deeds, and you both should work in cooperation and mutual understanding. Abu Musa said to Allah's Apostle, in our country a special alcoholic drink called albit is prepared for drinking. The Prophet said, every intoxicant is prohibited. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 285. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, set free the captives and accept invitations. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 286. Narrated Abu Hamid al-Sa'idi. The Prophet appointed a man from the tribe of Bani Asad, called Ibn al-Utabiyya to collect the zakat. When he returned, with the money, he said, to the Prophet, this is for you and this has been given to me as a gift. The Prophet stood up on the pulpit. Sufyan said he ascended the pulpit, and after glorifying and praising Allah, he said, what is wrong with the employee whom we send, to collect zakat from the public, that he returns to say, this is for you and that is for me? Why didn't he stay at his father's and mother's house to see whether he will be given gifts or not? By him in whose hand my life is, whoever takes anything illegally will bring it on the day of resurrection by carrying it over his neck. If it is a camel, it will be grunting, if it is a cow, it will be mooing, and if it is a sheep it will be bleating. The Prophet then raised both his hands till we saw the whiteness of his armpits, and he said, no doubt. Haven't I conveyed Allah's message? And he repeated it 3 times. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 287. Narrated Ibn Umar. Salim, the freed salve of Abu Hudhaifa, used to lead in prayer the early Muhajirin, emigrants, and the companions of the Prophet in the Quba Mosque. Among those, who used to pray behind him, were Abu Bakr, Umar, Abu Salama, and Amir bin Rabi'a. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 288. Narrated Urwa bin Zubair. Marwan bin al-Hakam and al-Maswar bin Makrama told him that when the Muslims were permitted to set free the captives of Hawazin, Allah's Apostle said, I do not know who amongst you has agreed to it, and who has not. Go back so that your Ghurafa may submit your decision to us. So the people returned and their Ghurafa talked to them and then came back to Allah's Apostle and told him that the people had given their consent happily and permitted their captives to be freed. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 289. Narrated Muhammad bin Zaid bin Abdullah bin Umar. Some people said to Ibn Umar, when we enter upon our rulers we say in their praise what is contrary to what we say when we leave them. Ibn Umar said, we used to consider this as hypocrisy. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 290. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostles said, the worst of all mankind is the double-faced one, who comes to some people with one countenance and to others, with another countenance. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 291. Narrated Aisha. Hind bint Utbah said to the Prophet, Abu Sufyan is a miserly man and I need to take some money of his wealth. The Prophet said, take reasonably what is sufficient for you and your children. Volume 9, Book 89, number 292. Narrated Salama. The wife of the Prophet, Allah's apostle, heard some people quarreling at the door of his dwelling. So he went out to them and said, I am only a human being, and litigants with cases of dispute come to me, and someone of you may happen to be more eloquent, in presenting his case, than the other. Whereby I may consider that he is truthful and pass a judgment in his favor. If ever I pass a judgment in favor of somebody whereby he takes a Muslim's right unjustly, then whatever he takes is nothing but a piece of fire, and it is up to him to take or leave. Volume 9, Book 89, number 293. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, Utbah bin Abi Waqqas, said to his brother Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas, the son of the slave girl of Zam'a is from me, so take him into your custody. So in the year of conquest of Mecca, Sa'd took him and said, this is, my brother's son whom my brother has asked me to take into my custody. Abd bin Zam'a got up before him and said, he is, my brother and the son of the slave girl of my father, and was born on my father's bed. So they both submitted their case before Allah's apostle. Sa'd said, O Allah's apostle! This boy is the son of my brother and he entrusted him to me. Abd bin Zam'a said, this boy is my brother and the son of the slave girl of my father, and was born on the bed of my father. Allah's apostle said, the boy is for you, O Abd bin Zam'a. Then Allah's apostle further said, the child is for the owner of the bed, and the stone is for the adulterer. He then said to Sauda bin Zam'a, veil, screen, herself before him, when he saw the child's resemblance to Utbah. The boy did not see her again till he met Allah. Volume 9, Book 89, number 294. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet said, if somebody on the demand of a judge takes an oath to grab a Muslim's property and he is liar in it, he will meet Allah who will be angry with him. So Allah revealed, Verily, those who purchase a small gain at the cost of Allah's covenant and their oaths. 3.77 Al-Ash'ath came while Abdullah was narrating this to the people. Al-Ash'ath said, this verse was revealed regarding me and another man with whom I had a quarrel about a well. The Prophet said to me, do you have any evidence? I replied, no. He said, let your opponent take an oath. I said, I am sure he would take a false oath. Thereupon it was revealed, verily, those who purchase a small gain at the cost of Allah's covenant. 3.77, see Hadith number 72, Volume 6. Volume 9, Book 89, number 295. Narrated Salama. The Prophet heard the voices of some people quarreling near his gate, so he went to them and said, I am only a human being and litigants with cases of disputes come to me. And maybe one of them presents his case eloquently in a more convincing and impressive way than the other, and I give my verdict in his favor thinking he is truthful. So if I give a Muslim's right to another, by mistake, then that property is a piece of fire, which is up to him to take it or leave it. See Hadith No. 281. Volume 9, Book 89, number 296. Narrated Jabir. The Prophet came to know that one of his companions had given the promise of freeing his slave after his death, but as he had no other property than that slave, the Prophet sold that slave for 800 dirhams and sent the price to him. Volume 9, Book 89, number 297. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's apostle sent an army unit headed by Usama bin Zaid and the people criticized his leadership. The Prophet said to the people, if you are criticizing his leadership now, then you used to criticize his father's leadership before. By Allah, he, Usama's father, deserved the leadership and used to be one of the most beloved persons to me, and now his son, Usama, is one of the most beloved persons to me after him. See Hadith number 745, Volume 5. Volume 9, Book 89, number 298. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle said, the most hated person in the sight of Allah, is the most quarrelsome person. Volume 9, Book 89, number 299. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet sent an army unit under the command of Khalid bin al-Walid to fight against the tribe of Bani Jadima, and those people could not express themselves by saying, Aslamna. But they said, Sabana. Sabana. Khalid kept on killing some of them and taking some others as captives, and he gave a captive to every one of us and ordered every one of us to kill his captive. I said, by Allah, I shall not kill my captive and none of my companions shall kill his captive. Then we mentioned that to the Prophet and he said, O Allah! I am free from what Khalid bin al-Walid has done, and repeated it twice. Volume 9, Book 89, number 300. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd as-Sa'di. There was some quarrel, citing, among Bani Amr, and when this news reached the Prophet, he offered the Zuhr prayer and went to establish peace among them. In the meantime the time of Asr prayer was due. Bilal pronounced the Adhan and then the Iqamah for the prayer and requested Abu Bakr to lead the prayer, and Abu Bakr went forward. The Prophet arrived while Abu Bakr was still praying. He entered the rows of praying people till he stood behind Abu Bakr in the first row. The people started clapping, and it was the habit of Abu Bakr that whenever he stood for prayer, he never glanced sideways till he had finished it, but when Abu Bakr observed that the clapping was not coming to an end, he looked and saw the Prophet standing behind him. The Prophet beckoned him to carry on by waving his hand. Abu Bakr stood there for a while, thanking Allah for the saying of the Prophet, and then he retreated, taking his steps backwards. When the Prophet saw that, he went ahead and led the people in prayer. When he finished the prayer, he said, O Abu Bakr! What prevented you from carrying on with the prayer after I beckoned you to do so? Abu Bakr replied, It does not befit the son of Abi Quafa to lead the Prophet in prayer. Then the Prophet said to the people, If some problem arises during prayers, then the men should say, Subhan Allah, and the women should clap. See Hadith number 652, Volume 1. Volume 9, Book 89, number 301. Narrated Zayd bin Thabit. Abu Bakr sent for me owing to the large number of casualties in the Battle of al-Yamamah, while Umar was sitting with him. Abu Bakr said, to me, Umar has come to me and said, a great number of Qaris of the Holy Qur'an were killed on the day of the Battle of al-Yamamah. And I am afraid that the casualties among the Qaris of the Qur'an may increase on other battlefields whereby a large part of the Qur'an may be lost. Therefore I consider it advisable that you, Abu Bakr, should have the Qur'an collected. I said, how dare I do something which Allah's Apostle did not do? Umar said, by Allah, it is something beneficial. Umar kept on pressing me for that till Allah opened my chest for that for which he had opened the chest of Umar, and I had in that matter, the same opinion as Umar had. Abu Bakr then said to me, Zayd, you are a wise young man and we do not have any suspicion about you, and you used to write the divine inspiration for Allah's Apostle. So you should search for the fragmentary scripts of the Qur'an and collect it, in one book. Zayd further said, by Allah, if Abu Bakr had ordered me to shift a mountain among the mountains from one place to another, it would not have been heavier for me than this ordering me to collect the Qur'an. Then I said, to Umar and Abu Bakr, how can you do something which Allah's Apostle did not do? Abu Bakr said, by Allah, it is something beneficial. Zayd added, so he, Abu Bakr, kept on pressing me for that until Allah opened my chest for that for which he had opened the chests of Abu Bakr and Umar, and I had in that matter, the same opinion as theirs. So I started compiling the Qur'an by collecting it from the leafless stalks of the date palm tree and from the pieces of leather and hides and from the stones, and from the chests of men, who had memorized the Qur'an. I found the last verses of Surat at-Tawbah, verily there has come unto you an apostle, Muhammad, from amongst yourselves, 9.128 to 129, from Khuzaymah or Abi Khuzaymah, and I added to it the rest of the surah. The manuscripts of the Qur'an remained with Abu Bakr till Allah took him unto him. Then it remained with Umar till Allah took him unto him, and then with Hafsa bint Umar. Volume 9, Book 89, number 302. Narrated Abu Layla bin Abdullah bin Abdurrahman bin Saul. Saul bin Abi Hathma and some great men of his tribe said. Abdullah bin Saul and Muhayyiza went out to Khaybar as they were struck with poverty in difficult living conditions. Then Muhayyiza was informed that Abdullah had been killed and thrown in a pit or a spring. Muhayyiza went to the Jews and said, "By Allah, you have killed my companion." The Jews said, "By Allah, we have not killed him." Muhayyiza then came back to his people and told them the story. He, his elder brother Huwayisa and Abdurrahman bin Saul came to the Prophet, and he who had been at Khaybar proceeded to speak, but the Prophet said to Muhayyiza, "The eldest." The eldest, meaning, let the eldest of you speak. So Huwayisa spoke first and then Muhayyiza. Allah's apostle said, the Jews should either pay the blood money of your deceased companion or be ready for war. After that Allah's apostle wrote a letter to the Jews in that respect, and they wrote that they had not killed him. Then Allah's apostle said to Huwayisa, Muhayyiza and Abdurrahman, "Can you take an oath by which you will be entitled to take the blood money?" They said, "No." He said to them, "Shall we ask the Jews to take an oath before you?" They replied, "But the Jews are not Muslims." So Allah's apostle gave them 100 she-camels as blood money from himself. Saul added, "When those she-camels were made to enter the house, one of them kicked me with its leg." Volume 9, Book 89, number 303. Narrated Abu Huraira and Zayd bin Khalid al-Yuhani. A Bedouin came and said, "O Allah's apostle, judge between us according to Allah's book, laws." His opponent stood up and said, "He has said the truth, so judge between us according to Allah's laws." The Bedouin said, "My son was a laborer for this man and committed illegal sexual intercourse with his wife. The people said to me, 'Your son is to be stoned to death,' so I ransomed my son for 100 sheep and a slave girl. Then I asked the religious learned men and they said to me, 'Your son has to receive 100 lashes plus 1 year of exile.' The Prophet said, 'I shall judge between you according to Allah's book, laws. As for the slave girl and the sheep, it shall be returned to you, and your son shall receive 100 lashes and be exiled for 1 year. O you, Unais!' The Prophet addressed some man, 'Go in the morning to the wife of this man and stone her to death.' So Unais went to her the next morning and stoned her to death. Volume 9, Book 89, number 304. Narrated, Abdullah bin Abbas. That Abu Sufyan bin Harb told him that Heraclius had called him along with the members of a Quraysh caravan and then said to his interpreter, 'Tell them that I want to ask this, Abu Sufyan, a question, and if he tries to tell me a lie, they should contradict him.' Then Abu Sufyan mentioned the whole narration and said that Heraclius said to the interpreter, 'Say to him, Abu Sufyan, if what you say is true, then he, the Prophet, will take over the place underneath my 2 feet. Volume 9, Book 89, number 305. Narrated Abu Hamid as-Sa'idi. The Prophet employed Ibn al-Atbiyah to collect zakat from Bani Sulaim, and when he returned, with the money, to Allah's apostle the Prophet called him to account, and he said, 'This amount is for you, and this was given to me as a present.' Allah's apostle said, 'Why don't you stay at your father's house or your mother's house to see whether you will be given gifts or not, if you are telling the truth?' Then Allah's apostle stood up and addressed the people, and after glorifying and praising Allah, he said, 'Amma ba'du, then after, I employ some men from among you for some job which Allah has placed in my charge. And then one of you comes to me and says, "This amount is for you and this is a gift given to me." Why doesn't he stay at the house of his father or the house of his mother and see whether he will be given gifts or not? If he was telling the truth by Allah, none of you takes anything of it, i.e. zakat, for himself. Hisham added, unlawfully, but he will meet Allah on the day of resurrection carrying it on his neck. I do not want to see any of you carrying a grunting camel or a mooing cow or a bleating sheep on meeting Allah. Then the Prophet raised both his hands till I saw the whiteness of his armpits, and said, No doubt. Haven't I conveyed Allah's message? Volume 9, Book 89, number 306. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, Allah never sends a prophet or gives the caliphate to a caliph but that he, the prophet or the caliph, has two groups of advisors, a group advising him to do good and exhorts him to do it, and the other group advising him to do evil and exhorts him to do it. But the protected person, against such evil advisors, is the one protected by Allah. Volume 9, Book 89. Number 307. Narrated Ubadah bin as-Samit. We gave the oath of allegiance to Allah's apostle that we would listen to and obey him both at the time when we were active and at the time when we were tired, and that we would not fight against the ruler or disobey him, and would stand firm for the truth or say the truth wherever we might be, and in the way of Allah we would not be afraid of the blame of the blamers. See Hadith number 178 and 320. Volume 9, Book 89, number 308. Narrated Anas. The Prophet went out on a cold morning while the Muhajirin, emigrants, and the Ansar were digging the trench. The Prophet then said, O Allah! The real goodness is the goodness of the hereafter, so please forgive the Ansar and the Muhajirin. They replied, We are those who have given the pledge of allegiance to Muhammad for to observe jihad as long as we remain alive. Volume 9, Book 89, number 309. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Whenever we gave the pledge of allegiance to Allah's apostle for to listen to and obey, he used to say to us, For as much as you can. Volume 9, Book 89. Number 310. Narrated Abdullah bin Dinar. I witnessed Ibn Umar when the people gathered around Abdul Malik. Ibn Umar wrote, I gave the pledge of allegiance that I will listen to and obey Allah's slave, Abdul Malik, chief of the believers according to Allah's laws and the traditions of his apostle as much as I can, and my sons too, give the same pledge. Volume 9, Book 89, number 311. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. I gave the pledge of allegiance to the Prophet that I would listen and obey, and he told me to add, as much as I can, and will give good advice to every Muslim. Volume 9, Book 89, number 312. Narrated Abdullah bin Dinar. When the people took the oath of allegiance to Abdul Malik, Abdullah bin Umar wrote to him, to Allah's slave, Abdul Malik, chief of the believers. I give the pledge of allegiance that I will listen to and obey Allah's slave, Abdul Malik, chief of the believers, according to Allah's laws and the traditions of his apostle in whatever is within my ability. And my sons too, give the same pledge. Volume 9, Book 89, number 313. Narrated Yazid. I said to Salama, For what did you give the pledge of allegiance to the Prophet on the day of Hudaybiyah? He replied, For death. Volume 9, Book 89, number 314. Narrated Al-Maswar bin Makrama. The group of people whom Umar had selected as candidates for the caliphate gathered and consulted each other. Abdurrahman said to them, I am not going to compete with you in this matter, but if you wish, I would select for you a caliph from among you. So all of them agreed to let Abdurrahman decide the case. So when the candidates placed the case in the hands of Abdurrahman, the people went towards him and nobody followed the rest of the group nor obeyed any after him. So the people followed Abdurrahman and consulted him all those nights till there came the night we gave the oath of allegiance to Uthman. Al-Maswar bin Makrama added, Abdurrahman called on me after a portion of the night had passed and knocked on my door till I got up, and he said to me, I see you have been sleeping. By Allah, during the last 3 nights I have not slept enough. Go and call Zubair and Sa'd. So I called them for him and he consulted them and then called me saying, Call Ali for me. I called Ali and he held a private talk with him till very late at night, and then, got up to leave having had much hope, to be chosen as a caliph, but Abdurrahman was afraid of something concerning Ali. Abdurrahman then said to me, Call Uthman for me. I called him and he kept on speaking to him privately till the muaddin put an end to their talk by announcing the adhan for the far prayer. When the people finished their morning prayer and that, 6 men, group gathered near the pulpit. Abdurrahman sent for all the Muhajirin, emigrants, and the Ansar present there and sent for the army chief who had performed the Hajj with Umar that year. When all of them had gathered, Abdurrahman said, "None has the right to be worshipped but Allah," and added, "Now then, O Ali, I have looked at the people's tendencies and noticed that they do not consider anybody equal to Uthman. So you should not incur blame, by disagreeing." Then, Abdurrahman said, to Uthman, "I gave the oath of allegiance to you on condition that you will follow Allah's laws and the traditions of Allah's apostle and the traditions of the 2 caliphs after him." So, Abdurrahman gave the oath of allegiance to him, and so did the people including the Muhajirin, emigrants, and the Ansar and the chiefs of the army staff and all the Muslims. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 315. Narrated Salama. We gave the oath of allegiance to the Prophet under the tree. He said to me, "O Salama, will you not give the oath of allegiance?" I replied, "O Allah's Apostle, I have already given the oath of allegiance for the first time." He said, "Give it again, for the second time." Volume 9, Book 89, Number 316. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. A Bedouin gave the pledge of allegiance to Allah's Apostle for Islam, and the Bedouin got a fever, whereupon he said to the Prophet, "Cancel my pledge." But the Prophet refused. He came to him, again, saying, "Cancel my pledge." But the Prophet refused. Then, the Bedouin left Medina. Allah's Apostle said, "Medina is like a pair of bellows, furnace, it expels its impurities and brightens and clears its good." Volume 9, Book 89, Number 317. Narrated Abdullah bin Hisham. Who was born during the lifetime of the Prophet, that his mother, Zainab bint Humayd, had taken him to Allah's Apostle and said, "O Allah's Apostle, take his pledge of allegiance, for Islam." The Prophet said, "He, Abdullah bin Hisham, is a little child," and passed his hand over his head and invoked Allah for him. Abdullah bin Hisham used to slaughter 1 sheep as a sacrifice on behalf of all of his family. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 318. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. A Bedouin gave the pledge of allegiance to Allah's Apostle for Islam. Then the Bedouin got fever at Medina, came to Allah's Apostle and said, "O Allah's Apostle, cancel my pledge," but Allah's Apostle refused. Then he came to him, again, and said, "O Allah's Apostle, cancel my pledge." But the Prophet refused. Then he came to him, again, and said, "O Allah's Apostle, cancel my pledge." But the Prophet refused. The Bedouin finally went out of Medina, whereupon Allah's Apostle said, "Medina is like a pair of bellows, furnace, it expels its impurities and brightens and clears its good." Volume 9, Book 89, Number 319. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "There will be 3 types of people whom Allah will neither speak to them on the day of resurrection nor will purify them from sins. And they will have a painful punishment. They are, 1, a man possessed superfluous water, more than he needs, on a way, and he withholds it from the travelers. 2, a man who gives a pledge of allegiance to an imam, ruler, and gives it only for worldly benefits. If the imam gives him what he wants, he abides by his pledge, otherwise he does not fulfill his pledge. 3, and a man who sells something to another man after the Witr Prayer and swears by Allah, a false oath, that he has been offered so much for it, whereupon the buyer believes him and buys it, although in fact the seller has not been offered such a price." See Hadith number 838, Volume 3. Volume 9, Book 89, Number 320. Narrated Ubadah bin As-Samit. Allah's Apostle said to us while we were in a gathering, "Give me the oath, pledge of allegiance for, 1, not to join anything in worship along with Allah, 2, not to steal, 3, not to commit illegal sexual intercourse, 4, not to kill your children, 5, not to accuse an innocent person, to spread such an accusation among people, 6, not to be disobedient, when ordered, to do good deeds." The Prophet added, "Whoever amongst you fulfill his pledge, his reward will be with Allah, and whoever commits any of those sins and receives the legal punishment in this world for that sin, then that punishment will be an expiation for that sin. And whoever commits any of those sins and Allah does not expose him, then it is up to Allah, if He wishes He will punish him, or if He wishes, He will forgive him. So we gave the pledge for that. See Hadith number 17, Volume 1. Volume 9, Book 89, number 321. Narrated, Aisha. The Prophet used to take the Pledge of Allegiance from the women by words only after reciting this holy verse, 60.12. That they will not associate anything in worship with Allah. 60.12, and the hand of Allah's apostle did not touch any woman's hand except the hand of that woman his right hand possessed, i.e. his captives or his lady slaves. Volume 9, Book 89, number 322. Narrated, Atiyah. We gave the Pledge of Allegiance to the Prophet and he recited to me the verse, 60.12. That they will not associate anything in worship with Allah, 60.12. And he also prevented us from wailing and lamenting over the dead. A woman from us held her hand out and said, such and such a woman cried over a dead person belonging to my family and I want to compensate her for that crying. The Prophet did not say anything in reply and she left and returned. None of those women abided by her pledge except Sulaim, al-Allah, and the daughter of Abi Sabra, the wife of al-Muad or the daughter of Abi Sabra, and the wife of Muadh. Volume 9, Book 89, number 323. Narrated Jabir. A Bedouin came to the Prophet and said, please take my pledge of allegiance for Islam. So the Prophet took from him the pledge of allegiance for Islam. He came the next day with a fever and said to the Prophet, cancel my pledge. But the Prophet refused, and when the Bedouin went away, the Prophet said, Medina is like a pair of bellows, furnace it expels its impurities and brightens and clears its good. Volume 9, Book 89, number 324. Narrated Al-Qasim bin Muhammad. Aisha said, O my head. Allah's Apostle said, if that, i.e., your death, should happen while I am still alive, I would ask Allah to forgive you and would invoke Allah for you. Aisha said, O my life which is going to be lost. By Allah, I think that you wish for my death, and if that should happen then you would be busy enjoying the company of one of your wives in the last part of that day. The Prophet said, but I should say, O my head. I feel like calling Abu Bakr and his son and appoint, the former as my successors lest people should say something or wish for something. Allah will insist, on Abu Bakr becoming a caliph, and the believers will prevent, anyone else from claiming the caliphate, or Allah will prevent, anyone else from claiming the caliphate, and the believers will insist, on Abu Bakr becoming the caliph. Volume 9, Book 89, number 325. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. It was said to Umar, will you appoint your successor? Umar said, if I appoint a caliph, as my successor, it is true that somebody who was better than I, i.e. Abu Bakr, did so, and if I leave the matter undecided, it is true that somebody who was better than I, i.e., Allah's Apostle, did so. On this, the people praised him. Umar said, people are of two kinds, either one who is keen to take over the caliphate or one who is afraid of assuming such a responsibility. I wish I could be free from its responsibility in that I would receive neither reward nor retribution. I won't bear the burden of the caliphate in my death as I do in my life. Volume 9, Book 89, number 326. Narrated Anas bin Malik. That he heard Umar's second speech he delivered when he sat on the pulpit on the day following the death of the Prophet. Umar recited the Tashahhud while Abu Bakr was silent. Umar said, I wish that Allah's Apostle had outlived all of us, i.e., had been the last, to die. But if Muhammad is dead, Allah nevertheless has kept the light amongst you from which you can receive the same guidance as Allah guided Muhammad with that. And Abu Bakr is the companion of Allah's Apostle. He is the second of the two in the cave. He is the most entitled person among the Muslims to manage your affairs. Therefore get up and swear allegiance to him. Some people had already taken the oath of allegiance to him in the shed of Bani Sa'ida, but the oath of allegiance taken by the public was taken at the pulpit. I heard Umar saying to Abu Bakr on that day, "Please ascend the pulpit," and kept on urging him till he ascended the pulpit, whereupon all the people swore allegiance to him. Volume 9, Book 89, number 327. Narrated Jubair bin Mut'im. A woman came to the Prophet and spoke to him about something, and he told her to return to him. She said, "O Allah's Apostle! If I come and do not find you," as if she meant, "if you die." The Prophet said, "If you should not find me, then go to Abu Bakr." Volume 9, Book 89, number 328. Narrated Tariq bin Shihab. Abu Bakr said to the delegate of Buzaka, "Follow the tails of the camels till Allah shows the Caliph, successor, of his Prophet, and al-Muhajirin, emigrants, something because of which you may excuse yourselves." Volume 9, Book 89. Number 329. Narrated Jabir bin Samura. I heard the Prophet saying, "There will be 12 Muslim rulers, who will rule all the Islamic world." He then said a sentence which I did not hear. My father said, "All of them, those rulers, will be from Quraysh." Volume 9, Book 89, number 330. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "By him in whose hands my life is." I was about to order for collecting firewood, and then order someone to pronounce the adhan for the prayer, and then order someone to lead the people in prayer, and then I would go from behind and burn the houses of men who did not present themselves for the compulsory congregational prayer. By him in whose hands my life is, if any one of you had known that he would receive a bone covered with meat or 2 small pieces of meat present in between 2 ribs, he would come for Isha prayer. See Hadith number 617, Volume 1. Volume 9, Book 89, number 331. Narrated Abdullah bin Kabi bin Malik. Who was Kabi's guide from among his sons when Kabi became blind. I heard Kabi bin Malik saying, "When some people remained behind and did not join Allah's Apostle in the Battle of Tabuk." And then he described the whole narration and said, Allah's Apostle forbade the Muslims to speak to us, and so we, I and my companions, stayed 50 nights in that state, and then Allah's Apostle announced Allah's acceptance of our repentance. 90, Wishes. Volume 9, Book 90, number 332. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "By him in whose hands my life is." Were it not for some men who dislike to be left behind and for whom I do not have means of conveyance, I would not stay away from any holy battle. I would love to be martyred in Allah's cause and come to life and then get martyred and then come to life and then get martyred and then get resurrected and then get martyred. Volume 9, Book 90, number 333. Narrated Al-Irai. Abu Huraira said, Allah's Apostle said, "By him in whose hand my life is." I would love to fight in Allah's cause and then get martyred and then resurrected, come to life, and then get martyred and then resurrected, come to life, and then get martyred. And then resurrected, come to life, and then get martyred and then resurrected, come to life. Abu Huraira used to repeat those words 3 times, and I testify to it with Allah's oath. Volume 9, Book 90, number 334. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "If I had gold equal to the mountain of Uhud, I would love that, before 3 days had passed. Not a single dinar thereof remained with me if I found somebody to accept it, excluding some amount that I would keep for the payment of my debts." Volume 9, Book 90, number 335. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle said, "If I had formerly known what I came to know lately, I would not have driven the Hadi with me and would have finished the state of Ihram along with the people when they finished it." Volume 9, Book 90. Number 336. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. We were in the company of Allah's Apostle and we assumed the state of Ihram of Hajj and arrived at Mecca on the 4th of Dhul Hijjah. The Prophet ordered us to perform the tawaf around the Kaaba and Sa'i, between As-Safa and Al-Marwa, and use our ram just for Umrah, and finish the state of Ihram unless we had our Hadi with us. None of us had the Hadi with him except the Prophet and Talha. One Aij came from Yemen and brought the Hadi with him. Ali said, I had assumed the state of Ihram with the same intention as that with which Allah's Apostle had assumed it. The people said, how can we proceed to Mina and our male organs are dribbling? Allah's Apostle said, if I had formerly known what I came to know latterly, I would not have brought the Hadi, and had there been no Hadi with me, I would have finished my Ihram. Suraka bin Malik met the Prophet while he was throwing pebbles at the Jamrat al-Aqaba, and asked, O Allah's Apostle, is this permitted for us only? The Prophet replied, no, it is forever. Aisha had arrived at Mecca while she was menstruating, therefore the Prophet ordered her to perform all the ceremonies of Hajj except the tawaf around the Kaaba, and not to perform her prayers unless and until she became clean. When they encamped at Al-Batha, Aisha said, O Allah's Apostle, you are proceeding after performing both Hajj and Umrah while I am proceeding with Hajj only. So the Prophet ordered Abdurrahman bin Abu Bakr as-Siddiq to go with her to At-Tan'im, and so she performed the Umrah in Dhul-Hijjah after the days of the Hajj. Volume 9, Book 90, number 337. Narrated Aisha. One night the Prophet was unable to sleep and said, would that a righteous man from my companions guarded me tonight. Suddenly we heard the clatter of arms, whereupon the Prophet said, who is it? It was said, I am Sa'd, O Allah's Apostle. I have come to guard you. The Prophet then slept so soundly that we heard him snoring. Abu Abdullah said, Aisha said, Bilal said, would that I but stayed overnight in a valley with Idkir and Jalil, two kinds of grass, around me, i.e., in Mecca. Then I told that to the Prophet. Volume 9, Book 90, number 338. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, not to wish to be the like except of two men. A man whom Allah has given the knowledge of the Qur'an and he recites it during the hours of night and day, and the one who wishes says, if I were given the same as this man has been given, I would do what he does. And a man whom Allah has given wealth and he spends it in the just and right way, in which case the one who wishes says, if I were given the same as he has been given, I would do what he does. See Hadith number 543 and 544, Volume 6. Volume 9, Book 90, number 339. Narrated Anas. If I had not heard the Prophet saying, you should not long for death, I would have longed for it. Volume 9, Book 90, number 340. Narrated Kays. We went to pay a visit to Kababab bin al-Art and he had got himself branded at 7 spots over his body. He said, if Allah's Apostle had not forbidden us to invoke Allah for death, I would have invoked for it. Volume 9, Book 90, number 341. Narrated Sa'd bin Ubayd. The Mawla of Abdurrahman bin Azza, Allah's Apostle said, none of you should long for death, for if he is a good man, he may increase his good deeds, and if he is an evildoer, he may stop the evil deeds and repent. Volume 9, Book 90, number 342. Narrated Al-Bara bin Azib. The Prophet was carrying earth with us on the day of the Battle of Al-Azab, Confederates, and I saw that the dust was covering the whiteness of his abdomen. And he, the Prophet, was saying, O Allah! Without you, we would not have been guided, nor would we have given in charity, nor would we have prayed. So, O Allah! Please send tranquility, Sakina, upon us as they, the chiefs of the enemy tribes, have rebelled against us. And if they intend affliction, i.e. want to frighten us and fight against us, then we would not flee but withstand them. And the Prophet used to raise his voice with it. See Hadith number 430 and 432, Volume 5. Volume 9, Book 90, number 343. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Aufa. Allah's Apostle said, do not long for meeting your enemy, and ask Allah for safety from all sorts of evil. See Hadith number 266, Volume 4. Volume 9, Book 90, number 344. Narrated Al-Qasim bin Muhammad. Ibn Abbas mentioned the case of a couple on whom the judgment of lien has been passed. Abdullah bin Shaddad said, was that the lady in whose case the Prophet said, "If I were to stone a lady to death without a proof against her?" Ibn Abbas said, "No." That was concerned with a woman who, though being a Muslim, used to arouse suspicion by her outright misbehavior. See Hadith number 230, Volume 7. Volume 9, Book 90, number 345. Narrated, Ada. One night the Prophet delayed the Isha prayer, whereupon Umar went to him and said, "The prayer, O Allah's Apostle." The women and children had slept. The Prophet came out with water dropping from his head, and said, "Were I not afraid that it would be hard for my followers, or for the people, I would order them to pray Isha prayer at this time." Various versions of this hadith are given by the narrators with slight differences in expression but not in content. Volume 9, Book 90, number 346. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "Were I not afraid that it would be hard on my followers, I would order them to use the siwak, as obligatory, for cleaning the teeth." Volume 9, Book 90. Number 347. Narrated Anas. The Prophet fasted al-Wisl on the last days of the month. Some people did the same, and when the news reached the Prophet he said, "If the month had been prolonged for me, then I would have fasted Wisl for such a long time that the most exaggerating ones among you would have given up their exaggeration. I am not like you, my Lord always makes me eat and drink." Volume 9, Book 90, number 348. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle forbade al-Wisl. The people said to him, "But you fast al-Wisl," he said, "Who among you is like me? When I sleep, at night, my Lord makes me eat and drink." But when the people refused to give up al-Wisl, he fasted al-Wisl along with them for 2 days, and then they saw the crescent, whereupon the Prophet said, "If the crescent had not appeared I would have fasted for a longer period." As if he intended to punish them herewith. Volume 9, Book 90, number 349. Narrated Aisha. I asked the Prophet about the wall, outside the Kaaba. Is it regarded as part of the Kaaba? He replied, "Yes." I said, "Then why didn't the people include it in the Kaaba?" He said, "Because, your people ran short of money." I asked, "Then why is its gate so high?" He replied, "Your people did so in order to admit to it whom they would and forbid whom they would. Were your people not still close to the period of ignorance, and were I not afraid that their hearts might deny my action, then surely I would include the wall in the Kaaba and make its gate touch the ground." Volume 9, Book 90, number 350. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "But for the emigration, would have been one of the Ansar, and if the people took their way in a valley, or a mountain pass, I would take the Ansar's valley or the mountain pass." Volume 9, Book 90, number 351. Narrated Abdullah bin Zaid. The Prophet said, "But for the emigration, would have been one of the Ansar. And if the people took their way in a valley, or a mountain pass, I would take Ansar's valley or their mountain pass." 91. Accepting information given by a truthful person. Volume 9, Book 91, number 352. Narrated Malik. We came to the Prophet and we were young men nearly of equal ages, and we stayed with him for 20 nights. Allah's Apostle was a very kind man, and when he realized our longing for our families, he asked us about those whom we had left behind. When we informed him, he said, "Go back to your families and stay with them and teach them religion, and order them to do good deeds." The Prophet mentioned things, some of which I remembered and some I did not. Then he said, "Pray as you have seen me praying, and when it is the time of prayer, one of you should pronounce the call, Adhan, for the prayer, and the eldest of you should lead the prayer." Volume 9, Book 91, number 353. Narrated Ibn Mas'ud. Allah's Apostle said, "The call for prayer, Adhan of Bilal, should not stop any one of you from taking his shur, for he pronounces the Adhan in order that whoever among you is praying the night prayer, may return, to eat his shur, and whoever among you is sleeping may get up, for it is not yet dawn, when it is like this." Yahya, the sub-narrator, stretched his 2 index fingers sideways. Volume 9, Book 91, number 354. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet said, Bilal pronounces the Adhan at night so that you may eat and drink till Ibn Maktum pronounces the Adhan, for the Far prayer. Volume 9, Book 91, number 355. Narrated, Abdullah. The Prophet led us in Zuhr prayer and prayer 5 rakat. Somebody asked him whether the prayer had been increased. He, the Prophet, said, and what is that? They, the people, replied, you have prayed 5 rakat. Then the Prophet offered 2 prostrations, of Sahu, after he had finished his prayer with the Taslim. Volume 9, Book 91, number 356. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle finished his prayer after offerings 2 rakat only. Tulyadain asked him whether the prayer had been reduced, or you had forgotten. The Prophet said, is Tulyadain speaking the truth? The people said, yes. Then Allah's Apostle stood up and performed another 2 rakat and then finished prayer with Taslim, and then said the Takbir and performed a prostration similar to or longer than his ordinary prostrations. Then he raised his head, said Takbir and prostrated and then raised his head, Sahu prostrations. Volume 9, Book 91, number 357. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. While the people were at Quba offering the morning prayer, suddenly a person came to them saying, tonight divine inspiration has been revealed to Allah's Apostle and he has been ordered to face the Kaaba, in prayers therefore you people should face it. Their faces were towards Sham, so they turned their faces towards the Kaaba, at Mecca. Volume 9, Book 91, number 358. Narrated Al-Bara. When Allah's Apostle arrived at Medina, he prayed facing Jerusalem for 16 or 17 months but he wished that he would be ordered to face the Kaaba. So Allah revealed, verily, we have seen the turning of your face towards the heaven, surely we shall turn you to a prayer direction, Qibla, that shall please you. 2.144, Thus he was directed towards the Kaaba. A man prayed the Asr prayer with the Prophet and then went out, and passing by some people from the Ansar, he said, I testify that I have prayed with the Prophet and he, the Prophet, has prayed facing the Kaaba. Thereupon they, who were bowing in the Asr prayer, turned towards the Kaaba. Volume 9, Book 91, number 359. Narrated Anas bin Malik. I used to offer drinks prepared from infused dates to Abu Talha al-Ansari, Abu Ubadah bin al-Jarrah and Ubay bin Kabi. Then a person came to them and said, all alcoholic drinks have been prohibited. Abi Talha then said, O Anas, get up and break all these jars. So I got up and took a mortar belonging to us, and hit the jars with its lower part till they broke. Volume 9, Book 91, number 360. Narrated Hudhaifa. The Prophet said to the people of Najran, I will send to you an honest person who is really trustworthy. The companion of the Prophet each desired to be that person, but the Prophet sent Abu Ubaidah. Volume 9, Book 91, number 361. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, for every nation there is an Amin, honest, trustworthy person, and the Amin of this nation is Abu Ubaidah. Volume 9, Book 91, number 362. Narrated Umar. There was a man from the Ansar, who was a friend of mine. If he was not present in the company of Allah's Apostle, I used to be present with Allah's Apostle, I would tell him what I used to hear from Allah's Apostle, and when I was absent from Allah's Apostle he used to be present with him. And he would tell me what he used to hear from Allah's Apostle. Volume 9, Book 91, number 363. Narrated Ali. The Prophet sent an army and appointed some man their commander. The man made a fire and then said, to the soldiers, enter it. Some of them intended to enter it while some others said, we have run away from it, i.e., embraced Islam to save ourselves from the fire. They mentioned that to the Prophet, and he said about people who had intended to enter the fire. If they had entered it, they would have remained in it till the day of resurrection. Then he said to others, no obedience for evil deeds, obedience is required only in what is good. Volume 9, Book 91, Number 364. Narrated Abu Huraira and Zayd bin Khalid. Two men sued each other before the Prophet. Volume 9, Book 91, Number 365. Narrated Abu Huraira. While we were with Allah's Apostle, a Bedouin got up and said, O Allah's Apostle, settle my case according to Allah's book, laws. Then his opponent got up and said, O Allah's Apostle, he has said the truth. Settle his case according to Allah's book, laws. And allow me to speak, he said, my son was a laborer for this man and he committed illegal sexual intercourse with his wife. The people told me that my son should be stoned to death, but I ransomed him with 100 sheep and a slave girl. Then I asked the religious learned people and they told me that his wife should be stoned to death and my son should receive 100 lashes and be sentenced to 1 year of exile. The Prophet said, by him in whose hands my life is, I will judge between you according to Allah's book, laws. As for the slave girl and the sheep, they are to be returned. And as for your son, he shall receive 100 lashes and will be exiled for 1 year. You, O Unais, addressing a man from Bani Aslam, go tomorrow morning to the wife of this man, and if she confesses, then stone her to death. The next morning Unais went to the wife and she confessed, and he stoned her to death. Volume 9, Book 91, Number 366. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. On the day of the Battle of the Trench, the Prophet called the people to bring news about the enemy. Az Zubair responded to his call. He called them again and Az Zubair responded to his call again, then he called them for the third time and again Az Zubair responded to his call, whereupon the Prophet said, every prophet has his Hawari, helper, and Az Zubair is my Hawari. Volume 9, Book 91, Number 367. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet entered a garden and told me to guard its gate. Then a man came and asked permission to enter. The Prophet said, permit him and give him the good news that he will enter paradise. Behold, it was Abu Bakr. Then Umar came, and the Prophet said, admit him and give him the good news that he will enter paradise. Then Uthman came and the Prophet said, admit him and give him the good news that he will enter paradise. Volume 9, Book 91, Number 368. Narrated Umar. I came and behold, Allah's Apostle was staying on a mashroba, attic room, and a black slave of Allah's Apostle was at the top of its stairs. I said to him, tell the Prophet, that here is Umar bin al-Khattab, asking for permission to enter. Then he admitted me. Volume 9, Book 91, Number 369. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. Allah's Apostle sent a letter to Khosrow and told his messenger to give it first to the ruler of Bahrain, and tell him to deliver it to Khosrow. When Khosrow had read it, he tore it into pieces. Az-Zuri said, I think Ibn al-Musayyib said, Allah's Apostle invoked Allah to tear them, Khosrow and his followers, into pieces. Volume 9, Book 91, Number 370. Narrated Salama bin al-Aqwa. Allah's Apostle said to a man from the tribe of al-Aslam, proclaim among your people, or the people, on the day of Ashura, 10th of Muharram. Whosoever has eaten anything should fast for the rest of the day. And whoever has not eaten anything, should complete his fast. Volume 9, Book 91, Number 371. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When the delegate of Abd al-Qais came to Allah's Apostle, he said, who are the delegate? They said, the delegate are from the tribe of Rabi'a. The Prophet said, welcome, O the delegate, and welcome, O people. Neither you will have any disgrace nor will you regret. They said, O Allah's Apostle, between you and us there are the infidels of the tribe of Madar, so please order us to do something good, religious deeds, that by acting on them we may enter paradise, and that we may inform our people, whom we have left behind, about it. They also asked the Prophet about drinks. He forbade them from 4 things and ordered them to do 4 things. He ordered them to believe in Allah, and asked them, do you know what is meant by belief in Allah? They said, Allah and His Apostle know best. He said, to testify that none has the right to be worshipped except Allah, the One, who has no partners with Him, and that Muhammad is Allah's Apostle, and to offer prayers perfectly and to pay zakat. The narrator thinks that fasting in Ramadan is included, and to give 1/5 of the war booty, to the state. Then he forbade 4, drinking utensils ad-duba, al-hantam, al-mazafat and an-nakar, or probably, al-mukayyar. And then the Prophet said, remember all these things by heart and preach it to those whom you have left behind. Volume 9, Book 91, number 372. Narrated Tauba al-Anbari. Ash-Shabai asked me, did you notice how Al-Hasan used to narrate hadiths from the prophets? I stayed with Ibn Umar for about 2 or 1.5 years and I did not hear him narrating anything from the Prophet except his hadith. He, Ibn Umar, said, some of the companions of the Prophet including Sa'd, were going to eat meat. But one of the wives of the Prophet called them, saying, it is the meat of a mastigir. The people then stopped eating it. On that Allah's Apostle said, carry on eating, for it is lawful. Or said, there is no harm in eating it, but it is not from my meals. 92. Holding fast to the Qur'an and Sunnah. Volume 9, Book 92, number 373. Narrated Tariq bin Shihab. A Jew said to Umar, O chief of the believers, if this verse, this day I have perfected your religion for you, completed my favors upon you, and have chosen for you, Islam as your religion. 5.3, had been revealed upon us, we would have taken that day as an Eid, festival, day. Umar said, I know definitely on what day this verse was revealed, it was revealed on the day of Arafat, on a Friday. Volume 9, Book 92, number 374. Narrated Anas bin Malik. That he heard Umar speaking while standing on the pulpit of the Prophet in the morning, following the death of the Prophet, when the people had sworn allegiance to Abu Bakr. He said the tashahhud before Abu Bakr, and said, Amma Badu, then after, Allah has chosen for His Apostle what is with him, paradise, rather than what is with you, the world. This is that book, Qur'an, with which Allah guided your Apostle, so stick to it, for then you will be guided on the right path as Allah guided His Apostle with it. Volume 9, Book 92, number 375. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet embraced me and said, O Allah! Teach him, the knowledge of, the book, Qur'an. Volume 9, Book 92, number 376. Narrated Abu Minhal. Abu Barza said, O people! Allah makes you self-sufficient or has raised you high with Islam and with Muhammad. Volume 9, Book 92, number 377. Narrated Abdullah bin Dinar. Abdullah bin Umar wrote to Abdul Malik bin Marwan. Swearing allegiance to him, I swear allegiance to you in that I will listen and obey what is in accordance with the laws of Allah and the tradition of His Apostle as much as I can. Volume 9, Book 92, number 378. Narrated Said bin al-Musayyab. Abu Huraira said that Allah's Apostle said, I have been sent with Jawami al-Kalam, the shortest expression with the widest meaning, and have been made victorious with all, cast in my enemies' hearts, and while I was sleeping, I saw that the keys of the treasures of the world were placed in my hand. Abu Huraira added, Allah's Apostle has gone, and you people are utilizing those treasures, or digging those treasures out, or said a similar sentence. Volume 9, Book 92, number 379. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, there was no prophet among the prophets but was given miracles because of which people had security or had belief. But what I was given was the divine inspiration which Allah revealed to me. So I hope that my followers will be more than those of any other prophet on the day of resurrection. Volume 9, Book 92, number 380. Narrated Abu Wail. I sat with Shaiba in this mosque, al-Masjid al-Haram, and he said, Umar once sat beside me here as you are now sitting, and said, I feel like distributing all the gold and silver that are in it, the Kaaba, among the Muslims. I said, you cannot do that. Umar said, why? I said, your two previous companions, the Prophet and Abu Bakr, did not do it. Umar said, they are the two persons whom one must follow. See Hadith No. 664, Volume 2. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 381. Narrated Hudhaifa. Allah's Apostle said to us, honesty descended from the heavens and settled in the roots of the hearts of men, faithful believers. And then the Qur'an was revealed and the people read the Qur'an, and learnt it from it, and also learnt it from the Sunnah. Both Qur'an and Sunnah strengthened the faithful believers, honesty. See Hadith No. 208. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 382. Narrated Abdullah. The best talk, speech, is Allah's book, Qur'an, and the best way is the way of Muhammad, and the worst matters are the heresies, those new things which are introduced into the religion. And whatever you have been promised will surely come to pass, and you cannot escape it. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 383. Narrated Abu Huraira and Zayd bin Khalid. We were with the Prophet when he said, to two men, I shall judge between you according to Allah's book, Laws. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 384. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, all my followers will enter paradise except those who refuse. They said, O Allah's Apostle, who will refuse? He said, whoever obeys me will enter paradise, and whoever disobeys me is the one who refuses to enter it. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 385. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Some angels came to the Prophet while he was sleeping. Some of them said, he is sleeping. Others said, his eyes are sleeping but his heart is awake. Then they said, there is an example for this companion of yours. One of them said, then set forth an example for him. Some of them said, he is sleeping. The others said, his eyes are sleeping but his heart is awake. Then they said, his example is that of a man who has built a house and then offered therein a banquet and sent an inviter, messenger, to invite the people. So whoever accepted the invitation of the inviter, entered the house and ate of the banquet, and whoever did not accept the invitation of the inviter, did not enter the house, nor did he eat of the banquet. Then the angel said, interpret this example to him so that he may understand it. Some of them said, he is sleeping, the others said, his eyes are sleeping but his heart is awake. And then they said, the houses stands for paradise and the call maker is Muhammad, and whoever obeys Muhammad, obeys Allah, and whoever disobeys Muhammad, disobeys Allah. Muhammad separated the people, i.e. through his message, the good is distinguished from the bad, and the believers from the disbelievers. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 386. Narrated Hammam. Hudhaifa said, O the group of Al-Qura, follow the straight path, for then you have taken a great lead, and will be the leaders, but if you divert right or left, then you will go astray far away. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 387. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, my example and the example of what I have been sent with is that of a man who came to some people and said, O people, I have seen the enemy's army with my own eyes, and I am the naked warner, so protect yourselves. Then a group of his people obeyed him and fled at night, proceeding stealthily till they were safe, while another group of them disbelieved him and stayed at their places till morning when the army came upon them and killed and ruined them completely. So this is the example of that person who obeys me and follows what I have brought, the Qur'an and the Sunnah, and the example of the one who disobeys me and disbelieves the truth I have brought. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 388. Narrated Abu Huraira. When Allah's Apostle died and Abu Bakr was elected as a caliph after him, some of the Arabs reverted to disbelief. Umar said to Abu Bakr, how dare you fight the people, while Allah's Apostle said, I have been ordered to fight the people till they say, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and whoever says, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah. waives his wealth and his life from me unless he deserves a legal punishment lusty, and his account will be with Allah. Abu Bakr said, By Allah, I will fight him who discriminates between zakat and prayers, for zakat is the compulsory right to be taken from the wealth by Allah, if they refuse to give me even a tying rope which they use to give to Allah's apostle. I would fight them for withholding it. Umar said, By Allah, it was nothing, except I saw that Allah had opened the chest of Abu Bakr to the fight, and I came to know for certain that was the truth. Volume 9, Book 92, number 389. Narrated, Abdullah bin Abbas. Uayna bin Hizn bin Hudhaifa bin Badr came and stayed, at Medina, with his nephew Al-Hur bin Qais bin Hizn, who has one of those whom Umar used to keep near him. As the Qur'an, learned men knowing Qur'an by heart, were the people of Umar's meetings and his advisers whether they were old or young. Uayna said to his nephew, O my nephew! Have you an approach to this chief so as to get for me the permission to see him? His nephew said, I will get the permission for you to see him. Ibn Abbas added, So he took the permission for Uayna, and when the latter entered, he said, O the son of Al-Khattab! By Allah, you neither give us sufficient provision nor judge among us with justice. On that Umar became so furious that he intended to harm him. Al-Hur said, O chief of the believers! Allah said to his apostle, Hold to forgiveness, command what is good, right, and leave the foolish, i.e. do not punish them. 7. 199, and this person is among the foolish. By Allah, Umar did not overlook that verse when Al-Hur recited it before him, and Umar said to observe the orders of Allah's book strictly. See Hadith number 166, Volume 6. Volume 9, Book 92, number 390. Narrated Asma bint Abu Bakr. I came to Aisha during the solar eclipse. The people were standing, offering prayer, and she too, was standing and offering prayer. I asked, What is wrong with the people? She pointed towards the sky with her hand and said, Subhanallah. I asked her, Is there a sign? She nodded with her head meaning, yes. When Allah's apostle finished the prayer, he glorified and praised Allah and said, There is not anything that I have not seen before but I have seen now at this place of mine, even paradise and hell. It has been revealed to me that you people will be put to trial nearly like the trial of Ad-Dajjal, in your graves. As for the true believer or a Muslim, the sub-narrator is not sure as to which of the two words Asma had said. He will say, Muhammad came with clear signs from Allah. And we responded to him, accepted his teachings, and believed what he said. It will be said to him, Sleep in peace. We have known that you were a true believer who believed with certainty. As for a hypocrite or a doubtful person, the sub-narrator is not sure as to which word Asma said. He will say, I do not know, but I heard the people saying something and so I said the same. Volume 9, Book 92, number 391. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Leave me as I leave you, for the people who were before you were ruined because of their questions and their differences over their prophets. So, if I forbid you to do something, then keep away from it. And if I order you to do something, then do of it as much as you can. Volume 9, Book 92, number 392. Narrated Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas. The Prophet said, The most sinful person among the Muslims is the one who asked about something which had not been prohibited, but was prohibited because of his asking. Volume 9, Book 92, number 393. Narrated Zayd bin Thabit. The Prophet took a room made of date palm leaves mats in the mosque. Allah's apostle prayed in it for a few nights till the people gathered, to pray the night prayer, Tarawih, behind him. Then on the fourth night the people did not hear his voice and they thought he had slept, so some of them started humming in order that he might come out. The Prophet then said, You continued doing what I saw you doing till I was afraid that this, Tarawih prayer, might be enjoined on you, and if it were enjoined on you, you would not continue performing it. Therefore, O people, Perform your prayers at your homes, for the best prayer of a person is what is performed at his home except the compulsory congregational prayer. See Hadith number 229, Volume 3, see Hadith number 134, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 92, number 394. Narrated Abu Musa al-Ash'ari. Allah's apostle was asked about things which he disliked, and when the people asked too many questions, he became angry and said, "Ask me any question." A man got up and said, "O Allah's apostle, who is my father?" The Prophet replied, "Your father is Hudhaifa." Then another man got up and said, "O Allah's apostle, who is my father?" The Prophet said, "Your father is Salim, Mawla Shaiba." When Umar saw the signs of anger on the face of Allah's apostle, he said, "We repent to Allah." Volume 9, Book 92, number 395. Narrated Warrad. The clerk of Al-Mughira, Muawiyah wrote to Al-Mughira, "Write to me what you have heard from Allah's apostle." So he, Al-Mughira, wrote to him, "Allah's Prophet used to say at the end of each prayer, La ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu, lahul mulku, wa lahul hamdu wa huwa ala kulli shay'in qadir. Allahumma lamani, alima atata, wala mutaya lima manata, wala yenfayu duljad minkuljad." He also wrote to him that the Prophet used to forbid, 1. Kill and cow, idle useless talk or that you talk too much about others, 2. Asking too many questions, in disputed religious matters, 3. And wasting one's wealth by extravagance. 4. And to be undutiful to one's mother, 5. And to bury the daughters alive, 6. And to prevent your favors, benevolence to others, i.e. not to pay the rights of others, 7. And asking others for something, except when it is unavoidable. Volume 9, Book 92, number 396. Narrated Anas. We were with Umar and he said, "We have been forbidden to undertake a difficult task beyond our capability, i.e. to exceed the religious limits, e.g. to clean the inside of the eyes while doing ablution." Volume 9, Book 92, number 397. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet came out after the sun had declined and offered the Zuhr prayer, in congregation. After finishing it with taslim, he stood on the pulpit and mentioned the hour and mentioned there would happen great events before it. Then he said, "Whoever wants to ask me any question, may do so, for by Allah, you will not ask me about anything but I will inform you of its answer as long as I am at this place of mine." On this, the Ansar wept violently, and Allah's apostle kept on saying, "Ask me." Then a man got up and asked, "Where will my entrance be, O Allah's apostle?" The Prophet said, "You will go to the fire." Then Abdullah bin Hudhaifa got up and asked, "Who is my father, O Allah's apostle?" The Prophet replied, "Your father is Hudhaifa." The Prophet then kept on saying, angrily, "Ask me. Ask me." Umar then knelt on his knees and said, "We have accepted Allah as our Lord and Islam as our religion and Muhammad as an apostle." Allah's apostle became quiet when Umar said that. Then Allah's apostle said, "By him in whose hand my life is, paradise and hell were displayed before me across this wall while I was praying, and I never saw such good and evil as I have seen today." Volume 9, Book 92, number 398. Narrated Anas bin Malik. A man said, "O Allah's Prophet, who is my father?" The Prophet said, "Your father is so-and-so." And then the divine verse, "O you who believe, ask not questions about things." 5. 101. Volume 9, Book 92, number 399. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's apostle said, "People will not stop asking questions till they say, 'This is Allah, the creator of everything,' then who created Allah?" Volume 9, Book 92, number 400. Narrated Ibn Masud. I was with the Prophet at one of the farms of Medina while he was leaning on a date palm leaf stalk. He passed by a group of Jews and some of them said to the other, "Ask him, the Prophet, about the Spirit." Some others said, "Do not ask him, lest he should tell you what you dislike," but they went up to him and said, O Abul Qasim. Inform us about the Spirit. The Prophet stood up for a while, waiting. I realized that he was being divinely inspired, so I kept away from him till the inspiration was over. Then the Prophet said, O Muhammad, they ask you regarding the Spirit, say, the Spirit its knowledge is with my Lord, i.e., nobody has its knowledge except Allah. 17. 85. This is a miracle of the Qur'an that all the scientists up till now do not know about the Spirit, i.e., how life comes to a body and how it goes away at its death. See Hadith number 245, Volume 6. Volume 9, Book 92, number 401. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet wore a gold ring and then the people followed him and wore gold rings too. Then the Prophet said, I had this golden ring made for myself. He then threw it away and said, I shall never put it on. Thereupon the people also threw their rings away. Volume 9, Book 92, number 402. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, to his companions, do not fast al-Waisal. They said, but you fast al-Waisal. He said, I am not like you, for at night my Lord feeds me and makes me drink. But the people did not give up al-Waisal, so the Prophet fasted al-Waisal with them for 2 days or 2 nights, and then they saw the crescent whereupon the Prophet said, if the crescent had delayed, I would have continued fasting, because of you. As if he wanted to vanquish them completely, because they had refused to give up al-Waisal. Volume 9, Book 92, number 403. Narrated Ibrahim at-Tamiy's father. Ali addressed us while he was standing on a brick pulpit and carrying a sword from which was hanging a scroll. He said, by Allah. We have no book to read except Allah's book and whatever is on this scroll, and then he unrolled it, and behold, in it was written what sort of camels were to be given as blood money. And there was also written in it, Medina is a sanctuary for mountain, to such and such place, so whoever innovates in it an heresy or commits a sin therein, he will incur the curse of Allah, the angels. And all the people and Allah will not accept his compulsory or optional good deeds. There was also written in it, the asylum, pledge of protection, granted by any Muslims is one and the same, even a Muslim of the lowest status is to be secured and respected by all the other Muslims. And whoever betrays a Muslim in this respect, by violating the pledge, will incur the curse of Allah, the angels, and all the people, and Allah will not accept his compulsory or optional good deeds. There was also written in it, whoever, freed slave, befriends, takes as masters, other than his real masters, manumitters, without their permission will incur the curse of Allah, the angels, and all the people. And Allah will not accept his compulsory or optional good deeds. See Hadith number 94, Volume 3. Volume 9, Book 92, number 404. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet did something as it was allowed from the religious point of view, but some people refrained from it. When the Prophet heard of that, he, after glorifying and praising Allah, said, why do some people refrain from doing something which I do? By Allah, I know Allah more than they. Volume 9, Book 92, number 405. Narrated Ibn Abi Mulaika. Once the 2 righteous men, i.e. Abu Bakr and Umar were on the verge of destruction, and that was because when the delegate of Bani Tamim came to the Prophet, one of them, either Abu Bakr or Umar, recommended al-Aqra bin Habis at-Tamimi al-Hanzali, the brother of Bani Majashi, to be appointed as their chief, while the other recommended somebody else. Abu Bakr said to Umar, you intended only to oppose me. Umar said, I did not intend to oppose you. Then their voices grew louder in front of the Prophet, whereupon there was revealed, O you who believe! Do not raise your voices above the voice of the Prophet, a great reward. 49. 2-3, Ibn Az-Zubair said, thenceforward when Umar talked to the Prophet, he would talk like one who whispered a secret and would even fail to make the Prophet hear him, in which case the Prophet would ask him, to repeat his words. Volume 9, Book 92, number 406. Narrated Aisha. The mother of believers, Allah's apostle during his fatal ailment said, order Abu Bakr to lead the people in prayer. I said, if Abu Bakr stood at your place, in prayers, the people will not be able to hear him because of his weeping, so order Umar to lead the people in prayer. He again said, order Abu Bakr to lead the people in prayer. Then I said to Hafsa, will you say, to the Prophet, if Abu Bakr stood at your place, the people will not be able to hear him because of his weeping. So order Umar to lead the people in prayer. Hafsa did so, whereupon Allah's Apostle said, you are like the companions of Joseph, see Qur'an, 12:30-32. Order Abu Bakr to lead the people in prayer. Hafsa then said to me, I have never received any good from you. Volume 9, Book 92, number 407. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi. Uwaymir al-Ajlani came to Basim bin Adi and said, if a man found another man with his wife and killed him, would you sentence the husband to death, in qisas, i.e. equality in punishment? O Basim! Please ask Allah's Apostle about this matter on my behalf. Asim asked the Prophet, but the Prophet disliked the question and disapproved of it. Asim returned and informed Uwaymir that the Prophet disliked that type of question. Uwaymir said, by Allah, I will go, personally, to the Prophet. Uwaymir came to the Prophet when Allah had already revealed Quranic verses, in that respect, after Asim had left the Prophet. So the Prophet said to Uwaymir, Allah has revealed Quranic verses regarding you and your wife. The Prophet then called for them, and they came and carried out the order of lien. Then Uwaymir said, O Allah's Apostle! Now if I kept her with me, I would be accused of telling a lie. So, Uwaymir divorced her although the Prophet did not order him to do so. Later on this practice of divorcing became the tradition of couples involved in a case of lien. The Prophet said, to the people, wait for her. If she delivers a red small, child like a wara, a short red animal, then I will be of the opinion that he, Uwaymir, has told a lie, but if she delivered a black big-eyed one with big buttocks, then I will be of the opinion that he has told the truth about her. Ultimately she gave birth to a child that proved the accusation. See Hadith number 269, Volume 6. Volume 9, Book 92, number 408. Narrated Malik bin Aus and Nasri. I proceeded till I entered upon Umar, and while I was sitting there, his gatekeeper Yarfa came to him and said, Uthman, Abdurrahman, Zubair and Saad ask your permission to come in. Umar allowed them. So they entered, greeted, and sat down. After a while the gatekeeper came, and said, shall I admit Ali and Abbas? Umar allowed them to enter. Al-Abbas said, O chief of the believers! Judge between me and the oppressor, Ali. Then there was a dispute, regarding the property of Bani Nadir, between them, Abbas and Ali. Uthman and his companion said, O chief of the believers! Judge between them and relieve one from the other. Umar said, be patient. Beseech you by Allah, with whose permission the heaven and the earth exist. Do you know that Allah's Apostle said, our property is not to be inherited, and whatever we leave is to be given in charity, and by this Allah's Apostle meant himself? On that the group said, he verily said so. Umar then faced Ali and Abbas and said, I beseech you both by Allah, do you both know that Allah's Apostle said so? They both replied, yes. Umar then said, now I am talking to you about this matter, in detail. Allah favored Allah's Apostle with some of this wealth which he did not give to anybody else, as Allah said, what Allah bestowed as fai, booty on his Apostle for which you made no expedition. 59. 6. So that property was totally meant for Allah's Apostle, yet he did not collect it and ignore you, nor did he withhold it with your exclusion, but he gave it to you and distributed it among you till this much of it was left behind. And the Prophet used to spend of this as the yearly expenditures of his family and then take what remained of it and spent it as he did with Allah's wealth. The Prophet did so during all his lifetime, and I beseech you by Allah, do you know that? They replied, yes. Umar then addressed Ali and Abbas, saying, I beseech you both by Allah, do you know that? Both of them replied, yes. Umar added, then Allah took his apostle unto him. Abu Bakr then said, I am the successor of Allah's apostle, and took over all the Prophet's property and disposed of it in the same way as Allah's apostle used to do, and you were present then. Then he turned to Ali and Abbas and said, you both claim that Abu Bakr did so and so in managing the property, but Allah knows that Abu Bakr was honest, righteous, intelligent, and a follower of what is right in managing it. Then Allah took Abu Bakr unto him. I said, I am the successor of Allah's apostle and Abu Bakr. So I took over the property for 2 years and managed it in the same way as Allah's apostle, and Abu Bakr used to do. Then you both, Ali and Abbas, came to me and asked for the same thing. O Abbas! You came to me to ask me for your share from nephew's property. And this, Ali, came to me asking for his wife's share from her father's property, and I said to you both, if you wish, I will place it in your custody on condition that you both will manage it in the same way as Allah's apostle and Abu Bakr did and as I have been doing since I took charge of managing it. Otherwise, do not speak to me any more about it. Then you both said, give it to us on that condition. So I gave it to you on that condition. Now I beseech you by Allah, did I not give it to them on that condition? The group, whom he had been addressing, replied, yes. Umar then addressed Abbas and Ali saying, I beseech you both by Allah, didn't I give you all that property on that condition? They said, yes. Umar then said, are you now seeking a verdict from me other than that? By him with whose permission the heaven and the earth exists, I will not give any verdict other than that till the hour is established. And if you both are unable to manage this property, then you can hand it back to me, and I will be sufficient for it on your behalf. See, Hadith number 326, Volume 4. Volume 9, Book 92, number 409. Narrated, Asim. I said to Anas, did Allah's apostle make Medina a sanctuary? He replied, yes, Medina is a sanctuary from such and such place to such and such place. It is forbidden to cut its trees, and whoever innovates in heresy in it or commits a sin therein, will incur the curse of Allah, the angels, and all the people. Then Musa bin Anas told me that Anas added, or gives refuge to such an heretic or a sinner. Volume 9, Book 92, number 410. Narrated, Abdullah bin Amr. I heard the Prophet saying, Allah will not deprive you of knowledge after he has given it to you. But it will be taken away through the death of the religious learned men with their knowledge. Then there will remain ignorant people who, when consulted, will give verdicts according to their opinions whereby they will mislead others and go astray. Volume 9, Book 92, number 411. Narrated Al-Amash. I asked Abu Wail, did you witness the battle of Siffin between Ali and Muawiyah? He said, yes, and added, then I heard Saul bin Hunayf saying, O people, blame your personal opinions in your religion. No doubt, I remember myself on the day of Abi Jandal, if I had the power to refuse the order of Allah's apostle, I would have refused it. We have never put our swords on our shoulders to get involved in a situation that might have been horrible for us, but those swords brought us to victory and peace, except this present situation. Abu Wail said, I witnessed the battle of Siffin, and how nasty Siffin was. Volume 9, Book 92, number 412. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. I fell ill, Allah's apostle and Abu Bakr came to visit me on foot. The Prophet came to me while I was unconscious. Allah's apostle performed ablution and poured the remaining water of his ablution over me, whereupon I became conscious and said, O Allah's apostle, how should I spend my wealth? Or how should I deal with my wealth? But the Prophet did not give me any reply till the verse of the laws of inheritance was revealed. Volume 9, Book 92, number 413. Narrated Abu said, a woman came to Allah's apostle and said, O Allah's apostle, men, only, benefit by your teachings, so please devote to us from, some of, your time, a day on which we may come to you so that you may teach us of what Allah has taught you. Allah's apostle said, gather on such and such a day at such and such a place. They gathered and Allah's apostle came to them and taught them of what Allah had taught him. He then said, no woman among you who has lost her 3 children, died, but that they will screen her from the fire. A woman among them said, O Allah's apostle, if she lost 2 children? She repeated her question twice, whereupon the Prophet said, even 2, even 2, even 2. See Hadith number 341, Volume 2. Volume 9, Book 92, number 414. Narrated al-Mughira bin Shu'bah. The Prophet said, a group of my followers will remain predominant, victorious, till Allah's order, the hour, comes upon them while they are still predominant, victorious. Volume 9, Book 92, number 415. Narrated Humayd. I heard Muawiyah bin Abi Sufyan delivering a sermon. He said, I heard the Prophet saying, if Allah wants to do a favor to somebody, He bestows on him the gift of understanding the Qur'an and Sunnah. I am but a distributor, and Allah is the giver. The state of this nation will remain good till the hour is established, or till Allah's order comes. Volume 9, Book 92, number 416. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. When the following verse was revealed to Allah's apostle, say, He has power to send torment on you from above, 6.65, he said, O Allah, I seek refuge with your face, from that punishment. And when this was revealed, or from beneath your feet, 6.65, he said, O Allah, I seek refuge with your face, from that. And when this verse was revealed, or to cover you with confusion in party strife, and make you to taste the violence of one another, 6.65, he said, these 2 warnings are easier than the previous ones. Volume 9, Book 92, number 417. Narrated Abu Hurairah. A Bedouin came to Allah's apostle and said, my wife has delivered a black boy, and I suspect that he is not my child. Allah's apostle said to him, have you got camels? The Bedouin said, yes. The Prophet said, what color are they? The Bedouin said, they are red. The Prophet said, are any of them gray? He said, there are gray ones among them. The Prophet said, whence do you think this color came to them? The Bedouin said, O Allah's apostle, it resulted from hereditary disposition. The Prophet said, and this, i.e., your child, has inherited his color from his ancestors. The Prophet did not allow him to deny his paternity of the child. Volume 9, Book 92, number 418. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A woman came to the Prophet and said, my mother vowed to perform the Hajj but she died before performing it. Should I perform the Hajj on her behalf? He said, yes. Perform the Hajj on her behalf. See, if your mother had been in debt, would you have paid her debt? She said, yes. He said, so you should pay what is for him as Allah has more right that one should fulfill one's obligations to him. Volume 9, Book 92, number 419. Narrated Abdullah. Allah's apostle said, do not wish to be like anybody except in 2 cases, the case of a man whom Allah has given wealth and he spends it in the right way. And that of a man whom Allah has given religious wisdom, i.e., Qur'an and Sunnah, and he gives his verdicts according to it and teaches it. To others i.e., religious knowledge of Qur'an and Sunnah, Prophet's traditions. Volume 9, Book 92, number 420. Narrated al-Mughira bin Shu'bah. Umar bin al-Khattab asked, the people, about the imlas of a woman, i.e., a woman who has an abortion because of having been beaten on her abdomen, saying, who among you has heard anything about it from the Prophet? I said, I did. He said, what is that? I said, I heard the Prophet saying, its diya, blood money, is either a male or a female slave. Umar said, do not leave till you present witness in support of your statement. So I went out, and found Muhammad bin Maslama. I brought him, and he bore witness with me that he had heard the Prophet saying, its diya, blood money, is either a male slave or a female slave. Volume 9, Book 92, number 421. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, the hour will not be established till my followers copy the deeds of the previous nations and follow them very closely, span by span, and cubit by cubit, i.e. inch by inch. It was said, O Allah's Apostle, do you mean by those nations, the Persians and the Byzantines? The Prophet said, who can it be other than they? Volume 9, Book 92, number 422. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, you will follow the ways of those nations who were before you, span by span and cubit by cubit, i.e. inch by inch, so much so that even if they entered a hole of a mastigir, you would follow them. We said, O Allah's Apostle, do you mean the Jews and the Christians? He said, whom else? Volume 9, Book 92, number 423. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet said, none is killed unjustly, but the first son of Adam will have a part of its burden. Sufyan said, a part of its blood because he was the first to establish the tradition of murdering. Volume 9, Book 92, number 424t. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah as-Salami. A Bedouin gave the pledge of allegiance for embracing Islam to Allah's Apostle. And then he got an attack of fever in Medina and came to Allah's Apostle, and said, O Allah's Apostle, cancel my pledge. Allah's Apostle refused to do so. The Bedouin came to him again and said, cancel my pledge, but he refused again, and then again, the Bedouin came to him and said, cancel my pledge, and Allah's Apostle refused. The Bedouin finally went away, and Allah's Apostle said, Medina is like a pair of bellows, furnace, it expels its impurities while it brightens and clears its good. 9.424. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I used to teach Qur'an to Abdurrahman bin Auf. When Umar performed his last Hajj, Abdurrahman said, to me, at Mina, would that you had seen chief of the believers today. A man came to him and said, so-and-so has said, if chief of the believers died, we will give the oath of allegiance to such and such person. Umar said, I will get up tonight and warn those who want to usurp the people's rights. I said, do not do so, for the season of Hajj gathers the riffraff mob who will form the majority of your audience. And I am afraid that they will not understand the meaning of your saying properly and may spread an incorrect statement everywhere. You should wait till we reach Medina, the place of migration and the place of the Sunnah, the Prophet's traditions. There you will meet the companions of Allah's Apostle from the Muhajirin and the Ansar who will understand your statement and place it in its proper position. Umar said, by Allah, I shall do so the first time I stand to address the people in Medina. When we reached Medina, Umar, in a Friday khutbah sermon, said, no doubt, Allah sent Muhammad with the truth and revealed to him the book, Qur'an, and among what was revealed, was the verse of Aram, stoning adulterers to death. See Hadith number 817, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 92, number 425. Narrated Muhammad. We were with Abu Huraira while he was wearing 2 linen garments dyed with red clay. He cleaned his nose with his garment, saying, Bravo! Bravo! Abu Huraira is cleaning his nose with linen. There came a time when I would fall senseless between the pulpit of Allah's Apostle and Aisha's dwelling, whereupon a passerby would come and put his foot on my neck, considering me a madman, but in fact, I had no madness. I suffered nothing but hunger. Volume 9, Book 92, number 426. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Abis. Ibn Abbas was asked, did you offer the ID prayer with the Prophet? He said, yes, had it not been for my close relation to the Prophet. I would not have performed it with him, because of my being too young. The Prophet came to the mark which is near the home of Kathir bin as-Salt and offered the ID prayer and then delivered the sermon. I do not remember if any adhan or iqama were pronounced for the prayer. Then the Prophet ordered, the women, to give alms, and they started stretching out their hands towards their ears and throats, giving their ornaments in charity, and the Prophet ordered Bilal to go to them, to collect the alms. And then Bilal returned to the Prophet. Volume 9, Book 92, number 427. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet used to go to the Quba Mosque, sometimes walking, sometimes riding. Volume 9, Book 92, number 428. Narrated Hisham's father. Aisha said to Abdullah bin Zubair, "Bury me with my female companions, i.e. the wives of the Prophet, and do not bury me with the Prophet in the house, for I do not like to be regarded as sanctified, just for being buried there." Narrated Hisham's father, Umar sent a message to Aisha, saying, "Will you allow me to be buried with my two companions, the Prophet and Abu Bakr?" She said, "Yes, by Allah." Though it was her habit that if a man from among the companions of the Prophet sent her a message asking her to allow him to be buried there, she would say, "No, by Allah, I will never give permission to anyone to be buried with them." Volume 9, Book 92, number 429. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle used to perform the Asr prayer and then one could reach the Awali, a place in the outskirts of Medina, while the sun was still quite high. Narrated Yunus, the distance of the Awali, from Medina, was 4 or 3 miles. Volume 9, Book 92, number 430. Narrated as Sa'ib bin Yazid. The sa', a kind of measure, during the lifetime of the Prophet used to be equal to the 1 mud, another kind of measure, and 1/3 of a mud which we use today. But the sa' of today has become large. Volume 9, Book 92, number 431. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle said, "O Allah! Bestow your blessings on their measures, and bestow your blessings on their sa' and mud." He meant those of the people of Medina. Volume 9, Book 92, number 432. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Jews brought a man and a woman who had committed illegal sexual intercourse to the Prophet, and the Prophet ordered them to be stoned to death. And they were stoned to death near the mosque where the biers used to be placed. Volume 9, Book 92, number 433. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The mountain of Uhud came in sight of Allah's Apostle, who then said, "This is a mountain that loves us and is loved by us. O Allah! Abraham made Mecca a sanctuary and I make the area between its, Medina's, 2 mountains a sanctuary." Volume 9, Book 92, number 434. Narrated Saul. The distance between the pulpit and the wall of the mosque on the side of the Qibla was just sufficient for a sheep to pass through. Volume 9, Book 92, number 435. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "Between my house and my pulpit there is a garden from one of the gardens of paradise, and my pulpit is over my lake tank." Kawthar. Volume 9, Book 92, number 436. Narrated Nafi. Abdullah said, "The Prophet arranged for a horse race, and the prepared horses were given less food for a few days before the race to win the race. And were allowed to run from Al-Hafiyah to Thaniyat al-Wada, and the unprepared horses were allowed to run between Thaniyat al-Wada and the mosque of Bani Zurayq." Abdullah was one of those who participated in the race. Volume 9, Book 92, number 437. Narrated Ibn Umar. I heard Umar delivering a sermon on the pulpit of the Prophet. Volume 9, Book 92, number 438. Narrated as Sa'ib bin Yazid. That he heard Uthman bin Affan delivering a sermon on the pulpit of the Prophet. Volume 9, Book 92. Number 439. Narrated Aisha. This big copper vessel used to be put for me and Allah's Apostle, and we would take water from it together, on taking a bath. Volume 9, Book 92, number 440. Narrated Anas. The Prophet brought the Ansar and the Quraysh people into alliance in my house at Medina. And he invoked Allah for 1 month against the tribe of Bani Sulaym in the last rak'ah of each compulsory prayer. Volume 9, Book 92, number 441. Narrated Abu Burda. When I arrived at Medina, Abdullah bin Salam met me and said to me, "Accompany me to my house so that I may make you drink from a bowl from which Allah's apostle used to drink. And that you may offer prayer in the mosque in which the Prophet used to pray." I accompanied him, and he made me drink sa'ik and gave me dates to eat, and then I prayed in his mosque. Volume 9, Book 92, number 442. Narrated Umar. The Prophet said to me, "Someone came to me tonight from my Lord while I was in the Thaqif valley, and said to me, 'Offer prayer in this blessed valley and say, Labbaik, for the performance of Umrah and Hajj.'" Volume 9, Book 92, number 443. Narrated Abdullah bin Dinar. Ibn Umar said, "The Prophet fixed Qarn as the miqat, for assuming the Ihram, for the people of Najd, and al-Jufa for the people of Sham, and Dhul Hulayfa for the people of Medina." Ibn Umar added, "I heard this from the Prophet, and I have been informed that the Prophet said, the miqat for the Yemenites is Yalamlam." When Iraq was mentioned, he said, "At that time it was not a Muslim country." Volume 9, Book 92, number 444. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet had a dream in the last portion of the night when he was sleeping at Dhul Hulayfa. In the dream, it was said to him, "You are in a blessed batha, i.e., valley." Volume 9, Book 92, number 445. Narrated Ibn Umar. That he heard the Prophet, after raising his head from the bowing in morning prayer, saying, "O Allah, our Lord, all the praises are for you." And in the last rak'ah, he said, "O Allah, curse so-and-so and so-and-so." And then Allah revealed, "Not for you, O Muhammad, is the decision, but for Allah, whether he turns in mercy to them or punish them, for they are indeed wrongdoers." 3. 128. Volume 9, Book 92, number 446. Narrated Ali bin Abi Talib. That Allah's Apostle came to him and Fatima the daughter of Allah's Apostle at their house at night and said, "Won't you pray?" Ali replied, "O Allah's Apostle, our souls are in the hands of Allah, and when He wants us to get up, He makes us get up." When Ali said that to him, Allah's Apostle left without saying anything to him. While the Prophet was leaving, Ali heard him striking his thigh with his hand, and saying, "But man is quarrelsome more than anything else." 18. 54. Volume 9, Book 92, number 447. Narrated Abu Huraira. While we were in the mosque, Allah's Apostle came out and said, "Let us proceed to the Jews." So we went out with him till we came to Beit al-Midras. The Prophet stood up there and called them, saying, "O assembly of Jews, surrender to Allah, embrace Islam, and you will be safe." They said, "You have conveyed Allah's message, O Aba al-Qasim." Allah's Apostle then said to them, "That is what I want, embrace Islam and you will be safe." They said, "You have conveyed the message, O Aba al-Qasim." Allah's Apostle then said to them, "That is what I want," and repeated his words for the third time and added, "Know that the earth is for Allah and I want to exile you from this land, so whoever among you has property he should sell it, otherwise know that the land is for Allah and His Apostle." Volume 9, Book 92, number 448. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, "Noah will be brought before Allah on the day of resurrection, and will be asked, 'Did you convey the message of Allah?' He will reply, 'Yes, O Lord.' And then Noah's nation will be asked, 'Did he, Noah, convey Allah's message to you?' They will reply, 'No warner came to us.' Then Noah will be asked, 'Who are your witnesses?' He will reply, 'My witnesses are Muhammad and his followers.' Thereupon you, Muslims, will be brought and you will bear witness." Then the Prophet recited, "And thus we have made of you, Muslims, a just and the best nation, that you might be witness over the nations, and the Apostle a witness over you." 2. 143. Volume 9, Book 92, number 449. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri and Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle sent the brother of the tribe of Bani Adi al-Ansari as governor of Khaybar. Then the man returned, bringing janib, a good kind of date. Allah's Apostle asked him, "Are all the dates of Khaybar like that?" He replied, "No, by Allah, O Allah's Apostle. We take 1 sa of these, good, dates for 2 sas of mixed dates." Allah's Apostle then said, "Do not do so. You should either take 1 sa of this, kind, for 1 sa of the other, or sell one kind and then buy with its price the other kind, of dates, and you should do the same in weighing." Volume 9, Book 92, number 450. Narrated Amr bin al-As. That he heard Allah's Apostle saying, "If a judge gives a verdict according to the best of his knowledge and his verdict is correct, i.e., agrees with Allah and his Apostle's verdict, he will receive a double reward, and if he gives a verdict according to the best of his knowledge and his verdict is wrong, i.e. against that of Allah and his Apostle, even then he will get a reward." Volume 9, Book 92, number 451. Narrated Ubay bin Umar. Abu Musa asked permission to enter upon Umar, but seeing that he was busy, he went away. Umar then said, "Didn't I hear the voice of Abdullah bin Qays? Allow him to come in." He was called in and Umar said to him, "What made you do what you did?" He replied, "We have been instructed thus by the Prophet." Umar said, "Bring proof, witness, for this, otherwise I will do so and so to you." Then Abdullah bin Qays went to a gathering of the Ansar who then said, "None but the youngest of us will give the witness for it." So Abu Said al-Khudri got up and said, "We used to be instructed thus, by the Prophet." Umar said, "This tradition of the Prophet remained hidden from me. Business in the market kept me busy." Volume 9, Book 92, number 452. Narrated al-Iraj. Abu Huraira said, "You people claim that Abu Huraira narrates many narrations of Allah's Apostle. Anyhow, with Allah will be our appointment. I was a poor man, and used to stick to Allah's Apostle contented with what will fill my stomach, and the Muhajirin, emigrants, used to be busy trading in the markets, and the Ansar used to be busy looking after their properties. One day I heard Allah's Apostle saying, 'Who will spread his rida, a garment covering the upper part of the body, till I finished my speech and then fold it, i.e. wrap it over your body, in which case he will never forget anything he had heard from me.' So I spread my garment which I was wearing. And by him who sent Muhammad with the truth, ever since, I have never forgotten whatever I heard from him, the Prophet." See, Hadith number 119, Volume 1. Volume 9, Book 92, number 453. Narrated Muhammad bin al-Munkadir. I saw Jabir bin Abdullah swearing by Allah that Ibn Sayyad was the Dajjal. I said to Jabir, "How can you swear by Allah?" Jabir said, "I have heard Umar swearing by Allah regarding this matter in the presence of the Prophet and the Prophet did not disapprove of it." Volume 9, Book 92, number 454. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "Horses may be used for 3 purposes. For a man they may be a source of reward, in the hereafter, for another, a means of protection. And for another, a source of sin. The man for whom they are a source of reward, is the one who keeps them for Allah's cause and ties them with long ropes and lets them graze in a pasture or garden. Whatever those long ropes allow them to eat of that pasture or garden, will be written as good deeds for him, and if they break their ropes and run 1 or 2 rounds, then all their footsteps and dung will be written as good deeds for him. And if they pass a river and drink from it though he has had no intention of watering them, even then, that will be written as good deeds for him. So such horses are a source of reward for that man. For the man who keeps horses for his livelihood in order not to ask others for help or beg his bread, and at the same time he does not forget Allah's right of what he earns through them and of their backs, that he presents it to be used in Allah's cause, such horses are a shelter for him, from poverty. For the man who keeps them just out of pride and for showing off, they are a source of sin. Then Allah's apostle was asked about donkeys. He said, Allah has not revealed anything to me regarding them except this comprehensive verse. Then anyone who has done good, equal to the weight of an atom, or a small ant, shall see it, and anyone who has done evil, equal to the weight of an atom, or a small ant, shall see it. 99.7-8. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 455. Narrated, Aisha. A woman asked the Prophet, Hadith 456. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 456. Narrated, Aisha. A woman asked the Prophet about the periods, how to take a bath after the periods. He said, take a perfumed piece of cloth and clean yourself with it. She said, how shall I clean myself with it, O Allah's Apostle? The Prophet said, clean yourself. She said again, how shall I clean myself, O Allah's Apostle? The Prophet said, clean yourself with it. Then I knew what Allah's Apostle meant. So I pulled her aside and explained it to her. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 457. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Hufayd bint al-Harith bin Hazan presented the Prophet with some butter, dried yogurt, curd milk, and mastigers as a gift. The Prophet then asked for a meal, mastigers etc. to be put, and it was eaten over his tablecloth, but the Prophet did not eat of it, as he had aversion to it. But if it had been illegal to eat, it would not have been eaten over his tablecloth, nor would he have ordered that, mastigers meat, to be eaten. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 458. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet said, whoever has eaten garlic or onion, should keep away from us, or should keep away from our mosque and should stay at home. Ibn Wahb said, once a plate full of cooked vegetables was brought to the Prophet at Badr. Detecting a bad smell from it, he asked about the dish and was informed of the kinds of vegetables it contained. He then said, bring it near, and so it was brought near to one of his companions who was with him. When the Prophet saw it, he disliked eating it and said, to his companion, eat, for I talk in secret to ones whom you do not talk to. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 459. Narrated Jubair bin Mut'im. A lady came to Allah's Apostle and she talked to him about something, and he gave her some order. She said, O Allah's Apostle, if I should not find you. He said, if you should not find me, then go to Abu Bakr. Ibrahim bin Sa'd said, as if she meant the death of the Prophet. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 460. Narrated Abu Huraira. The people of the book used to read the Torah in Hebrew and then explain it in Arabic to the Muslims. Allah's Apostle said, to the Muslims, do not believe the people of the book, nor disbelieve them, but say, we believe in Allah and whatever is revealed to us, and whatever is revealed to you. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 461. Narrated Ubaydullah. Ibn Abbas said, why do you ask the people of the scripture about anything while your book, Qur'an, which has been revealed to Allah's Apostle is newer and the latest? You read it pure, undistorted and unchanged, and Allah has told you that the people of the scripture, Jews and Christians, changed their scripture and distorted it, and wrote the scripture with their own hands and said, it is from Allah. To sell it for a little gain. Does not the knowledge which has come to you prevent you from asking them about anything? No, by Allah, we have never seen any man from them asking you regarding what has been revealed to you. Volume 9, Book 92, Number 462. Narrated Aisha. After the slanderers had given a forged statement against her, Allah's Apostle called Ali bin Abi Talib and Usama bin Zaid when the divine inspiration was delayed. He wanted to ask them and consult them about the question of divorcing me. Usama gave his evidence that was based on what he knew about my innocence, but Ali said, Allah has not put restrictions on you and there are many women other than her. Furthermore, you may ask the slave girl who will tell you the truth. So the Prophet asked Barira, my salve girl, have you seen anything that may arouse your suspicion? She replied, I have not seen anything more than that she is a little girl who sleeps, leaving the dough of her family, unguarded, that the domestic goats come and eat it. Then the Prophet stood on the pulpit and said, O Muslims! Who will help me against the man who has harmed me by slandering my wife? By Allah, I know nothing about my family except good. The narrator added, then the Prophet mentioned the innocence of Aisha. See Hadith number 274, Volume 6. Volume 9, Book 92, number 463. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle addressed the people, and after praising and glorifying Allah, he said, What do you suggest me regarding those people who are abusing my wife? I have never known anything bad about her. The sub-narrator, Urwa, said, when Aisha was told of the slander, she said, O Allah's Apostle! Will you allow me to go to my parents' home? He allowed her and sent a slave along with her. An Ansari man said, Subhanaka! It is not right for us to speak about this. Subhanaka! This is a great lie. Volume 9, Book 92, number 464. Narrated Ada. I heard Jabir bin Abdullah in a gathering saying, We, the companions of Allah's Apostle, assumed the state of Ihram to perform only Hajj without Umrah. Jabir added, the Prophet arrived, at Mecca, on the 4th of Dhul Hijjah. And when we arrived, in Mecca, the Prophet ordered us to finish the state of Ihram, saying, Finish your Ihram and go to your wives, for sexual relation. Jabir added, the Prophet did not oblige us, to go to our wives, but he only made that legal for us. Then he heard that we were saying, when there remains only 5 days between us and the day of Arafat, he orders us to finish our Ihram by sleeping with our wives, in which case we will proceed to Arafat with our male organs dribbling with semen. Jabir pointed out with his hand illustrating what he was saying. Allah's Apostle stood up and said, You, people, know that I am the most Allah-fearing, the most truthful and the best doer of good deeds, pious, from among you. If I had not brought the hadi with me, I would have finished my Ihram as you will do, so finish your Ihram. If I had formerly known what I came to know lately, I would not have brought the hadi with me. So we finished our Ihram and listened to the Prophet and obeyed him. See Hadith number 713, Volume 2. Volume 9, Book 92, number 465. Narrated Abdullah al-Muzam. The Prophet said, perform an optional prayer before Maghrib prayer. He repeated it thrice, and the third time he said, whoever wants to offer it can do so, lest the people should take it as a sunnah, tradition. See Hadith number 277, Volume 2. Volume 9, Book 92, number 466. Narrated Jundab bin Abdullah. Allah's Apostle said, recite, and study, the Qur'an as long as you are in agreement as to its interpretation and meanings. But when you have differences regarding its interpretation and meanings, then you should stop reciting it, for the time being. See Hadith number 581, Volume 6. Volume 9, Book 92, number 467. Narrated Jundab bin Abdullah. Allah's Apostle said, recite, and study, the Qur'an as long as your hearts are in agreement as to its meanings, but if you have differences as regards its meaning, stop reading it then. Volume 9, Book 92, number 468. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When the time of the death of the Prophet approached while there were some men in the house, and among them was Umar bin al-Khattab, the Prophet said, Come near, let me write for you a writing after which you will never go astray. Umar said, the Prophet is seriously ill, and you have the Qur'an, so Allah's book is sufficient for us. The people in the house differed and disputed. Some of them said, Come near so that Allah's Apostle may write for you a writing after which you will not go astray, while some of them said what Umar said. When they made much noise and differed greatly before the Prophet, he said to them, Go away and leave me. Ibn Abbas used to say, it was a great disaster that their difference and noise prevented Allah's Apostle from writing that writing for them. 93. Oneness, Uniqueness of Allah, Tawheed. Volume 9, Book 93, number 469. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When the Prophet sent Mu'adh to Yemen, he said to him, you are going to a nation from the people of the Scripture. So let the first thing to which you will invite them, be the Tawhid of Allah. If they learn that, tell them that Allah has enjoined on them 5 prayers to be offered in 1 day and 1 night. And if they pray, tell them that Allah has enjoined on them zakat of their properties, and it is to be taken from the rich among them and given to the poor. And if they agree to that, then take from them zakat, but avoid the best property of the people. Volume 9, Book 93, number 470. Narrated Mu'adh bin Jabal. The Prophet said, O Mu'adh, do you know what Allah's right upon his slaves is? I said, Allah and his apostle know best. The Prophet said, to worship him, Allah, alone, and to join none in worship with him, Allah. Do you know what their right upon him is? I replied, Allah and his apostle know best. The Prophet said, not to punish them, if they do so. Volume 9, Book 93, number 471. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. A man heard another man reciting, in the prayers, say, O Muhammad, he is Allah, the One. 112. 1, and he recited it repeatedly. When it was morning, he went to the Prophet and informed him about that, as if he considered that the recitation of that surah by itself was not enough. Allah's apostle said, by him in whose hand my life is, it is equal to 1/3 of the Qur'an. Volume 9, Book 93, number 472. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet sent an army unit, under the command of a man who used to lead his companions in the prayers and would finish his recitation with, the Surah 112, say, O Muhammad, he is Allah. The One. 112.1, when they returned, from the battle, they mentioned that to the Prophet. He said, to them, ask him why he does so. They asked him and he said, I do so because it mentions the qualities of the Beneficent and I love to recite it, in my prayer. The Prophet said, to them, tell him that Allah loves him. Volume 9, Book 93, number 473. Narrated Jarir bin Abdullah. Allah's apostle said, Allah will not be merciful to those who are not merciful to mankind. Volume 9, Book 93, number 474. Narrated Usama bin Zaid. We were with the Prophet when suddenly there came to him a messenger from one of his daughters who was asking him to come and see her son who was dying. The Prophet said, to the messenger, go back and tell her that whatever Allah takes is his, and whatever he gives is his, and everything with him has a limited fixed term, in this world. So order her to be patient and hope for Allah's reward. But she sent the messenger to the Prophet again, swearing that he should come to her. So the prophets got up, and so did Sa'd bin Ubadah and Mu'adh bin Jabal, and went to her. When the child was brought to the Prophet his breath was disturbed in his chest as if it were in a water skin. On that the eyes of the Prophet became flooded with tears, whereupon Sa'd said to him, O Allah's apostle, what is this? The Prophet said, this is mercy which Allah has put in the heart of his slaves, and Allah bestows his mercy only on those of his slaves who are merciful to others. See Hadith number 373, Volume 2. Volume 9, Book 93, number 475. Narrated Abu Musa al-Ash'ari. The Prophet said, none is more patient than Allah against the harmful and annoying words he hears, from the people they ascribe children to him. Yet he bestows upon them health and provision. Volume 9, Book 93, number 476. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, the keys of the unseen are 5 and none knows them but Allah. 1, none knows what is in the womb, but Allah. 2, none knows what will happen tomorrow, but Allah. 3, none knows when it will rain, but Allah. 4, none knows where he will die, but Allah knows that. 5, and none knows when the hour will be established, but Allah. Volume 9, Book 93, number 477. Narrated Masruq. Aisha said, if anyone tells you that Muhammad has seen his Lord, he is a liar, for Allah says, no vision can grasp him. 6. 103, and if anyone tells you that Muhammad has seen the unseen, he is a liar, for Allah says, none has the knowledge of the unseen but Allah. Volume 9, Book 93, number 478. Narrated, Abdullah. We used to pray behind the Prophet and used to say, As-salamu al-Allah. The Prophet said, Allah himself is As-salam, name of Allah, so you should say, At-tahiyyatu lillahi was salawatu wa tayyibatu, As-salamu alayka ayyuhan nabiyyu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. As-salamu alayna wa ala ibadiyallahi as-salihin. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu. Volume 9, Book 93, number 479. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, on the day of resurrection Allah will hold the whole earth and fold the heaven with his right hand and say, I am the king, where are the kings of the earth? Volume 9, Book 93, number 480. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet used to say, I seek refuge, with you, by your Izzat, none has the right to be worshipped but you who does not die while the jinns and the human beings die. Volume 9, Book 93, number 481. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, the people will be thrown into hell, fire, and it will keep on saying, is there any more? Till the Lord of the worlds puts his foot over it, whereupon its different sides will come close to each other, and it will say, Q80. Q80. Enough. Enough. By your Izzat, honor and power, and your Karam, generosity. Paradise will remain spacious enough to accommodate more people until Allah will create some more people and let them dwell in the superfluous space of paradise. Volume 9, Book 93, number 482. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet used to invoke Allah at night, saying, O Allah, all the praises are for you, you are the Lord of the heavens and the earth. All the praises are for you. You are the maintainer of the heaven and the earth and whatever is in them. All the praises are for you, you are the light of the heavens and the earth. Your word is the truth, and your promise is the truth, and the meeting with you is the truth, and paradise is the truth, and the hell, fire is the truth, and the hour is the truth. O Allah! I surrender myself to you, and I believe in you and I depend upon you, and I repent to you and with you, your evidences, I stand against my opponents, and to you I leave the judgment, for those who refuse my message. O Allah! Forgive me my sins that I did in the past or will do in the future, and also the sins I did in secret or in public. You are my only God, whom I worship, and there is no other God for me, i.e. I worship none but you. Volume 9, Book 93, number 483. Narrated Sufyan. Regarding the above narration, that the Prophet added, you are the truth, and your word is the truth. Volume 9, Book 93, number 484. Narrated Abu Musa. We were with the Prophet on a journey, and whenever we ascended a high place, we used to say, Allahu Akbar. The Prophet said, don't trouble yourselves too much. You are not calling a deaf or an absent person, but you are calling one who hears, sees, and is very near. Then he came to me while I was saying in my heart, La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah, there is neither might nor power but with Allah. He said, to me, O Abdullah bin Qays. Say, La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah, there is neither might nor power but with Allah, for it is one of the treasures of paradise. Or said, shall I tell you of it? Volume 9, Book 93, number 485. Narrated, Abdullah bin Amr. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq said to the Prophet, O Allah's Apostle! Teach me an invocation with which I may invoke Allah in my prayers. The Prophet said, say, O Allah! I have wronged my soul very much, oppressed myself, and none forgives the sins but you, so please bestow your forgiveness upon me. No doubt, you are the oft-forgiving, most merciful. Volume 9, Book 93, number 486. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said, Gabriel called me and said, Allah has heard the statement of your people and what they replied to you. Volume 9, Book 93. Number 487. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. As Salami, Allah's Apostle used to teach his companions to perform the prayer of istiqra for each and every matter, just as he used to teach them the surahs from the Qur'an. He used to say, if any one of you intends to do something, he should offer a 2-rakat prayer other than the compulsory prayers, and after finishing it, he should say, O Allah, I consult you, for you have all knowledge, and appeal to you to support me with your power and ask for your bounty, for you are able to do things while I am not, and you know while I do not, and you are the knower of the unseen. O Allah, if you know it, this matter, name your matter, is good for me both at present and in the future, or in my religion, in my this life and in the hereafter, then fulfill it for me and make it easy for me. And then bestow your blessings on me in that matter. O Allah, if you know that this matter is not good for me in my religion, in my this life and in my coming hereafter, or at present or in the future, then divert me from it and choose for me what is good wherever it may be, and make me be pleased with it. See Hadith number 391, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 93, number 488. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet frequently used to swear, no, by the one who turns the hearts. Volume 9, Book 93, number 489. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Allah has 99 names, 100 less one, and he who memorized them all by heart will enter paradise. To count something means to know it by heart. Volume 9, Book 93, number 490. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, when any one of you goes to bed, he should dust it off thrice with the edge of his garment, and say, Bismika Rabbi Wadatu Janbai, wa Bika Arfahu. In Amsakta Nafsi Fagfir Laha, wa in Arsaltaha Fafaza Bima Tafaz Bihi Ibadaka Salihim. Volume 9, Book 93, number 491. Narrated Juhayfa. When the Prophet went to bed, he used to say, Alhamma Bismika Ahaya wa Amat. And when he got up in the mornings he used to say, Alhamdulillahi Awladi Ahyana Biada Ma'amatana wa Alayhi Nashar. Volume 9, Book 93, number 492. Narrated Abu Dar. When the Prophet went to bed at night, he used to say, Bismika Namutu wa Naya. And when he got up in the morning, he used to say, Alhamdulillahi Awladi Ahyana Biada Ma'amatana wa Alayhi Nashar. Volume 9, Book 93, number 493. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle said, if any one of you, when intending to have a sexual relation, sleep, with his wife, says, Bismillah, Allahumma janibna ash-shaitan, wa janib ash-shaitana ma razaktana. Satan would never harm that child, should it be ordained that they will have one. Because of that sleep. Volume 9, Book 93, number 494. Narrated Adi bin Hatim. I asked the Prophet, I send off, for a game, my trained hunting dogs, what is your verdict concerning the game they hunt? He said, if you send off your trained hunting dogs and mention the name of Allah, then, if they catch some game, eat thereof. And if you hit the game with a murad, a hunting tool, and it wounds it, you can eat it. Volume 9, Book 93, number 495. Narrated Aisha. The people said to the Prophet, O Allah's Apostle, here are people who have recently embraced Islam and they bring meat, and we do not know whether they had mentioned Allah's name while slaughtering the animals or not. The Prophet said, you should mention Allah's name and eat. Volume 9, Book 93, number 496. Narrated Anas. The Prophet slaughtered 2 rams as sacrifice and mentioned Allah's name and said, Allahu Akbar, while slaughtering. Volume 9, Book 93, number 497. Narrated Jundab. That he witnessed the Prophet on the day of Nar. The Prophet offered prayer and then delivered a sermon saying, whoever slaughtered his sacrifice before offering prayer, should slaughter another animal in place of the first. And whoever has not yet slaughtered any, should slaughter a sacrifice and mention Allah's name while doing so. Volume 9, Book 93, number 498. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, do not swear by your fathers. And whoever wants to swear should swear by Allah. Volume 9, Book 93, number 499. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle sent 10 persons to bring the enemy's secrets and Qubayb al-Ansari was one of them. Ubaydullah bin Iyad told me that the daughter of al-Harith told him that when they gathered, to kill Qubayb al-Ansari, he asked for a razor to clean his pubic region. And when they had taken him outside the sanctuary of Mecca in order to kill him, he said in verse, I don't care if I am killed as a Muslim, on any side of my body, I may be killed in Allah's cause. For that is for the sake of Allah's very self, and if He will bestow His blessings upon the torn pieces of my body. Then Ibn al-Harith killed him, and the Prophet informed his companions of the death of those 10 men, on the very day they were killed. Volume 9, Book 93, number 500. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet said, there is none having a greater sense of gairah than Allah, and for that reason He has forbidden shameful deeds and sins, illegal sexual intercourse etc. And there is none who likes to be praised more than Allah does. See Hadith number 147, Volume 7. Volume 9, Book 93, number 501. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, when Allah created the creation, He wrote in His book and He wrote, that, about Himself. And it is placed with Him on the throne, verily my mercy overcomes my anger. Volume 9, Book 93, number 502. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Allah says, I am just as my slave thinks I am, i.e., I am able to do for him what he thinks I can do for him, and I am with him if he remembers me. If he remembers me in himself, I too, remember him in myself, and if he remembers me in a group of people, I remember him in a group that is better than they, and if he comes one span nearer to me, I go 1 cubit nearer to him. And if he comes 1 cubit nearer to me, I go a distance of 2 outstretched arms nearer to him, and if he comes to me walking, I go to him running. Volume 9, Book 93, number 503. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. When this verse, say, O Muhammad, He has power to send torments on you from above, 6.65, was revealed, the Prophet said, I take refuge with your face. Allah revealed or from underneath your feet. 6.65, the Prophet then said, I seek refuge with your face. Then Allah revealed, or confuse you in party strife. 6.65, oh that, the Prophet said, this is easier. Volume 9, Book 93, number 504. Narrated Abdullah. Ad-Dajjal was mentioned in the presence of the Prophet. The Prophet said, Allah is not hidden from you. He is not one-eyed, and pointed with his hand towards his eye, adding, while al-Masih ad-Dajjal is blind in the right eye and his eye looks like a protruding grape. Volume 9, Book 93, number 505. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, Allah did not send any prophet but that he warned his nation of the one-eyed liar, ad-Dajjal. He is one-eyed while your Lord is not one-eyed, the word kafir, unbeliever, is written between his 2 eyes. Volume 9, Book 93, number 506. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. That during the battle with Bani al-Mustalik they, Muslims, captured some females and intended to have sexual relation with them without impregnating them. So they asked the Prophet about coitus interruptus. The Prophet said, it is better that you should not do it, for Allah has written whom He is going to create till the day of resurrection. Qaza'a said, I heard Abu Sa'id saying that the Prophet said, no soul is ordained to be created but Allah will create it. Volume 9, Book 93, number 507. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, Allah will gather the believers on the day of resurrection in the same way, as they are gathered in this life, and they will say, let us ask someone to intercede for us with our Lord that He may relieve us from this place of ours. Then they will go to Adam and say, O Adam! Don't you see the people's condition? Allah created you with His own hands and ordered His angels to prostrate before you, and taught you the names of all the things. Please intercede for us with our Lord so that he may relieve us from this place of ours. Adam will say, I am not fit for this undertaking, and mention to them the mistakes he had committed, and add, but you'd better go to Noah, as he was the first apostle sent by Allah to the people of the earth. They will go to Noah, who will reply, I am not fit for this undertaking, and mention the mistake which he made, and add, but you'd better go to Abraham, Khalil ar-Rahman. They will go to Abraham, who will reply, I am not fit for this undertaking, and mention to them the mistakes he made, and add, but you'd better go to Moses, a slave whom Allah gave the Torah and to whom he spoke directly. They will go to Moses, who will reply, I am not fit for this undertaking, and mention to them the mistakes he made, and add, you'd better go to Jesus, Allah's slave and his apostle and his word, and it was, and a soul created by him. They will go to Jesus, who will say, I am not fit for this undertaking, but you'd better go to Muhammad, whose sins of the past and the future had been forgiven, by Allah. So they will come to me, and I will ask the permission of my Lord, and I will be permitted to present myself before him. When I see my Lord, I will fall down in prostration before him, and he will leave me in prostration as long as he wishes, and then it will be said to me, O Muhammad, raise your head and speak, for you will be listened to. And ask, for you will be granted your request, and intercede, for your intercession will be accepted. I will then raise my head and praise my Lord with certain praises which he has taught me, and then I will intercede. Allah will allow me to intercede for a certain kind of people, and will fix a limit whom I will admit into paradise. I will come back again, and when I see my Lord again, I will fall down in prostration before him, and he will leave me in prostration as long as he wishes, and then he will say, O Muhammad, raise your head and speak, for you will be listened to, and ask, for you will be granted your request, and intercede, for your intercession will be accepted. I will then praise my Lord with certain praises which he has taught me, and then I will intercede. Allah will allow me to intercede for a certain kind of people, and will fix a limit to whom I will admit into paradise. I will return again, and when I see my Lord, I will fall down in prostration, and he will leave me in prostration as long as he wishes, and then he will say, O Muhammad, raise your head and speak, for you will be listened to, and ask, for you will be granted your request, and intercede, for your intercession will be accepted. I will then praise my Lord with certain praises which he has taught me, and then I will intercede. Allah will allow me to intercede for a certain kind of people, and will fix a limit to whom I will admit into paradise. I will come back and say, O my Lord, none remains in hell, fire, but those whom Qur'an has imprisoned therein, and for whom eternity in hell, fire, has become inevitable. The Prophet added, there will come out of hell, fire, everyone who says, La ilaha illallah, and has in his heart good equal to the weight of a barley grain. Then there will come out of hell, fire, everyone who says, La ilaha illallah, and has in his heart good equal to the weight of a wheat grain. Then there will come out of hell, fire, everyone who says, La ilaha illallah, and has in his heart good equal to the weight of an atom, or a smallest ant. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 508. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Allah's hand is full, and its fullness is not affected by the continuous spending, day and night. He also said, do you see what he has spent since he created the heavens and the earth? Yet all that has not decreased what is in his hand. He also said, his throne is over the water, and in his other hand is the balance of justice, and he raises and lowers whomever he will. See Hadith number 206, Volume 6. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 509. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, on the day of resurrection, Allah will grasp the whole earth by his hand, and all the heavens in his right, and then he will say, I am the king. Abu Huraira said, Allah's Apostle said, Allah will grasp the earth. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 510. Narrated Abdullah. A Jew came to the Prophet and said, O Muhammad, Allah will hold the heavens on a finger, and the mountains on a finger, and the trees on a finger, and all the creation on a finger, and then he will say, I am the king. On that Allah's apostle smiled till his premolar teeth became visible, and then recited. No just estimate have they made of Allah such as due to him. 39. 67. Abdullah added, Allah's apostle smiled, at the Jew's statement, expressing his wonder and belief in what was said. Volume 9, Book 93, number 511. Narrated, Abdullah. A man from the people of the scripture came to the Prophet and said, O Abul Qasim, Allah will hold the heavens upon a finger, and the earth on a finger and the land on a finger, and all the creation on a finger, and will say, I am the king. I am the king. I saw the Prophet, after hearing that, smiling till his premolar teeth became visible, and he then recited, No just estimate have they made of Allah such as due to him. 39. 67. Volume 9, Book 93, number 512. Narrated Al-Mughira. Sa'd bin Ubadah said, If I saw a man with my wife, I would strike him, behead him, with the blade of my sword. This news reached Allah's apostle who then said, You people are astonished at Sa'd's gaira. By Allah, I have more gaira than he, and Allah has more gaira than I, and because of Allah's gaira, he has made unlawful shameful deeds and sins, illegal sexual intercourse etc., done in open and in secret. And there is none who likes that the people should repent to him and beg his pardon than Allah, and for this reason he sent the warners and the givers of good news. And there is none who likes to be praised more than Allah does, and for this reason, Allah promised to grant paradise, to the doers of good. Abdul Malik said, No person has more gaira than Allah. Volume 9, Book 93, number 513. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. The Prophet said to a man, Have you got anything of the Qur'an? The man said, Yes, such and such surah, naming the surahs. Volume 9, Book 93, number 514. Narrated Imran bin Hussein. While I was with the Prophet, some people from Bani Tamim came to him. The Prophet said, O Bani Tamim, accept the good news. They said, You have given us the good news. Now give us something. After a while, some Yemenites entered, and he said to them, O the people of Yemen, accept the good news, as Bani Tamim have refused it. They said, We accept it, for we have come to you to learn the religion. So we ask you what the beginning of this universe was. The Prophet said, There was Allah and nothing else before him, and his throne was over the water, and he then created the heavens and the earth and wrote everything in the book. Then a man came to me and said, O Imran, follow your she-camel, for it has run away. So I set out seeking it, and behold, it was beyond the mirage. By Allah, I wished that it, my she-camel, had gone, but that I had not left the gathering. Volume 9, Book 93, number 515. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, The right hand of Allah is full, and its fullness is not affected by the continuous spending night and day. Do you see what he has spent since he created the heavens and the earth? Yet all that has not decreased what is in his right hand. His throne is over the water, and in his other hand is the bounty or the power to bring about death, and he raises some people and brings others down. See Hadith No. 508. Volume 9, Book 93, number 516. Narrated Anas. Zayd bin Haritha came to the Prophet complaining about his wife. The Prophet kept on saying to him, Be afraid of Allah and keep your wife. Aisha said, If Allah's apostle were to conceal anything of the Qur'an, he would have concealed this verse. Zaynab used to boast before the wives of the Prophet and used to say, You were given in marriage by your families, while I was married to the Prophet by Allah from over 7 heavens. And Thubit recited the verse, But, O Muhammad, you did hide in your heart that which Allah was about to make manifest, you did fear the people. 33.37 was revealed in connection with Zaynab and Zayd bin Haritha. Volume 9, Book 93, number 517. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The verse of Al-Hijab, veiling of women, was revealed in connection with Zainab bint Jahsh. On the day of her marriage with him, the Prophet gave a wedding banquet with bread and meat. And she used to boast before other wives of the Prophet and used to say, Allah married me, to the Prophet in the heavens. Volume 9, Book 93, number 518. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, when Allah had finished his creation, he wrote over his throne, my mercy preceded my anger. Volume 9, Book 93, number 519. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, whoever believes in Allah and his apostle offers prayers perfectly and fasts, the month of Ramadan, then it is incumbent upon Allah to admit him into paradise. Whether he emigrates for Allah's cause or stays in the land where he was born. They, the companions of the Prophet, said, O Allah's apostle, should we not inform the people of that? He said, there are 100 degrees in paradise which Allah has prepared for those who carry on jihad in his cause. The distance between every 2 degrees is like the distance between the sky and the earth, so if you ask Allah for anything, ask him for the Firdaus, for it is the last part of paradise and the highest part of paradise. And at its top there is the throne of Beneficent, and from it gush forth the rivers of paradise. Volume 9, Book 93, number 520. Narrated Abu Dar. I entered the mosque while Allah's apostle was sitting there. When the sun had set, the Prophet said, O Abu Dar, do you know where this sun goes? I said, Allah and his apostle know best. He said, it goes and asks permission to prostrate, and it is allowed, and, one day, it, as if being ordered to return whence it came, then it will rise from the west. Then the Prophet recited, that, and the sun runs on its fixed course, for a term decreed, 36.38, as it is recited by Abdullah. Volume 9, Book 93, number 521. Narrated Zayd bin Thabit. Abu Bakr sent for me, so I collected the Qur'an till I found the last part of Surat at-Tawbah with Abi Khuzaymah al-Ansari and did not find it with anybody else. The verses are, verily, there has come to you an apostle, Muhammad, from amongst yourselves, till the end of Surat Bara'ah, i.e., at-Tawbah. 9.128-129. Volume 9, Book 93, number 522. Narrated Yunus. As 521. Volume 9, Book 93, number 523. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet used to say at the time of difficulty, La ilaha illallah al-alamul halim. La ilaha illallah Rabbul Arshal Azim, La ilaha illallah Rabba Samawati Rabbul Ard. Wa Rabbul Arsh al-Karim. See Hadith number 356 and 357, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 93, number 524. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. The Prophet said, the people will fall unconscious on the day of resurrection, then suddenly I will see Moses holding one of the pillars of the throne. Abu Huraira said, the Prophet said, I will be the first person to be resurrected and will see Moses holding the throne. Volume 9, Book 93, number 525. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, a group of angels stay with you at night and another group of angels by daytime, and both groups gather at the time of the Asr and Far prayers. Then those angels who have stayed with you overnight, ascend to heaven, and Allah asks them about you, and He knows everything about you. In what state did you leave my slaves? The angels reply, when we left them, they were praying, and when we reached them they were praying. Volume 9, Book 93, number 525y. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, if somebody gives in charity something equal to a date from his honestly earned money, for nothing ascends to Allah except good, then Allah will take it in his right hand, and bring it up for its owner as any one of you brings up a baby horse, till it becomes like a mountain. Abu Huraira said, the Prophet said, nothing ascends to Allah except good. Volume 9, Book 93, number 526. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's apostle used to say at the time of difficulty, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, the Majestic, the Most Forbearing. None has the right to be worshipped but Allah, the Lord of the Tremendous Throne. None has the right to be worshipped but Allah, the Lord of the Heavens and the Lord of the Honorable Throne. See Hadith number 357, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 93, number 527. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. When Ali was in Yemen, he sent some gold in its ore to the Prophet. The Prophet distributed it among al-Aqra bin Habis al-Hanzali who belonged to Bani Mujashi, Uayna bin Badr al-Fazari, Alqama bin Balatha al-Amiri, who belonged to the Bani Kilab tribe and Zaid Aikal at-Ta'i who belonged to Bani Nabhan. So the Quraysh and the Ansar became angry and said, he gives to the chiefs of Najd and leaves us. The Prophet said, I just wanted to attract and unite their hearts, make them firm in Islam. Then there came a man with sunken eyes, bulging forehead, thick beard, fat raised cheeks, and clean-shaven head, and said, O Muhammad! Be afraid of Allah. The Prophet said, who would obey Allah if I disobeyed him? Allah. He trusts me over the people of the earth, but you do not trust me. A man from the people, present then, who, I think, was Khalid bin al-Walid, asked for permission to kill him, but the Prophet prevented him. When the man went away, the Prophet said, out of the offspring of this man, there will be people who will recite the Qur'an but it will not go beyond their throats, and they will go out of Islam as an arrow goes out through the game. And they will kill the Muslims and leave the idolaters. Should I live till they appear, I would kill them as the killing of the nation of Ad. Volume 9, Book 93, number 528. Narrated Abu Dar. I asked the Prophet regarding the verse and the sun runs on its fixed course for a term decreed for it. 36.28, he said, its fixed course is underneath Allah's throne. Volume 9, Book 93, number 529. Narrated Jarir. We were sitting with the Prophet and he looked at the moon on the night of the full moon and said, you people will see your Lord as you see this full moon. And you will have no trouble in seeing him, so if you can avoid missing, through sleep or business, etc. A prayer before sunrise, far, and a prayer before sunset, ASR, you must do so. See Hadith number 529, Volume 1. Volume 9, Book 93, number 530. Narrated Jarir bin Abdullah. The Prophet said, you will definitely see your Lord with your own eyes. Volume 9, Book 93, number 531. Narrated Jarir. Allah's apostle came out to us on the night of the full moon and said, you will see your Lord on the day of resurrection as you see this, full moon, and you will have no difficulty in seeing him. Volume 9, Book 93, number 532c. Narrated Atta bin Yazid al-Laythi. On the authority of Abu Huraira, the people said, O Allah's apostle! Shall we see our Lord on the day of resurrection? The Prophet said, do you have any difficulty in seeing the moon on a full moon night? They said, no, O Allah's apostle. He said, do you have any difficulty in seeing the sun when there are no clouds? They said, no, O Allah's apostle. He said, so you will see him, like that. Allah will gather all the people on the day of resurrection, and say, whoever worships something, in the world, should follow that thing, so, whoever worshipped the sun will follow the sun, and whoever worshipped the moon will follow the moon. And whoever used to worship certain, other false, deities, he will follow those deities. And there will remain only this nation with its good people, or its hypocrites. The sub-narrator, Ibrahim is in doubt. Allah will come to them and say, I am your Lord. They will deny him and say, we will stay here till our Lord comes, for when our Lord comes, we will recognize him. So Allah will come to them in his appearance which they know, and will say, I am your Lord. They will say, you are our Lord, so they will follow him. Then a bridge will be laid across hell, fire, I and my followers will be the first ones to go across it and none will speak on that day except the apostles. And the invocation of the apostles on that day will be, O Allah, save. Save. In hell, or over the bridge, there will be hooks like the thorns of as-Sadan, thorny plant. Have you seen as-Sadan? They replied, Yes, O Allah's apostle. He said, So those hooks look like the thorns of as-Sadan, but none knows how big they are except Allah. Those hooks will snap the people away according to their deeds. Some of the people will stay in hell, be destroyed, because of their evil deeds, and some will be cut or torn by the hooks, and fall into hell, and some will be punished and then relieved. When Allah has finished his judgments among the people, he will take whomever he will out of hell through his mercy. He will then order the angels to take out of the fire all those who used to worship none but Allah from among those whom Allah wanted to be merciful to and those who testified, in the world, that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah. The angels will recognize them in the fire by the marks of prostration, on their foreheads, for the fire will eat up all the human body except the mark caused by prostration, as Allah has forbidden the fire to eat the mark of prostration. They will come out of the hell fire, completely burnt, and then the water of life will be poured over them and they will grow under it as does a seed that comes in the mud of the torrent. Then Allah will finish the judgments among the people, and there will remain one man facing the hell fire, and he will be the last person among the people of hell to enter paradise. He will say, O my Lord! Please turn my face away from the fire because its air has hurt me and its severe heat has burnt me. So he will invoke Allah in the way Allah will wish him to invoke, and then Allah will say to him, If I grant you that, will you then ask for anything else? He will reply, No, by your power, honor, I will not ask you for anything else. He will give his Lord whatever promises and covenants Allah will demand. So Allah will turn his face away from hell, fire. When he will face paradise and will see it, he will remain quiet for as long as Allah will wish him to remain quiet, then he will say, O my Lord! Bring me near to the gate of paradise. Allah will say to him, Didn't you give your promises and covenants that you would never ask for anything more than what you had been given? Woe on you, O Adam's son! How treacherous you are! He will say, O my Lord, and will keep on invoking Allah till he says to him, If I give what you are asking, will you then ask for anything else? He will reply, No, by your honor, power, I will not ask for anything else. Then he will give covenants and promises to Allah, and then Allah will bring him near to the gate of paradise. When he stands at the gate of paradise, paradise will be opened and spread before him, and he will see its splendor and pleasures, whereupon he will remain quiet as long as Allah will wish him to remain quiet, and then he will say, O my Lord! Admit me into paradise. Allah will say, Didn't you give your covenants and promises that you would not ask for anything more than what you had been given? Allah will say, Woe on you, O Adam's son! How treacherous you are! The man will say, O my Lord! Do not make me the most miserable of your creation, and he will keep on invoking Allah till Allah will laugh because of his sayings, and when Allah will laugh because of him, he will say to him, Enter paradise, and when he will enter it, Allah will say to him, Wish for anything. So he will ask his Lord, and he will wish for a great number of things, for Allah himself will remind him to wish for certain things by saying, Wish for, so and so. When there is nothing more to wish for, Allah will say, This is for you, and its equal, is for you, as well. Atta bin Yazid added, Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, who was present with Abu Huraira, did not deny whatever the latter said, but when Abu Huraira said that Allah had said, That is for you and its equal as well, Abu Sa'id al-Khudri said, And 10 times as much, O Abu Huraira. Abu Huraira said, I do not remember, except his saying, That is for you and its equal as well. Abu Sa'id al-Khudri then said, I testify that I remember the Prophet saying, That is for you, and 10 times as much. Abu Huraira then added, That man will be the last person of the people of paradise to enter paradise. Volume 9, Book 93, number 532s. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. We said, O Allah's Apostle! Shall we see our Lord on the day of resurrection? He said, do you have any difficulty in seeing the sun and the moon when the sky is clear? We said, no. He said, so you will have no difficulty in seeing your Lord on that day as you have no difficulty in seeing the sun and the moon, in a clear sky. The Prophet then said, somebody will then announce, let every nation follow what they used to worship. So the companions of the cross will go with their cross, and the idolaters will go with their idols, and the companions of every god, false deities, will go with their god, till there remain those who used to worship Allah. Both the obedient ones and the mischievous ones, and some of the people of the Scripture. Then hell will be presented to them as if it were a mirage. Then it will be said to the Jews, what did you use to worship? They will reply, we used to worship Ezra, the son of Allah. It will be said to them, you are liars, for Allah has neither a wife nor a son. What do you want, now? They will reply, we want you to provide us with water. Then it will be said to them, drink, and they will fall down in hell, instead. Then it will be said to the Christians, what did you use to worship? They will reply, we used to worship Messiah, the son of Allah. It will be said, you are liars, for Allah has neither a wife nor a son. What do you want, now? They will say, we want you to provide us with water. It will be said to them, drink, and they will fall down in hell, instead. When there remain only those who used to worship Allah alone, both the obedient ones and the mischievous ones, it will be said to them, what keeps you here when all the people have gone? They will say, we parted with them, in the world, when we were in greater need of them than we are today, we heard the call of one proclaiming, let every nation follow what they used to worship, and now we are waiting for our Lord. Then the Almighty will come to them in a shape other than the one which they saw the first time, and He will say, I am your Lord, and they will say, you are not our Lord. And none will speak to him then but the prophets, and then it will be said to them, do you know any sign by which you can recognize him? They will say, the shin, and so Allah will then uncover his shin, whereupon every believer will prostrate before him, and there will remain those who used to prostrate before him just for showing off and for gaining good reputation. These people will try to prostrate, but their backs will be rigid like one piece of a wood, and they will not be able to prostrate. Then the bridge will be laid across hell. We, the companions of the Prophet, said, O Allah's Apostle, what is the bridge? He said, it is a slippery bridge, on which there are clamps and hooks like a thorny seed that is wide at one side and narrow at the other and has thorns with bent ends. Such a thorny seed is found in Najd and is called as Sadan. Some of the believers will cross the bridge as quickly as the wink of an eye, some others as quick as lightning, a strong wind, fast horses or she-camels. So some will be safe without any harm, some will be safe after receiving some scratches, and some will fall down into hell, fire. The last person will cross by being dragged over the bridge. The Prophet said, you, Muslims, cannot be more pressing in claiming from me a right that has been clearly proved to be yours than the believers in interceding with Almighty for their Muslim brothers on that day, when they see themselves safe. They will say, O Allah, save our brothers, for they used to pray with us, fast with us, and also do good deeds with us. Allah will say, go and take out of hell anyone in whose heart you find faith equal to the weight of one gold dinar. Allah will forbid the fire to burn the faces of those sinners. They will go to them and find some of them in hell, fire, up to their feet, and some up to the middle of their legs. So they will take out those whom they will recognize, and then they will return, and Allah will say to them, go and take out of hell anyone in whose heart you find faith equal to the weight of one half dinar. They will take out whomever they will recognize and return, and then Allah will say, go and take out of hell anyone in whose heart you find faith equal to the weight of an atom, or a smallest ant. And so they will take out all those whom they will recognize. Abu Sa'id said, if you do not believe me, then read the holy verse. Surely Allah wrongs not even of the weight of an atom, or a smallest ant, but if there is any good done, He doubles it. 4:40 The Prophet added, then the prophets and angels and the believers will intercede, and, last of all, the Almighty, Allah, will say, now remains my intercession. He will then hold a handful of the fire from which he will take out some people whose bodies have been burnt, and they will be thrown into a river at the entrance of paradise, called the water of life. They will grow on its banks, as a seed carried by the torrent grows. You have noticed how it grows beside a rock or beside a tree, and how the side facing the sun is usually green while the side facing the shade is white. Those people will come out, of the river of life, like pearls, and they will have, golden, necklaces, and then they will enter paradise, whereupon the people of paradise will say, these are the people emancipated by the Beneficent. He has admitted them into paradise without them having done any good deeds and without sending forth any good, for themselves. Then it will be said to them, for you is what you have seen and its equivalent as well. Volume 9, Book 93, number 532 v. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, the believers will be kept, waiting, on the day of resurrection so long that they will become worried and say, let us ask somebody to intercede for us with our Lord so that he may relieve us from our place. Then they will go to Adam and say, you are Adam, the father of the people. Allah created you with his own hand and made you reside in his paradise and ordered his angels to prostrate before you. And taught you the names of all things. Will you intercede for us with your Lord so that he may relieve us from this place of ours? Adam will say, I am not fit for this undertaking. He will mention his mistakes he had committed, i.e., his eating off the tree though he had been forbidden to do so. He will add, go to Noah, the first prophet sent by Allah to the people of the earth. The people will go to Noah who will say, I am not fit for this undertaking. He will mention his mistake which he had done, i.e., his asking his Lord without knowledge. He will say, to them, go to Abraham, Khalil ar-Rahman. They will go to Abraham who will say, I am not fit for this undertaking. He would mention 3 words by which he told a lie, and say, to them, go to Moses, a slave whom Allah gave the Torah and spoke to, directly and brought near him, for conversation. They will go to Moses who will say, I am not fit for this undertaking. He will mention his mistake he made, i.e., killing a person, and will say, to them, go to Jesus, Allah's slave and his apostle, and a soul created by him and his word. And it was. They will go to Jesus who will say, I am not fit for this undertaking, but you'd better go to Muhammad the slave whose past and future sins have been forgiven by Allah. So they will come to me, and I will ask my Lord's permission to enter his house and then I will be permitted. When I see him I will fall down in prostration before him, and he will leave me, in prostration, as long as he will, and then he will say, O Muhammad, lift up your head and speak, for you will be listened to, and intercede. For your intercession will be accepted, and ask, for anything, for it will be granted. Then I will raise my head and glorify my Lord with certain praises which he has taught me. Allah will put a limit for me, to intercede for a certain type of people. I will take them out and make them enter paradise. Qatada said, I heard Anas saying that, the Prophet said, I will go out and take them out of hell, fire, and let them enter paradise, and then I will return and ask my Lord for permission to enter his house and I will be permitted. When I will see him I will fall down in prostration before him and he will leave me in prostration as long as he will let me, in that state, and then he will say, O Muhammad, raise your head and speak, for you will be listened to, and intercede. For your intercession will be accepted, and ask, your request will be granted. The Prophet added, so I will raise my head and glorify and praise him as he has taught me. Then I will intercede and he will put a limit for me, to intercede for a certain type of people. I will take them out and let them enter paradise. Qatada added, I heard Anas saying that, the Prophet said, I will go out and take them out of hell, fire, and let them enter paradise, and I will return for the 3rd time and will ask my Lord for permission to enter his house. And I will be allowed to enter. When I see him, I will fall down in prostration before him, and will remain in prostration as long as he will, and then he will say, raise your head, O Muhammad, and speak, for you will be listened to, and intercede. For your intercession will be accepted, and ask, for your request will be granted. So I will raise my head and praise Allah as He has taught me, and then I will intercede, and He will put a limit for me, to intercede for a certain type of people. I will take them out and let them enter paradise. Qatada said, I heard Anas saying that, the Prophet said, so I will go out and take them out of hell, fire, and let them enter paradise, till none will remain in the fire except those whom Qur'an will imprison, i.e., those who are destined for eternal life in the fire. The narrator then recited the verse, It may be that your Lord will raise you to a station of praise and glory. 1779. The narrator added, This is the station of praise and glory which Allah has promised to your Prophet. Volume 9, Book 93, number 533. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's apostle sent for the Ansar and gathered them in a tent and said to them, Be patient till you meet Allah and His apostle, and I will be on the lake tank, Al-Kawthar. Volume 9, Book 93, number 534. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Whenever the Prophet offered his tahajjud prayer, he would say, O Allah, our Lord, all the praises are for you. You are the keeper, establisher, or the one who looks after, of the heavens and the earth. All the praises are for you, you are the light of the heavens and the earth and whatever is therein. You are the truth, and your saying is the truth, and your promise is the truth, and the meeting with you is the truth, and paradise is the truth, and the hell, fire is the truth. O Allah, I surrender myself to you, and believe in you, and I put my trust in you, solely depend upon. And to you I complain of my opponents, and with your evidence I argue. So please forgive the sins which I have done in the past or I will do in the future, and also those sins which I did in secret or in public, and that which you know better than I. None has the right to be worshipped but you. Volume 9, Book 93, number 535. Narrated Adi bin Hatim. Allah's apostle said, There will be none among you but his Lord will speak to him, and there will be no interpreter between them nor a screen to screen him. Volume 9, Book 93, number 536. Narrated Abdullah bin Qays. The Prophet said, There will be 2 paradises of silver, and all the utensils and whatever is therein, will be of silver. And 2 paradises of gold, and its utensils and whatever therein, will be of gold, and there will be nothing to prevent the people from seeing their Lord except the cover of majesty over his face in the paradise of Eden, eternal bliss. Volume 9, Book 93, number 537. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet said, Whoever takes the property of a Muslim by taking a false oath, will meet Allah who will be angry with him. Then the Prophet recited the verse, Verily those who purchase a small gain at the cost of Allah's covenant and their oaths, they shall have no portion in the hereafter, neither will Allah speak to them, nor look at them. 3. 77. Volume 9, Book 93, number 538. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, There are 3 types of persons to whom Allah will neither speak to them on the day of resurrections, nor look at them. They are, 1, a man who takes a false oath that he has been offered for a commodity a price greater than what he has actually been offered. 2, and a man who takes a false oath after the Witr Prayer, in order to grab the property of a Muslim through it. 3, and a man who forbids others to use the remaining superfluous water. To such a man Allah will say on the day of resurrection, Today I withhold my blessings from you as you withheld the superfluous part of that water, which your hands did not create. Volume 9, Book 93, number 539. Narrated Abu Bakr. The Prophet said, Time has come back to its original state which it had when Allah created the heavens and the earth. The year is 12 months, of which 4 are sacred. And out of these 4, 3 are in succession, namely, Dhul Qa'dah, Dhul Hijjah and Muharram, and, the 4th one, Rajab Madar, which is between Jumad, Adh Tam, and Shaban. The Prophet then asked us, Which month is this? We said, Allah and his apostle know it better. He kept quiet so long that we thought he might call it by another name. Then he said, Isn't it Dhul Hijjah? We said, Yes. He asked, What town is this? We said, Allah and His Apostle know it better. Then he kept quiet so long that we thought he might call it by another name. He then said, Isn't it the forbidden town, Mecca? We said, Yes. He asked, What is the day today? We said, Allah and His Apostle know it better. Then he kept quiet so long that we thought that he might call it by another name. Then he said, Isn't it the day of An-Nar, slaughtering of sacrifices? We said, Yes. Then he said, Your blood, lives, your properties, the sub-narrator Muhammad, said, I think he also said, and your honor, are as sacred to one another like the sanctity of this day of yours, in this town of yours, in this month of yours. You shall meet your Lord and he will ask you about your deeds. Beware. Don't go astray after me by striking the necks of one another. Lo! It is incumbent upon those who are present to inform it to those who are absent, for perhaps the informed one might comprehend it, understand it, better than some of the present audience. Whenever the sub-narrator Muhammad mentioned that statement, he would say, The Prophet said the truth. And then the Prophet added, No doubt. Haven't I conveyed Allah's message to you? No doubt. Haven't I conveyed Allah's message to you? Volume 9, Book 93, number 540. Narrated Usama. A son of one of the daughters of the Prophet was dying, so she sent a person to call the Prophet. He sent her a message, Whatever Allah takes is for him, and whatever He gives is for him, and everything has a limited fixed term, in this world, so she should be patient and hope for Allah's reward. She then sent for him again, swearing that he should come. Allah's Apostle got up, and so did Mu'adh bin Jabal, Ubay bin Ka'b and Ubadah bin as-Samit. When he entered the house, they gave the child to Allah's Apostle while its breath was disturbed in his chest. The sub-narrator said, I think he said, as if it was a water skin. Allah's Apostle started weeping, whereupon Sa'd bin Ubadah said, Do you weep? The Prophet said, Allah is merciful only to those of His slaves who are merciful to others. Volume 9, Book 93, number 541. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, Paradise and hell, fire, quarreled in the presence of their Lord. Paradise said, O Lord! What is wrong with me that only the poor and humble people enter me? Hell, fire, said, I have been favored with the arrogant people. So Allah said to Paradise, You are my mercy, and said to hell, You are my punishment which I inflict upon whom I wish, and I shall fill both of you. The Prophet added, As for Paradise, it will be filled with good people, because Allah does not wrong any of His created things, and He creates for hell, fire, whomever He will, and they will be thrown into it, and it will say thrice. Is there any more, till Allah will put His foot over it and it will become full and its sides will come close to each other and it will say, Cat. 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 Enough. 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 Volume 9, Book 93, number 542. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, Some people who will be scorched by hell, fire, as a punishment for sins they have committed, and then Allah will admit them into paradise by the grant of His mercy. These people will be called, Al-Jahannamilin, the people of hell. Volume 9, Book 93, number 543. Narrated Abdullah. A Jewish rabbi came to Allah's Apostle and said, O Muhammad! Allah will put the heavens on one finger and the earth on one finger, and the trees and the rivers on one finger, and the rest of the creation on one finger, and then will say, pointing out with his hand, I am the king. On that Allah's Apostle smiled and said, No just estimate have they made of Allah such as due to Him. 39. 67. Volume 9, Book 93, number 544. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once I stayed overnight at the house of my aunt, Maymunah, while the Prophet was with her. To see how was the night prayer of Allah's Apostle talked to his wife for a while and then slept. When it was the last third of the night, or part of it, the Prophet got up and looked towards the sky and recited the verse, Verily. In the creation of the heavens and the earth, there are indeed signs for the men of understanding. 3. 190. Then he got up and performed the ablution, brushed his teeth and offered 11 rakat. Then Bilal pronounced the adhan, whereupon the Prophet offered a 2 rakat, sunnah, prayer and went out to lead the people in morning compulsory congregational prayer. Volume 9, Book 93, number 545. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, when Allah created the creations, He wrote with Him on His throne, my mercy has preceded my anger. Volume 9, Book 93, number 546. Narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud. Allah's Apostle, the true and truly inspired, narrated to us. The creation of every one of you starts with the process of collecting the material for his body within 40 days and 40 nights in the womb of his mother. Then he becomes a clot of thick blood for a similar period, 40 days, and then he becomes like a piece of flesh for a similar period. Then an angel is sent to him, by Allah, and the angel is ordered, to write 4 things. His livelihood, his date of death, his deeds, and whether he will be a wretched one or a blessed one, in the hereafter, and then the soul is breathed into him. So one of you may do good deeds characteristic of the people of paradise, so much that there is nothing except a cubit between him and paradise, but then what has been written for him decides his behavior and he starts doing evil deeds characteristic of the people of hell, fire, and, ultimately, enters hell, fire. And one of you may do evil deeds characteristic of the people of hell, fire, so much so that there is nothing except a cubit between him and hell, fire. Then what has been written for him decides his behavior and he starts doing good deeds characteristic of the people of paradise and ultimately enters paradise. See Hadith number 430, Volume 4. Volume 9, Book 93, number 547. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, O Gabriel, what prevents you from visiting us more often than you do? Then this verse was revealed, and we angels descend not but by command of your Lord. To Him belongs what is before us and what is behind us. 19.64, so this was the answer to Muhammad. Volume 9, Book 93, number 548. Narrated Abdullah. While I was walking with Allah's Apostle in one of the fields of Medina and he was walking leaning on a stick, he passed a group of Jews. Some of them said to the others, ask him, the Prophet, about the Spirit. Others said, do not ask him. But they asked him and he stood leaning on the stick and I was standing behind him and I thought that he was being divinely inspired. Then he said, they ask you concerning the Spirit, say, the Spirit, its knowledge is with my Lord. And of knowledge you, O men, have been given only a little. 17.85, on that some of the Jews said to the others, didn't we tell you not to ask? Volume 9, Book 93, number 549. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Allah guarantees to the person who carries out jihad for his cause and nothing compelled him to go out but the jihad in his cause, and belief in his words, that he will either admit him into paradise or return him with his reward or the booty he has earned to his residence from where he went out. See Hadith number 555. Volume 9, Book 93, number 550. Narrated Abu Musa. A man came to the Prophet and said, a man fights for pride and haughtiness, another fights for bravery, and another fights for showing off. Which of these cases is in Allah's cause? The Prophet said, the one who fights that Allah's word, Islam, should be superior, fights in Allah's cause. See Hadith number 65, Volume 4. Volume 9, Book 93, number 551. Narrated Al-Mughira bin Shubi'ah. I heard the Prophet saying, some people from my followers will continue to be victorious over others till Allah's order, the hour, is established. See Hadith No. 414. Volume 9, Book 93, number 552. Narrated Muawiyah. I heard the Prophet saying, A group of my followers will keep on following Allah's laws strictly, and they will not be harmed by those who will disbelieve them or stand against them till Allah's order, the hour, will come while they will be in that state. Volume 9, Book 93, number 553. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet stood before Musaylama, the liar, who was sitting with his companions then, and said to him, "If you ask me for this piece of palm leaf stalk, even then I would not give it to you. You cannot avoid what Allah has ordained for you, and if you turn away from Islam, Allah will surely ruin you." Volume 9, Book 93, number 554. Narrated Ibn Mas'udi. While I was walking in company with the Prophet in one of the fields of Medina, the Prophet was reclining on a palm leaf stalk which he carried with him. We passed by a group of Jews. Some of them said to the others, "Ask him about the Spirit." The others said, "Do not ask him, lest he would say something that you hate." Some of them said, "We will ask him." So a man from among them stood up and said, "O Abul Qasim, what is the Spirit?" The Prophet kept quiet, and I knew that he was being divinely inspired. Then he said, "They ask you concerning the Spirit, say, the Spirit, its knowledge is with my Lord. And of knowledge you, mankind, have been given only a little." 1785. Volume 9, Book 93, number 555. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "Allah guarantees, the person who carries out jihad in his cause and nothing compelled him to go out but jihad in his cause and the belief in his word, that he will either admit him into paradise, martyrdom, or return him with reward or booty he has earned to his residence from where he went out." Volume 9, Book 93, number 556. Narrated Anas. Allah's Apostle said, "Whenever any one of you invoke Allah for something, he should be firm in his asking, and he should not say, 'If you wish, give me.' For none can compel Allah to do something against his will." Volume 9, Book 93, number 557. Narrated Ali bin Abi Talib. That one night Allah's Apostle visited him and Fatima, the daughter of Allah's Apostle, and said to them, "Do you offer night prayer?" Ali added, "I said, O Allah's Apostle, our souls are in the hand of Allah, and when He wishes to bring us to life, He does." Then Allah's Apostle went away when I said so, and he did not give any reply. Then I heard him on leaving while he was striking his thighs, saying, "But man is more quarrelsome than anything." 1854. Volume 9, Book 93, number 558. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "The example of a believer is that of a fresh green plant, the leaves of which move in whatever direction the wind forces them to move, and when the wind becomes still, it stands straight. Such is the similitude of the believer. He is disturbed by calamities, but is like the fresh plant, he regains his normal state soon. And the example of a disbeliever is that of a pine tree, which remains hard and straight till Allah cuts it down when He will." See Hadith number 546 and 547, Volume 7. Volume 9, Book 93, number 559. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. I heard Allah's Apostle while he was standing on the pulpit, saying, "The remaining period of your stay on the earth, in comparison to the nations before you, is like the period between the Asr prayer and sunset. The people of the Torah were given the Torah and they acted upon it till midday, and then they were worn out and were given for their labor, 1 qirat each. Then the people of the Gospel were given the Gospel and they acted upon it till the time of the Asr prayer, and then they were worn out and were given, for their labor, 1 qirat each. Then you people were given the Qur'an and you acted upon it till sunset, and so you were given 2 qirats each, double the reward of the previous nations." Then the people of the Torah said, "O our Lord, these people have done a little labor, much less than we, but have taken a greater reward." Allah said, "Have I withheld anything from your reward?" They said, "No." Then Allah said, "That is my favor which I bestow on whom I wish." Volume 9, Book 93, number 560. Narrated Ubadah bin as-Samit. I, along with a group of people, gave the pledge of allegiance to Allah's apostle. He said, I take your pledge on the condition that you, 1. Will not join partners in worship with Allah, 2. Will not steal, 3. Will not commit illegal sexual intercourse, 4. Will not kill your offspring, 5. Will not slander. 6. And will not disobey me when I order you to do good. Whoever among you will abide by his pledge, his reward will be with Allah, and whoever commits any of those sins and receives the punishment in this world, that punishment will be an expiation for his sins and purification. But if Allah screens him, then it will be up to Allah to punish him if He will or excuse him, if He will. Volume 9, Book 93, number 561. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Prophet Solomon, who had 60 wives, once said, Tonight I will have sexual relation, sleep, with all my wives so that each of them will become pregnant and bring forth a boy who will grow into a cavalier and will fight in Allah's cause. So he slept with his wives and none of them conceived and delivered a child, except one who brought a half-body boy, deformed. Allah's Prophet said, if Solomon had said, if Allah will, then each of those women would have delivered a would-be cavalier to fight in Allah's cause. See Hadith number 74a, Volume 4. Volume 9, Book 93, number 562. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle entered upon a sick Bedouin in whom he went to visit and said to him, Don't worry, Tahur, i.e., your illness will be a means of cleansing of your sins, if Allah will. The Bedouin said, Tahur. No, but it is a fever that is burning in the body of an old man and it will make him visit his grave. The Prophet said, Then it is so. Volume 9, Book 93, number 563. Narrated Abu Qatada. When the people slept till so late that they did not offer the morning prayer, the Prophet said, Allah captured your souls, made you sleep, when He willed. And returned them, to your bodies, when He willed. So the people got up and went to answer the call of nature, performed ablution, till the sun had risen and it had become white, then the Prophet got up and offered the prayer. Volume 9, Book 93, number 564. Narrated Abu Huraira. A man from the Muslims and a man from the Jews quarreled, and the Muslim said, By him who gave superiority to Muhammad over all the people. The Jew said, By him who gave superiority to Moses over all the people. On that the Muslim lifted his hand and slapped the Jew. The Jew went to Allah's Apostle and informed him of all that had happened between him and the Muslim. The Prophet said, Do not give me superiority over Moses, for the people will fall unconscious on the day of resurrection. I will be the first to regain consciousness and behold, Moses will be standing there, holding the side of the throne. I will not know whether he has been one of those who have fallen unconscious and then regained consciousness before me, or if he has been one of those exempted by Allah, from falling unconscious. See Hadith number 524, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 93, number 565. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle said, Ad-Dajjal will come to Medina and find the angels guarding it. If Allah will, neither Ad-Dajjal nor plague will be able to come near it. Volume 9, Book 93, number 566. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, For every prophet there is one invocation which is definitely fulfilled by Allah, and I wish, if Allah will, to keep my that special invocation as to be the intercession for my followers on the day of resurrection. Volume 9, Book 93, number 567. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, While I was sleeping, I saw myself, in a dream, standing by a well. I drew from it as much water as Allah wished me to draw, and then Ibn Quafa, Abu Bakr, took the bucket from me and drew 1 or 2 buckets, and there was weakness in his drawing, may Allah forgive him. Then Umar took the bucket which turned into something like a big drum. I had never seen a powerful man among the people working as perfectly and vigorously as he did. He drew so much water that, the people drank to their satisfaction and watered their camels that knelt down there. See Hadith number 16, Volume 5. Volume 9, Book 93, number 568. Narrated Abu Musa. Whenever a beggar or a person in need of something came to the Prophet, he used to say, to his companions, intercede for him, and you will be rewarded for that. And Allah will fulfill what he will through his apostles' tongue. Volume 9, Book 93, number 569. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, none of you should say, O Allah, forgive me if you wish, or bestow your mercy on me if you wish, or provide me with means of subsistence if you wish, but he should be firm in his request, for Allah does what he will and nobody can force him to do anything. Volume 9, Book 93, number 570. Narrated Ibn Abbas. That he differed with Al-Hur bin Qays bin Hizn al-Fazari about the companion of Moses, i.e., whether he was Diyar or not. Ubay bin Kabi al-Ansari passed by them and Ibn Abbas called him saying, my friend, Hur, and I have differed about Moses' companion whom Moses asked the way to meet. Did you hear Allah's apostle mentioning anything about him? Ubay said, yes, I heard Allah's apostle saying, while Moses was sitting in the company of some Israelites a man came to him and asked, do you know someone who is more learned than you, Moses? Moses said, no. So Allah sent the divine inspiration to Moses. Yes, our slave Qadr is more learned than you. Moses asked Allah how to meet him, Qadr, so Allah made the fish as a sign for him and it was said to him, when you lose the fish, go back to the place where you lose it, and you will meet him. So Moses went on looking for the sign of the fish in the sea. The boy servant of Moses, who was accompanying him, said to him, do you remember what happened when we betook ourselves to the rock? I did indeed forget to tell you about the fish. None but Satan made me forget to tell you about it. 18.63, Moses said. That is what we have been seeking. So they went back retracing their footsteps. 18.64. So they both found Qadr there, and then happened what Allah mentioned about them in the Qur'an. See 18. 60-82. Volume 9, Book 93, number 571. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, if Allah will, tomorrow we will encamp in Kaf Bani Kinana, the place where the pagans took the oath of kufr, disbelief, against the Prophet. He meant al-Muhasab. See Hadith number 659, Volume 2. Volume 9, Book 93, number 572. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet besieged the people of Taif, but he did not conquer it. He said, tomorrow, if Allah will, we will return home. On this the Muslims said, then we return without conquering it? He said, then carry on fighting tomorrow. The next day many of them were injured. The Prophet said, if Allah will, we will return home tomorrow. It seemed that statement pleased them whereupon Allah's apostle smiled. Volume 9, Book 93, number 573. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, when Allah ordains something on the heaven the angels beat with their wings in obedience to his statement which sounds like that of a chain dragged over a rock. His statement, until when the fear is banished from their hearts, the angels say, what was it that your Lord said? They reply, he has said, the truth. And he is the Most High, the Great. 34. 23. Volume 9, Book 93, number 574. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, Allah never listens to anything as he listens to the Prophet reciting Qur'an in a pleasant sweet-sounding voice. A companion of Abu Huraira said, he means, reciting the Qur'an aloud. Volume 9, Book 93, number 575. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. The Prophet said, Allah will say, on the day of resurrection, O Adam. Adam will reply, Labbaik wa Sadiq. Then a loud voice will be heard, saying, Allah commands you to take out the mission of the hell fire from your offspring. Volume 9, Book 93, number 576. Narrated Aisha. I never felt so jealous of any woman as I felt of Khadijah, for Allah ordered him, the Prophet, to give Khadijah the glad tidings of a palace in paradise, for her. Volume 9, Book 93, number 577. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, if Allah loves a person, he calls Gabriel, saying, Allah loves so and so. O Gabriel, love him. So Gabriel would love him and then would make an announcement in the heavens, Allah has loved so and so, therefore you should love him also. So all the dwellers of the heavens would love him, and then he is granted the pleasure of the people on the earth. See Hadith number 66, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 93, number 578. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, there are angels coming to you in succession at night, and others during the day, and they all gather at the time of Asr and Far prayers. Then the angels who have stayed with you overnight ascend to the heaven, and he, Allah, asks them though he perfectly knows their affairs. In what state have you left my slaves? They say, when we left them, they were praying, and when we came to them they were praying. Volume 9, Book 93, number 579. Narrated Abu Dar. The Prophet said, Gabriel came to me and gave me the glad tidings that anyone who died without worshipping anything besides Allah, would enter paradise. I asked, Gabriel, even if he committed theft, and even if he committed illegal sexual intercourse? He said, yes, even if he committed theft, and even if he committed illegal sexual intercourse. Volume 9, Book 93, number 580. Narrated Al-Bara bin Azib. Allah's Apostle said, O so-and-so, whenever you go to your bed, for sleeping, say, O Allah, I have surrendered myself over to you and have turned my face towards you, and leave all my affairs to you and depend on you and put my trust in you, expecting your reward and fearing your punishment. There is neither fleeing from you nor refuge but with you. I believe in the book, Qur'an, which you have revealed, and in your Prophet, Muhammad, whom you have sent. If you then die on that night, then you will die as a Muslim, and if you wake alive in the morning then you will receive the reward. See Hadith number 323, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 93, number 581. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Awfa. Allah's Apostle said on the day of the Battle of the Clans, O Allah, the Revealer of the Holy Book, the Quick Taker of Accounts, defeat the clans and shake them. Volume 9, Book 93, number 582. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Regarding the verse, neither say your prayer aloud, nor say it in a low tone. 17. 110. This verse was revealed while Allah's Apostle was hiding himself in Mecca, and when he raised his voice while reciting the Qur'an, the pagans would hear him and abuse the Qur'an and its revealer and to the one who brought it. So Allah said, neither say your prayer aloud, nor say it in a low tone. 17.110, that is, do not say your prayer so loudly that the pagans can hear you, nor say it in such a low tone that your companions do not hear you. But seek a middle course between those extremes, i.e., let your companions hear, but do not relate the Qur'an loudly, so that they may learn it from you. Volume 9, Book 93, number 583. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Allah said, the son of Adam hurts me by abusing time, for I am time, in my hands are all things and I cause the revolution of night and day. See Hadith number 351, Volume 6. Volume 9, Book 93, number 584. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Allah said, the fast is for me and I will give the reward for it, as he, the one who observes the fast, leaves his sexual desire, food and drink for my sake. Fasting is a screen from hell, and there are two pleasures for a fasting person, one at the time of breaking his fast, and the other at the time when he will meet his Lord. And the smell of the mouth of a fasting person is better in Allah's sight than the smell of musk. See Hadith number 128, Volume 3. Volume 9, Book 93, number 585. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, once while Job, Ayub, was taking a bath in a naked state. Suddenly a great number of gold locusts started falling upon him and he started collecting them in his clothes. His Lord called him, O Job! Didn't I make you rich enough to dispense with what you see now? Job said, Yes, O Lord. But I cannot dispense with your blessings. Volume 9, Book 93, number 586. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, every night when it is the last third of the night, our Lord, the Superior, the Blessed, descends to the nearest heaven and says, Is there anyone to invoke me that I may respond to his invocation? Is there anyone to ask me so that I may grant him his request? Is there anyone asking my forgiveness so that I may forgive him? See Hadith number 246, Volume 2. Volume 9, Book 93, number 587. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, We, Muslims, are the last to come, but will be the foremost on the day of resurrection. The narrators of this hadith said, Allah said, to man, spend, in charity, for then I will compensate you, generously. Volume 9, Book 93, number 588. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said that Gabriel said, Here is Khadija coming to you with a dish of food or a tumbler containing something to drink. Convey to her a greeting from her Lord, Allah, and give her the glad tidings that she will have a palace in paradise built of kasab wherein there will be neither any noise nor any fatigue, trouble. See Hadith number 168, Volume 5. Volume 9, Book 93, number 589. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Allah said, I have prepared for my righteous slaves, such excellent things, as no eye has ever seen, nor an ear has ever heard nor a human heart can ever think of. Volume 9, Book 93, number 590. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Whenever the Prophet offered the night, tahajjud, prayer, he used to say, O Allah! All the praises are for you, you are the light of the heavens and the earth. And all the praises are for you, you are the keeper of the heavens and the earth. All the praises are for you, you are the Lord of the heavens and the earth and whatever is therein. You are the truth, and your promise is the truth, and your speech is the truth, and meeting you is the truth, and paradise is the truth and hell, fire, is the truth and all the prophets are the truth and the hour is the truth. O Allah! I surrender to you, and believe in you, and depend upon you, and repent to you, and in your cause I fight and with your orders I rule. So please forgive my past and future sins and those sins which I did in secret or in public. It is you whom I worship, none has the right to be worshipped except you. See Hadith number 329, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 93, number 591. Narrated Urwa bin Zubair. Sa'id bin al-Musayyab, Alqamah bin Waqas and Ubaydullah bin Abdullah regarding the narrating of the forged statement against Aisha, the wife of the Prophet. When the slanderers said what they said and Allah revealed her innocence. Aisha said, But by Allah, I did not think that Allah, to confirm my innocence, would reveal divine inspiration which would be recited. For I consider myself too unimportant to be talked about by Allah through divine inspiration revealed for recitation, but I hoped that Allah's Apostle might have a dream in which Allah would reveal my innocence. So Allah revealed, Verily, those who spread the slander are a gang among you, the 10 verses in Surat An-Nur, 24. 11-20. Volume 9, Book 93, number 592. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Allah says, If my slave intends to do a bad deed then, O angels, do not write it unless he does it. If he does it, then write it as it is, but if he refrains from doing it for my sake, then write it as a good deed, in his account. On the other hand, if he intends to go a good deed, but does not do it, then write a good deed, in his account, and if he does it, then write it for him, in his account, as 10 good deeds up to 700 times. Volume 9, Book 93, number 593. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Allah created the creation, and when he finished from his creation the womb, got up, and Allah said, to it, Stop. What do you want? It said, At this place I seek refuge with you from all those who sever me, i.e. sever the ties of kinship. Allah said, Would you be pleased that I will keep good relation with the one who will keep good relation with you, and I will sever the relation with the one who will sever the relation with you? It said, Yes, O my Lord. Allah said, to it, That is for you, and then Abu Huraira recited the verse, Would you then, if you were given the authority, do mischief in the land, and sever your ties of kinship? 47. 22. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 594. Narrated Zayd bin Khalid. It rained, because of the Prophet's invocation for rain, and the Prophet said, Allah said, Some of my slaves have become disbelievers in me, and some others, believers in me. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 595. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Allah said, If my slaves loves the meeting with me, I too love the meeting with him, and if he dislikes the meeting with me, I too dislike the meeting with him. See Hadith number 514, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 596. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Allah said, I am to my slave as he thinks of me, i.e. I am able to do for him what he thinks I can do for him. See Hadith no. 502. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 597. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, A man who never did any good deed, said that if he died, his family should burn him and throw half the ashes of his burnt body in the earth and the other half in the sea, for by Allah, if Allah should get hold of him, he would inflict such punishment on him as he would not inflict on anybody among the people. But Allah ordered the sea to collect what was in it, of his ashes, and similarly ordered the earth to collect what was in it, of his ashes. Then Allah said, to the recreated man, Why did you do so? The man replied, For being afraid of you, and you know it, very well. So Allah forgave him. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 598. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard the Prophet saying, If somebody commits a sin and then says, O my Lord, I have sinned, please forgive me. And his Lord says, My slave has known that he has a Lord who forgives sins and punishes for it, I therefore have forgiven my slave, his sins. Then he remains without committing any sin for a while and then again commits another sin and says, O my Lord, I have committed another sin, please forgive me, and Allah says, My slave has known that he has a Lord who forgives sins and punishes for it, I therefore have forgiven my slave, his sin. Then he remains without committing any another sin for a while and then commits another sin, for the third time, and says, O my Lord, I have committed another sin, please forgive me, and Allah says, My slave has known that he has a Lord who forgives sins and punishes for it, I therefore have forgiven my slave, his sin, he can do whatever he likes. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 599. Narrated Abu said, The Prophet mentioned a man from the people of the past or those who preceded you. The Prophet said a sentence meaning, Allah had given him wealth and children. When his death approached, he said to his sons, What kind of father have I been to you? They replied, You have been a good father. He told them that he had not presented any good deed before Allah, and if Allah should get hold of him he would punish him. So look. He added, When I die, burn me, and when I turn into coal, crush me, and when there comes a windy day, scatter my ashes in the wind. The Prophet added, Then by Allah, he took a firm promise from his children to do so, and they did so. They burnt him after his death, and threw his ashes on a windy day. Then Allah commanded to his ashes, Be, and behold, he became a man standing. Allah said, O my slave, what made you do what you did? He replied, For fear of you. Nothing saved him then but Allah's mercy, so Allah forgave him. Volume 9, Book 93, number 600. Narrated Anas. I heard the Prophet saying, on the day of resurrection I will intercede and say, O my Lord, admit into paradise, even, those who have faith equal to a mustard seed in their hearts. Such people will enter paradise, and then I will say, O Allah, admit into paradise, even, those who have the least amount of faith in their hearts. Anas then said, as if I were just now looking at the fingers of Allah's Apostle. Volume 9, Book 93, number 601. Narrated Ma'bad bin Hilal al-Anzi. We, i.e., some people from Basra gathered and went to Anas bin Malik, and we went in company with Thabit al-Bunani so that he might ask him about the hadith of intercession on our behalf. Behold, Anas was in his palace, and our arrival coincided with his duha prayer. We asked permission to enter and he admitted us while he was sitting on his bed. We said to Thabit, do not ask him about anything else first but the hadith of intercession. He said, O Abu Hamza, there are your brethren from Basra coming to ask you about the hadith of intercession. Anas then said, Muhammad talked to us saying, on the day of resurrection the people will surge with each other like waves, and then they will come to Adam and say, please intercede for us with your Lord. He will say, I am not fit for that but you'd better go to Abraham as he is the Khalil of the Beneficent. They will go to Abraham and he will say, I am not fit for that, but you'd better go to Moses as he is the one to whom Allah spoke directly. So they will go to Moses and he will say, I am not fit for that, but you'd better go to Jesus as he is a soul created by Allah and his word. And it was, they will go to Jesus and he will say, I am not fit for that, but you'd better go to Muhammad. They would come to me and I would say, I am for that. Then I will ask for my Lord's permission, and it will be given, and then he will inspire me to praise him with such praises as I do not know now. So I will praise him with those praises and will fall down, prostrate before him. Then it will be said, O Muhammad, raise your head and speak, for you will be listened to, and ask, for your will be granted, your request, and intercede, for your intercession will be accepted. I will say, O Lord, my followers. My followers. And then it will be said, go and take out of hell, fire, all those who have faith in their hearts, equal to the weight of a barley grain. I will go and do so and return to praise him with the same praises, and fall down, prostrate, before him. Then it will be said, O Muhammad, raise your head and speak, for you will be listened to, and ask, for you will be granted, your request, and intercede, for your intercession will be accepted. I will say, O Lord, my followers. My followers. It will be said, go and take out of it all those who have faith in their hearts equal to the weight of a small ant or a mustard seed. I will go and do so and return to praise him with the same praises, and fall down in prostration before him. It will be said, O Muhammad, raise your head and speak, for you will be listened to, and ask, for you will be granted, your request, and intercede, for your intercession will be accepted. I will say, O Lord, my followers. Then he will say, go and take out, all those, in whose hearts there is faith even to the lightest mustard seed. Take them, out of the fire. I will go and do so. When we left Anas, I said to some of my companions, let's pass by Al-Hasan who is hiding himself in the house of Abi Khalifa and request him to tell us what Anas bin Malik has told us. So we went to him and we greeted him and he admitted us. We said to him, O Abu said, we came to you from your brother Anas bin Malik and he related to us a hadith about the intercession the like of which I have never heard. He said, what is that? Then we told him of the hadith and said, he stopped at this point, of the hadith. He said, what then? We said, he did not add anything to that. He said, Anas related the hadith to me 20 years ago when he was a young fellow. I don't know whether he forgot or if he did not like to let you depend on what he might have said. We said, O Abu said, let us know that. He smiled and said, man was created hasty. I did not mention that, but that I wanted to inform you of it. Anas told me the same as he told you and said that the Prophet added, I then return for a fourth time and praise him similarly and prostrate before him me the same as he, O Muhammad, raise your head and speak, for you will be listened to. And ask, for you will be granted, your request and intercede, for your intercession will be accepted. I will say, O Lord, allow me to intercede for whoever said, none has the right to be worshipped except Allah. Then Allah will say, by my power, and my majesty, and by my supremacy, and by my greatness, I will take out of hell, fire, whoever said, none has the right to be worshipped except Allah. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 602. Narrated, Abdullah. Allah's Apostle said, the person who will be the last one to enter paradise and the last to come out of hell, fire, will be a man who will come out crawling, and his Lord will say to him, enter paradise. He will reply, O Lord, paradise is full. Allah will give him the same order thrice, and each time the man will give him the same reply, i.e., paradise is full. Thereupon Allah will say, to him, 10 times of the world is for you. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 603. Narrated, Adi bin Hatim. Allah's Apostle said, there will be none among you but his Lord will talk to him, and there will be no interpreter between him and Allah. He will look to his right and see nothing but his deeds which he has sent forward, and will look to his left and see nothing but his deeds which he has sent forward, and will look in front of him and see nothing but the hell, fire facing him. So save yourself from the hell, fire even with half a date, given in charity. Al-Amash said, Amr bin Murrah said, Kaithama narrated the same and added, even with a good word. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 604. Narrated, Abdullah. A priest from the Jews came to the Prophet, and said, on the day of resurrection, Allah will place all the heavens on one finger, and the earth on one finger. And the waters and the land on one finger, and all the creation on one finger, and then he will shake them and say, I am the king. I am the king. I saw the Prophet smiling till his premolar teeth became visible, expressing his amazement and his belief in what he had said. Then the Prophet recited, no just estimate have they made of Allah such as due to him, up to, high is he above the partners they attribute to him. 39. 67. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 605. Narrated Safwan bin Murais. A man asked Ibn Thumar, what have you heard from Allah's Apostle regarding Najwa? He said, every one of you will come close to his Lord who will screen him from the people and say to him, did you do so and so? He will reply, yes. Then Allah will say, did you do so and so? He will reply, yes. So Allah will question him and make him confess, and then Allah will say, I screened your sins in the world and forgive them for you today. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 606. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Adam and Moses debated with each other and Moses said, you are Adam who turned out your offspring from paradise. Adam said, you are Moses whom Allah chose for his message and for his direct talk, yet you blame me for a matter which had been ordained for me even before my creation. Thus Adam overcame Moses. Volume 9, Book 93, Number 607. Narrated Anas. Allah's Apostle said, the believers will be assembled on the day of resurrection and they will say, let us look for someone to intercede for us with our Lord so that he may relieve us from this place of ours. So they will go to Adam and say, you are Adam, the father of mankind, and Allah created you with his own hands and ordered the angels to prostrate before you, and he taught you the names of all things. So please intercede for us with our Lord so that he may relieve us. Adam will say to them, I am not fit for that, and then he will mention to them his mistake which he has committed. Volume 9, Book 93. Number 608. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The night Allah's Apostle was taken for a journey from the sacred mosque of Mecca, al-Kabieh, 3 persons came to him, in a dreamy while he was sleeping in the sacred mosque before the divine inspiration was revealed to him. One of them said, which of them is he? The middle, second, angel said, he is the best of them. The last, third, angel said, take the best of them. Only that much happened on that night and he did not see them till they came on another night, i.e. after the divine inspiration was revealed to him. Fateh al-Bari page 258, volume 17, and he saw them, his eyes were asleep but his heart was not, and so is the case with the prophets, their eyes sleep while their hearts do not sleep. So those angels did not talk to him till they carried him and placed him beside the well of Zamzam. From among them Gabriel took charge of him. Gabriel cut open, the part of his body, between his throat and the middle of his chest, heart, and took all the material out of his chest and abdomen and then washed it with Zamzam water with his own hands till he cleansed the inside of his body. And then a gold tray containing a gold bowl full of belief and wisdom was brought, and then Gabriel stuffed his chest and throat blood vessels with it and then closed it, the chest. He then ascended with him to the heaven of the world and knocked on one of its doors. The dwellers of the heaven asked, Who is it? He said, Gabriel. They said, Who is accompanying you? He said, Muhammad. They said, Has he been called? He said, Yes. They said, He is welcomed. So the dwellers of the heaven became pleased with his arrival, and they did not know what Allah would do to the Prophet on earth unless Allah informed them. The Prophet met Adam over the nearest heaven. Gabriel said to the Prophet, He is your father, greet him. The Prophet greeted him and Adam returned his greeting and said, Welcome, O my son. Oh, what a good son you are. Behold, he saw two flowing rivers, while he was in the nearest sky. He asked, What are these two rivers, O Gabriel? Gabriel said, These are the sources of the Nile and the Euphrates. Then Gabriel took him around that heaven and behold, he saw another river at the bank of which there was a palace built of pearls and emerald. He put his hand into the river and found its mud like muskadfar. He asked, What is this, O Gabriel? Gabriel said, This is the Kawthar which your Lord has kept for you. Then Gabriel ascended, with him, to the second heaven, and the angels asked the same questions as those on the first heaven, i.e., Who is it? Gabriel replied, Gabriel. They asked, Who is accompanying you? He said, Muhammad. They asked, Has he been sent for? He said, Yes. Then they said, He is welcomed. Then he, Gabriel, ascended with the Prophet to the third heaven, and the angels said the same as the angels of the first and the second heavens had said. Then he ascended with him to the fourth heaven and they said the same. And then he ascended with him to the fifth heaven and they said the same, and then he ascended with him to the sixth heaven and they said the same, then he ascended with him to the seventh heaven and they said the same. On each heaven there were prophets whose names he had mentioned and of whom I remember Idris on the second heaven, Aaron on the fourth heavens, another prophet whose name I don't remember, on the fifth heaven, Abraham on the sixth heaven. And Moses on the seventh heaven because of his privilege of talking to Allah directly. Moses said, To Allah, O Lord. I thought that none would be raised up above me. But Gabriel ascended with him, the Prophet, for a distance above that, the distance of which only Allah knows, till he reached the Lot tree, beyond which none may pass, and then the irresistible. The Lord of honor and majesty approached and came closer till he, Gabriel, was about 2 bow lengths or, even, nearer. It is said that it was Gabriel who approached and came closer to the Prophet. Fateh al-Bari page 263, 264, volume 17. Among the things which Allah revealed to him then, was, 50 prayers were enjoined on his followers in a day and a night. Then the Prophet descended till he met Moses, and then Moses stopped him and asked, O Muhammad, what did your Lord enjoin upon you? The Prophet replied, He enjoined upon me to perform 50 prayers in a day and a night. Moses said, Your followers cannot do that, go back so that your Lord may reduce it for you and for them. So the Prophet turned to Gabriel as if he wanted to consult him about that issue. Gabriel told him of his opinion, saying, Yes, if you wish. So Gabriel ascended with him to the irresistible and said while he was in his place, O Lord, please lighten our burden as my followers cannot do that. So Allah deducted for him 10 prayers, whereupon he returned to Moses, who stopped him again and kept on sending him back to his Lord till the enjoined prayers were reduced to only 5 prayers. Then Moses stopped him when the prayers had been reduced to 5 and said, O Muhammad! By Allah, I tried to persuade my nation, Bani Israel, to do less than this, but they could not do it and gave it up. However, your followers are weaker in body, heart, sight and hearing, so return to your Lord so that he may lighten your burden. The Prophet turned towards Gabriel for advice, and Gabriel did not disapprove of that. So he ascended with him for the 5th time. The Prophet said, O Lord, my followers are weak in their bodies, hearts, hearing and constitution, so lighten our burden. On that the Irresistible said, O Muhammad! The Prophet replied, Labbaik and Sadiq. Allah said, the word that comes from me does not change, so it will be as I enjoined on you in the mother of the book. Allah added, every good deed will be rewarded as 10 times, so it is 50 prayers, in the mother of the book, in reward, but you are to perform only 5, in practice. The Prophet returned to Moses, who asked, What have you done? He said, He has lightened our burden, He has given us for every good deed a 10-fold reward. Moses said, By Allah! I tried to make Bani Israel observe less than that, but they gave it up. So go back to your Lord that he may lighten your burden further. Allah's apostle said, O Moses! By Allah, I feel shy of returning too many times to my Lord. On that Gabriel said, Descend in Allah's name. The Prophet then woke while he was in the sacred mosque, at Mecca. Volume 9, Book 93, number 609. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, Allah will say to the people of paradise, O the people of paradise! They will say, Labbaik, O our Lord, and Sadiq, and all the good is in your hands. Allah will say, Are you satisfied? They will say, Why shouldn't we be satisfied, O our Lord, as you have given us what you have not given to any of your created beings? He will say, Shall I not give you something better than that? They will say, O our Lord! What else could be better than that? He will say, I bestow my pleasure on you and will never be angry with you after that. Volume 9, Book 93, number 610. Narrated Abu Huraira. Once the Prophet was preaching while a Bedouin was sitting there. The Prophet said, A man from among the people of paradise will request Allah to allow him to cultivate the land. Allah will say to him, Haven't you got whatever you desire? He will reply, Yes, but I like to cultivate the land. Allah will permit him, and he will sow the seeds, and within seconds the plants will grow and ripen, and the yield will be harvested and piled in heaps like mountains. On that Allah will say to him, Take, here you are, O son of Adam, for nothing satisfies you. On that the Bedouin said, O Allah's apostle! Such man must be either from Quraysh or from Ansar, for they are farmers while we are not. On that Allah's apostle smiled. Volume 9, Book 93, number 611. Narrated Abdullah. I asked Allah's apostle, What is the biggest sin in the sight of Allah? He said, To set up rivals unto Allah though He alone created you. I said, In fact, that is a tremendous sin, and added, What next? He said, To kill your son being afraid that he may share your food with you. I further asked, What next? He said, To commit illegal sexual intercourse with the wife of your neighbor. Volume 9, Book 93, number 612. Narrated Abdullah. 2 persons of Bani Thaqif and 1 from Quraysh, or 2 persons from Quraysh and 1 from Bani Thaqif, who had fat bellies but little wisdom, met near the Kaaba. One of them said, Did you see that Allah hears what we say? The other said, He hears us if we speak aloud, but He does not hear if we speak in stealthy quietness, softly. The third fellow said, If He hears when we speak aloud, then He surely hears us if we speak in stealthy quietness, softly. So Allah revealed the verse. And you have not been screening against yourselves, lest your ears, and your eyes and your skins should testify against you. 41. 22. Volume 9, Book 93, number 613. Narrated, Ikrimah. Ibn Abbas said, "How can you ask the people of the scriptures about their books while you have Allah's book, the Qur'an, which is the most recent of the books revealed by Allah? And you read it in its pure undistorted form?" Volume 9, Book 93, number 614. Narrated Ubaydullah bin Abdullah. Abdullah bin Abbas said, "O the group of Muslims! How can you ask the people of the scriptures about anything while your book which Allah has revealed to your prophet contains the most recent news from Allah and is pure and not distorted? Allah has told you that the people of the scriptures have changed some of Allah's books and distorted it and wrote something with their own hands and said, 'This is from Allah,' so as to have a minor gain for it. Won't the knowledge that has come to you stop you from asking them? No, by Allah, we have never seen a man from them asking you about that, the book al-Qur'an, which has been revealed to you." Volume 9, Book 93, number 615. Narrated Musa bin Abi Aisha. Sa'id bin Jubair reported from Ibn Abbas, regarding the explanation of the verse, "Do not move your tongue concerning the Qur'an, to make haste therewith." He said, "The Prophet used to undergo great difficulty in receiving the divine inspiration and used to move his lips." Ibn Abbas said, to Sa'id, "I move them, my lips, as Allah's apostle used to move his lips." And said to me, "I move my lips as I saw Ibn Abbas moving his lips, and then he moved his lips." So Allah revealed, "O Muhammad! Do not move your tongue concerning the Qur'an, to make haste therewith. It is for us to collect it and give you, O Muhammad, the ability to recite it. I.e., to collect it in your chest and then you recite it. 75.16-17, but when we have recited it, to you, O Muhammad through Gabriel, then follow you its recital. 75.18, this means, you should listen to it and keep quiet and then it is upon us to make you recite it." The narrator added, "So Allah's apostle used to listen whenever Gabriel came to him, and when Gabriel left, the Prophet would recite the Qur'an as Gabriel had recited it to him." Volume 9, Book 93, number 616. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Regarding the explanation of the verse, "O Muhammad! Neither say your prayer aloud, nor say it in a low tone." 17. 110, this verse was revealed while Allah's apostle was hiding himself at Mecca. At that time, when he led his companions in prayer, he used to raise his voice while reciting the Qur'an. And if the pagans heard him, they would abuse the Qur'an, its revealer, and the one who brought it. So Allah said to his prophet, "Neither say your prayer aloud, i.e., your recitation of Qur'an, lest the pagans should hear it, and abuse the Qur'an, nor say it in a low tone, lest your voice should fail to reach your companions, but follow a way between." 17. 110. Volume 9, Book 93, number 617. Narrated Aisha. The verse, "O Muhammad! Neither say your prayer aloud nor say it in a low tone." 17.110, was revealed in connection with the invocations. Volume 9, Book 93, number 618. Narrated Abu Salama. Abu Huraira said, Allah's apostle said, "Whoever does not recite Qur'an in a nice voice is not from us," and others said extra, that means, to recite it aloud. Volume 9, Book 93, number 619. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, "Not to wish to be the like of except the like of two men, a man whom Allah has given the Qur'an and he recites it during the hours of the night and the hours of the day, in which case one may say, 'If I were given the same as this man has been given, I would do the same as he is doing.' The other is a man whom Allah has given wealth and he spends it in the right way, in which case one may say, 'If I were given the same as he has been given, I would do the same as he is doing.'" Volume 9, Book 93, number 620. Narrated Salim's father. The Prophet said, "Not to wish to be the like of except the like of two persons, a man whom Allah has given the knowledge of the Qur'an and he recites it during the hours of the night and the hours of the day. And a man whom Allah has given wealth and he spends it, in Allah's cause, during the hours of the night and during the hours of the day. Volume 9, Book 93, number 621. Narrated al-Mughira. Our Prophet has informed us our Lord's message that whoever of us is martyred, will go to paradise. Volume 9, Book 93, number 622. Narrated Aisha. Whoever tells you that the Prophet concealed something of the divine inspiration, do not believe him, for Allah said, O Apostle Muhammad, proclaim the message, which has been sent down to you from your Lord, and if you do it not, then you have not conveyed his message. 5.67. Volume 9, Book 93, number 623. Narrated Abdullah. A man said, O Allah's Apostle, which sin is the biggest in Allah's sight? The Prophet said, to set up rivals unto Allah though He alone created you. That man said, what is next? The Prophet said, to kill your son lest he should share your food with you. The man said, what is next? The Prophet said, to commit illegal sexual intercourse with the wife of your neighbor. Then Allah revealed in confirmation of that, and those who invoke not with Allah any other God, nor kill such life as Allah has made sacred except for just cause. Nor commit illegal sexual intercourse, and whoever does this shall receive the punishment. 25. 68. Volume 9, Book 93, number 624. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, your stay, in this world, in comparison to the stay of the nations preceding you, is like the period between Asr prayer and the sunset, in comparison to a whole day. The people of the Torah were given the Torah and they acted on it till midday and then they were unable to carry on. And they were given, a reward equal to, 1 qirat each. Then the people of the Gospel were given the Gospel and they acted on it till Asr prayer and then they were unable to carry on, so they were given la reward equal to, 1 qirat each. Then you were given the Qur'an and you acted on it till sunset, therefore you were given, a reward equal to, 2 qirats each. On that, the people of the Scriptures said, these people, Muslims, did less work than we but they took a bigger reward. Allah said, to them, have I done any oppression to you as regards your rights? They said, no. Then Allah said, that is my blessing which I grant to whomsoever I will. Volume 9, Book 93, number 625. Narrated Ibn Mas'udi. A man asked the Prophet, what deeds are the best? The Prophet said, 1. To perform the daily compulsory prayers at their early, stated fixed times. 2. To be good and dutiful to one's own parents. 3. And to participate in jihad in Allah's cause. Volume 9, Book 93, number 626. Narrated Al-Hasan. Amr bin Taghlib said, some property was given to the Prophet and he gave it to some people and withheld it from some others. Then he came to know that they, the latter, were dissatisfied. So the Prophet said, I give to one man and leave, do not give, another, and the one to whom I do not give is dearer to me than the one to whom I give. I give to some people because of the impatience and discontent present in their hearts, and leave other people because of the content and goodness Allah has bestowed on them, and one of them is Amr bin Taghlib. Amr bin Taghlib said, the sentence which Allah's Apostle said in my favor is dearer to me than the possession of nice red camels. Volume 9, Book 93, number 627. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, my Lord says, if my slave comes nearer to me for a span, I go nearer to him for a cubit. And if he comes nearer to me for a cubit, I go nearer to him for the span of outstretched arms, and if he comes to me walking, I go to him running. Volume 9, Book 93, number 628. Narrated Abu Huraira. Perhaps the Prophet mentioned the following, as Allah's saying, if my slave comes nearer to me for a span, I go nearer to him for a cubit, and if he comes nearer to me for a cubit, I go nearer to him for the span of outstretched arms. See Hadith number 502. Volume 9, Book 93, number 629. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said that your Lord said, every sinful deed can be expiated. And the fast is for me, so I will give the reward for it, and the smell which comes out of the mouth of a fasting person, is better in Allah's sight than the smell of musk. See Hadith No. 584. Volume 9, Book 93, number 630. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said that his Lord said, it does not befit a slave that he should say that he is better than Jonah, Yunus, bin Matta. Volume 9, Book 93, number 631. Narrated Shub'a. Muawiyah bin Qurra reported that Abdullah bin al-Mughaffal al-Mazani said, I saw Allah's Apostle on the day of the conquest of Mecca, riding his she-camel and reciting Surat al-Fath, 48, or part of Surat al-Fath. He recited it in a vibrating and pleasant voice. Then Muawiyah recited as Abdullah bin Mughaffal had done and said, were I not afraid that the people would crowd around me, I would surely recite in a vibrating pleasant voice as Ibn Mughaffal did, imitating the Prophet. I asked Muawiyah, how did he recite in that tone? He said thrice, A. Volume 9, Book 93, number 632. Narrated Abu Huraira. The people of the scripture used to read the Torah in Hebrew and explain it to the Muslims in Arabic. Then Allah's Apostle said, do not believe the people of the scripture, and do not disbelieve them, but say, we believe in Allah and whatever has been revealed. 84. Volume 9, Book 93, number 633. Narrated Ibn Umar. A Jew and Jewess were brought to the Prophet on a charge of committing an illegal sexual intercourse. The Prophet asked the Jews, what do you, usually, do with them? They said, we blacken their faces and disgrace them. He said, bring here the Torah and recite it, if you are truthful. They fetched it and came and asked a one-eyed man to recite. He went on reciting till he reached a portion on which he put his hand. The Prophet said, lift up your hand. He lifted his hand up and behold, there appeared the verse of Aram, stoning of the adulterers to death. Then he said, O Muhammad! They should be stoned to death, but we conceal this divine law among ourselves. Then the Prophet ordered that the two sinners be stoned to death and they were stoned to death, and I saw the man protecting the woman from the stones. See Hadith number 809, Volume 8. Volume 9, Book 93, number 634. Narrated Abu Huraira. That he heard the Prophet saying, Allah does not listen to anything as he listens to the recitation of the Qur'an by a prophet who recites it in attractive audible sweet-sounding voice. Volume 9, Book 93, number 635. Narrated Aisha. When the slanderers said what they said about her, I went to my bed knowing at that time that I was innocent and that Allah would reveal my innocence, but by Allah, I never thought that Allah would reveal in my favor a revelation which would be recited, for I considered myself too unimportant to be talked about by Allah in the divine revelation that was to be recited. So Allah revealed the 10 verses of Surat An-Nur. Those who brought a false charge. 24. 11-20. Volume 9, Book 93, number 636. Narrated Al-Bara. I heard the Prophet reciting Surat at-Tin was Zaytun, by the fig and the olive, in the Disha prayer, and I have never heard anybody with a better voice or recitation than his. Volume 9, Book 93, number 637. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet was hiding himself in Mecca and used to recite the Qur'an, in a loud voice. When the pagans heard him they would abuse the Qur'an and the one who brought it, so Allah said to his Prophet, neither say your prayer aloud, nor say it in a low tone. 17. 110. Volume 9, Book 93, number 638. Narrated Abdullah bin Abdurrahman. That Abu Sa'id al-Khudri said to him, I see that you like sheep and the desert. So when you are looking after your sheep or when you are in the desert and want to pronounce the adhan, raise your voice, for no jinn, human being or any other things hear the muadhdin's voice but will be a witness for him on the day of resurrection. Abu Sa'id added, I heard this from Allah's Apostle. Volume 9, Book 93, number 639. Narrated, Aisha. The Prophet used to recite the Qur'an with his head in my lap while I used to be in my periods, having menses. Volume 9, Book 93, number 640. Narrated Umar bin al-Khattab. I heard Hisham bin Hakim reciting Surat al-Furqan during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle. I listened to his recitation and noticed that he was reciting in a way that Allah's Apostle had not taught me. I was about to jump over him while he was still in prayer, but I waited patiently, and when he finished his prayer, I put my sheet round his neck, and pulled him, and said, Who has taught you this surah which I have heard you reciting? Hisham said, Allah's Apostle taught it to me. I said, You are telling a lie, for he taught it to me in a way different from the way you have recited it. Then I started dragged him to Allah's Apostle and said, To the Prophet, I have heard this man reciting Surat al-Furqan in a way that you have not taught me. The Prophet said, O Umar, release him. Recite, O Hisham. Hisham recited in the way I heard him reciting. Allah's Apostle said, It was revealed like this. Then Allah's Apostle said, Recite, O Umar. I recited in the way he had taught me, whereupon he said, It was revealed like this, and added, The Qur'an has been revealed to be recited in 7 different ways, so recite of it whichever is easy for you. See Hadith number 514, Volume 6. Volume 9, Book 93, number 641. Narrated, Imran. I said, O Allah's Apostle. Why should a doer, people, try to do good deeds? The Prophet said, Everybody will find easy to do such deeds as will lead him to his destined place for which he has been created. Volume 9, Book 93, number 642. Narrated, Ali. While the Prophet was in a funeral procession, he took a stick and started scraping the earth with it and said, There is none of you but has his place assigned either in hell or in paradise. They, the people, said, Shall we not depend upon that, and give up doing any deeds? He said, Carry on doing good deeds, for everybody will find it easy to do such deeds as will lead him to his destined place for which he has been created. And then the Prophet recited the verse, As for him who gives, in charity, and keeps his duty to Allah, 92. 5. Volume 9, Book 93, number 643. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, Before Allah created the creations, He wrote a book, wherein He has written my mercy has preceded my anger. And that book is written with Him over the throne. Volume 9, Book 93, number 644. Narrated Zadam. There were good relations and brotherhood between this tribe of Jerm and the Asharian. Once, while we were sitting with Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, there was brought to him a meal which contained chicken meat, and there was sitting beside him, a man from the tribe of Bani Taymullah who looked like one of the Mu'ali. Abu Musa invited the man to eat, but the man said, I have seen chicken eating some dirty things, and I have taken an oath not to eat chicken. Abu Musa said to him, Come along, let me tell you something in this regard. Once I went to the Prophet with a few men from Asharian and we asked him for mounts. The Prophet said, By Allah, I will not mount you on anything, besides I do not have anything to mount you on. Then a few camels from the war booty were brought to the Prophet, and he asked about us, saying, Where are the group of Asharian? So he ordered for 5 fat camels to be given to us, and then we set out. We said, What have we done? Allah's Apostle took an oath that he would not give us anything to ride and that he had nothing for us to ride, yet he provided us with mounts. We made Allah's Apostle forget his oath. By Allah, we will never be successful. So we returned to him and reminded him of his oath. He said, I have not provided you with the mount, but Allah has done so. By Allah, I may take an oath to do something, but on finding something else which is better, I do that which is better and make the expiation for my oath. Volume 9, Book 93, number 645. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The delegates of Abdul Qais came to Allah's apostle and said, "The pagans of the tribe of Madar intervene between you and us, therefore we cannot come to you except in the holy months. So please order us to do something good, religious deeds, by which we may enter paradise, by acting on them, and we may inform our people whom we have left behind to observe it." The Prophet said, "I order you to do 4 things and forbid you from 4 things, I order you to believe in Allah." Do you know what is meant by belief in Allah? It is to testify that none has the right to be worshipped except Allah, to offer prayers perfectly, to give zakat, and to give al-Khumus, 1/5 of the war booty, in Allah's cause. And I forbid you 4 things, i.e. do not drink alcoholic drinks, ad-duba, an-nakr, pitched water skins, az-zuruf, al-muzafat and al-hantam, names of utensils used for the preparation of alcoholic drinks. See Hadith number 50, Volume 1. Volume 9, Book 93, number 646. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle said, "The painter of these pictures will be punished on the day of resurrection, and it will be said to them, make alive what you have created." Volume 9, Book 93, number 647. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "The painters of these pictures will be punished on the day of resurrection, and it will be said to them, make alive what you have created." Volume 9, Book 93, number 648. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard the Prophet saying, Allah said, "Who are most unjust than those who try to create something like my creation? I challenge them to create even a smallest ant, a wheat grain or a barley grain." Volume 9, Book 93, number 649. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, "The example of a believer who recites the Qur'an is that of a citron, a citrus fruit, which is good in taste and good in smell. And the believer who does not recite the Qur'an is like a date which has a good taste but no smell. And the example of an impious person who recites the Qur'an is that of arihana, an aromatic plant, which smells good but is bitter in taste. And the example of an impious person who does not recite the Qur'an is that of a colocynth which is bitter in taste and has no smell." Volume 9, Book 93, number 650. Narrated Aisha. Some people asked the Prophet regarding the soothsayers. He said, "They are nothing." They said, "O Allah's Apostle, some of their talks come true." The Prophet said, "That word which happens to be true is what a jinn snatches away by stealth, from the heaven, and pours it in the ears of his friend, the foreteller, with a sound like the cackling of a hen. The soothsayers then mix with that word, 100 lies." Volume 9, Book 93, number 651. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, "There will emerge from the east some people who will recite the Qur'an but it will not exceed their throats and who will go out of, renounce, the religion, Islam, as an arrow passes through the game. And they will never come back to it unless the arrow comes back to the middle of the bow, by itself, i.e., impossible." The people asked, "What will their signs be?" He said, "Their sign will be the habit of shaving, of their beards." Fateh al-Bari, page 322, volume 17th. Volume 9, Book 93, number 652. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "There are 2 words which are dear to the Beneficent, Allah, and very light, easy, for the tongue, to say, but very heavy in weight in the balance. They are, Subhan Allah wa bihamdihi, and Subhan Allah al-Azim." See Hadith number 673, Volume 8. The End.